Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. Today, we're starting part 1 of an awesome What If Deku had a dual cursed technique quirk in the Jujutsu world story. If you want to see part 2, drop a comment below and tell me what you think. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share. Now let's jump into the story. The air over Mustafa screamed. Izuku Midoriya didn't feel the wind, he only felt the pressure. Jin screamed through his muscles, a kinetic buildup that turned his BLD to liquid fire. Behind him, the voices of Class 1A were a blurred echo, a choir of concern he couldn't afford to hear. Midoriya, stop. Please. He didn't look back. His eyes, sunken and shadowed by weeks of sleeplessness, were fixed on the horizon. His costume was a tattered, muddy shroud. Rain slicked the jagged ears of his cowl, making him look more like a forest demon than a boy. I have to go. His mind was a fractured loop. All for one, his coming for them. If I stay, they die. If I run, they live. He felt the shift in the air, the synchronized effort of his friends. They were launching 𝗧𝗓, a human bullet of friendship and desperation. I won't let you be alone anymore. 𝗧𝗓's voice cracked the sky. Izuku's heart hammered against his ribs like a trapped bird. The guilt was a physical weight, heavier than the stockpile of one for all. He kicked the air, float and Jin exploding in a violent burst of speed. Stay away. Izuku roared, his voice a gravelly rasp. Then, something went wrong. The singularity within him, the massive core of power didn't just react, it buckled. The negative emotions he'd been harboring, the fear and isolation and self-loathing, acted like a catalyst. The space in front of him didn't just ripple, it tore. A void of violet-black energy swallowed the sound of 𝗧𝗓's engines. Izuku didn't even have time to scream before the world vanished. Kyoto, the night parade of 100 demons. The city of Kyoto was a hell's cape. The air was thick with the copper tang of BLD and the putrid stench of curses. From the shadows of the shrines, monsters born of human malice crawled and shrieked. Crash! A streak of green lightning and black smoke slammed through the roof of a traditional house, obliterating wood and tile. The shockwave blew out the windows of neighboring shops. Miwa Kasumi skidded to a halt, her hand white-knuckled on the hilt of her katana. Dust swirled in the street, illuminated by the flickering fires of the battle. What was that? A grade 1. Miwa whispered, her voice trembling. No, that pressure. She felt it then. A weight on her chest so heavy she could barely breathe. It wasn't the oily, disgusting feeling of a typical cursed spirit. It felt like a mountain of pure, raw energy, ancient and cold, yet vibrating with a frantic, jagged rhythm. From the ruins of the building, a figure rose. Izuku staggered out of the debris. His cowl was torn, revealing one wide, glowing green eye. Black whip tendrils flickered around him like dying embers, reacting to his frantic heartbeat. To Miwa, those black tendrils weren't a quirk, they were a concentrated cursed technique. Izuku blinked, his vision swimming. He didn't see the UA grounds. He saw a burning city. He saw a girl in a suit holding a sword. A villain. Izuku wheezed, his legs shaking. He didn't recognize her. He didn't recognize the energy in the air. It felt rotted. Where am I? Miwa took a defensive stance, her simple domain ready to trigger. Who are you? Are you one of Geto's sorcerers? Are you a curse, or a curse user? Izuku didn't answer. He couldn't. His brain was misfiring. Who is she? He thought. Suddenly, a low-level curse, a bloated, multi-eyed thing lunged from a nearby alleyway, sensing the newcomer. It didn't even get within 5 feet. The sheer pressure of Izuku's cursed energy caused the spirit to simply pop. It dissipated into black mist, terrified of the aura he was emitting. Miwa gasped. It didn't even touch him. Stay back, Izuku growled, his voice distorted by the mask. He took a step forward, and the ground cracked beneath his boot. I don't want to hurt anyone else. Just tell me where I am. You're in Kyoto, Miwa shouted, her bravado masking her terror. And if you're not a sorcerer, you're a threat. Stand down. Inside Izuku's mind, the void stirred. Izuku, kid, listen to me. The voice of 𝗓𝗏𝗄𝐻, the fifth user, echoed with a strange, new resonance. It sounded like it was coming from the walls of a deep cave. Something's wrong. The power, it's changed. It's not just OFA anymore. This world, it feels like us. It feels like the vestiges. Shut up. Izuku muttered to the voices in his head, clutching his temple. Not now. To Miwa, he looked like a madman talking to ghosts. She saw his hand twitch, a reflex. New shadow style, simple domain. Miwa lunged. She didn't want to kill him, she could see he was wounded, but that aura was too dangerous to leave unchecked. Izuku's danger sense flared. In his world, it was a sharp tingle. Here, in a world literally made of negative energy, it felt like a lightning bolt to his skull. He moved before he could think. The air didn't just vibrate, it groaned under the weight of his movement. As Miwa lunged, her blade slicing through the air with the practiced precision of the new shadow style, the world seemed to slow for Izuku. His danger sense was no longer a warning, it was a cacophony, screaming at him from every direction. The very air in this city was hostile. He didn't use a smash. He didn't have the breath for it. He simply vanished. Flicker. Miwa's sword met nothing but a fading blur of green sparks. Before she could register the shift, a hand, heavy, calloused, and trembling with fatigue, clamped down on the top of her katana's hilt, pinning the blade toward the pavement. Izuku was suddenly right in front of her. The smell of ozone and wet earth rolled off him in waves. I told you, he rasped, his voice a hollow ghost. Stay back. He didn't punch her. He simply flicked his fingers against the flat of her blade. The resulting shockwave wasn't a calculated quirk output, it was a raw, unrefined discharge of the decades of power stockpiled within him, now warped into cursed energy. The force sent Miwa flying backward. She didn't hit a wall, the air pressure alone carried her 20 feet until she tumbled across the cobblestones, her sword clattering away. She wasn't dead, but the wind had been ripped from her lungs so violently she could only gasp. Miwa! A sharp crack echoed. A cursed energy-infused bullet whistled toward Izuku's head. His head tilted just an inch. The bullet grazed the jagged ear of his cowl, spinning off into a brick wall. Izuku turned slowly, his glowing green eyes locking onto my Zenin, standing on a balcony 50 yards away, reloading her revolver with trembling fingers. What is that thing? Mai hissed through gritted teeth. Camo. It didn't even look at me, it just dodged. Don't move, Mai. Noritoshi Camo stepped from behind a stone pillar, his eyes narrowed, hands already forming a seal. He could see the flow of energy around the stranger. It was an ocean of black and green sparks that seemed to swallow the light. That isn't a normal curse user. This is like staring into a sun. Camo sliced his thumb across a hidden needle. BLD manipulation. Piercing BLD, a beam of BLD, pressurized and sharpened to a point, shot toward Izuku at the speed of sound. Izuku didn't jump. He didn't have the energy to dodge again. He reached out with his left hand, and from his palm, thick, oily tendrils of black whip erupted. But they weren't the clean, rope-like energy they used to be. They were darker now, dripping with a viscous, shadowy mist that hissed as it touched the ground. The tendrils lashed out, wrapping around the beam of BLD and crushing the pressure out of it until it splashed harmlessly to the ground. Impossible, Camo whispered. He intercepted piercing BLD with a physical manifestation. Izuku took a shaky step forward. The ground cracked. I don't want to fight you. I'm looking for villains. Shigaraki, all for one. Villains. Momo Nishimiya hovered above on her broom, her face pale. You're in the middle of a war, monster. You're the only villain I see here. She swung her broom, sending a gale of cursed wine down at him. Izuku didn't even look up. He felt the souls inside him stirring. Izuku! Move left. Banjo's voice was a thunderclap in his skull. And quit holding back the output. This isn't the same as home. The energy here. It wants to be used. Kid, look at their eyes, the fourth user, Shinomori, whispered. They aren't heroes. They aren't villains. They're executioners. They won't stop until you're down. Izuku's vision blurred. The exhaustion was finally winning. He saw Kamo preparing another attack, Mai aiming for his heart, Momo circling like a vulture. Fine, Izuku groaned. He crouched low, his muscles coiling. One for all began to build, but instead of the familiar glow, his body was shrouded in a terrifying, flickering aura of black and green. If you won't let me go, then I'll make you. He didn't say the name of the move. He didn't shout a hero's cry. He just disappeared in a burst of speed that shattered the street for 10 meters in every direction. The sound wasn't an explosion, it was the atmosphere being forcibly shoved aside. Izuku didn't move like a human, he moved like a glitch in reality. One moment he was a slumped, broken silhouette, the next, he was a vacuum. Momo Nishimiya, circling on her broom, didn't even see him leave the ground. She only felt the sudden, sickening change in air pressure. The wind she had summoned was scared into his wake, and before she could scream, Izuku was there, hovering in the air beside her. He didn't strike her. He simply grabbed the handle of her broom. The black whip coiling around his arm lashed out instinctively, sensing her fear. The tendrils wrapped around the wood and, with a sharp yank, threw the broom, and Momo, straight toward the ground. Momo! Kamo shouted, swinging his arms to direct a flurry of BLD daggers to cushion her fall. But Izuku was already descending. He landed on the pavement with the weight of a falling star. The shockwave sent Kamo stumbling back. Izuku's cowl had fallen back during the jump, revealing his face, a mask of pure, unadulterated exhaustion. Dark circles under his eyes looked like bruises, and his skin was a sickly, pale gray. He looked less like a fighter and more like a walking corpse held together by sheer will and the black, oily energy leaking from his pores. Please! Izuku wheezed, his eyes darting toward Kamo. Just stop. I'm tired. Kamo froze. For a second, the sorcerer's cold, calculated demeanor wavered. He saw the boy's eyes. They weren't the eyes of a curse. They were the eyes of someone who had seen too much and slept too little. You're human? Kamo asked, his voice dropping an octave. Then why do you smell like death? Your cursed energy, it feels like a graveyard. I don't know what that is, Izuku muttered, reaching out a hand, his fingers twitching. I just need to find the others. Ida. Uraraka. His delusional, Mai hissed from her vantage point. She saw the opening. Izuku's guard was down, he was swaying on his feet, his chin dipping toward his chest. I don't care what he is. If we don't take him now, he'll level the city when he finally snaps. The moment her finger tightened on the trigger, the space around her warped. She didn't hear footsteps. She heard the air being torn apart. 1 second, the boy was on the street below, a dying flame. The next, a shadow fell over her. Izuku was standing on the narrow balcony behind her. His movement was so fast it left a vacuum in his wake, causing the glass of the sliding doors behind Mai to shatter inward. I told you, Izuku whispered. His voice wasn't a threat, it was a plea, cracked and dry. Stop. Mai spun around, her eyes wide with a primal terror she had only felt around her clan. Up close, Izuku didn't look like a hero or a villain. He looked like a nightmare. The tattered yellow cape around his neck billowed like a flag, and the black, oily cursed energy, the byproduct of one for all adapting to this world, was literally dripping from his fingers like ink. He didn't use a weapon. He simply reached out and placed a hand on the barrel of her revolver. Crunch. With the slightest flex of his fingers, the reinforced steel crumpled like tin foil. Mai stared at her ruined weapon, her hands shaking so violently she dropped the scrap metal. What are you? I'm Izuku. Hesitated, the word feeling alien on his tongue. A hero. Mai. Get away from him. Momo screamed from the street, trying to scramble back onto her broom. Below, Noritoshi Kamo stood frozen. He watched as the curse user loomed over his teammate. From his perspective, the boy's cursed energy had stopped swirling, it had sharpened. It was a jagged, suffocating pressure that felt like being trapped in a room with a starving predator. Kid, you're reaching your limit, Banjo's voice rumbled within the depths of Izuku's soul. The fourth technique is screaming. If you don't settle down, Your heart is gonna give out before these beasts even get a chance at you. Izuku, look at them, Nana Shimura's voice joined in, softer but laden with urgency. They are terrified. You're becoming the very thing you're trying to protect them from. Izuku ignored them. He couldn't help it. His brain was a mess of static and danger sense warnings. Every time a curse died in a nearby block, the shift in the energy of the city felt like a physical blow to his skull. Where is he? Izuku asked Mai, his breathing ragged. The one who controls the monsters. Is he here? Mai couldn't speak. She could only stare at the green glow emanating from the slits of his mask. Suddenly, the ground groaned. From the alleyways surrounding the building, dozens of curses, low-level, misshapen things attracted to the massive buffet of Izuku's leaking energy, began to crawl up the walls. They were like insects drawn to a blinding light. Get away! Izuku muttered. He didn't turn to face them. He just released the energy with the flick of his hand. A massive burst of black and green lightning erupted from his hand. It wasn't a punch, it was a discharge. The curses weren't just hit, they were vaporized, their spiritual forms shredded by the sheer density of the stockpiled power. The shockwave blew the roof off the building and sent a cloud of dust and debris high into the Kyoto sky. Izuku staggered, his knees finally hitting the concrete of the balcony. The glow in his eyes flickered. I have to find. His head lolled forward. He was at the absolute limit of human endurance. The dust from the shattered balcony settled like snow, coating Izuku's tattered cape in a layer of gray grit. He remained on one knee, his chest heaving with a wet, rattling sound. Every breath was a battle, every heartbeat felt like a hammer striking an anvil inside his ribs. Below him, the Kyoto students didn't move. They were paralyzed by a cocktail of duty and raw, instinctual dread. The veil, it's thinning, Noritoshi Kamo muttered, glancing at the sky. The oppressive, unnatural darkness that had blanketed Kyoto for the night parade was beginning to fray at the edges. The chaotic swarm of cursed energy that had choked the city for hours was dissipating as the sun began to hint at the horizon. The war was ending. Ghetto's parade was failing. But for the students in this street, the danger hadn't left. It was kneeling right in front of them. We have to secure him, Kamo said, though his voice lacked its usual conviction. He began to draw more BLD, his face pale from overexertion. The battle is ending, but if we let a variable like this wander into the civilian population in this state, the casualties will be catastrophic. Secure him, Momo cried, hovering warily on her cracked broom. Kamo, he turned those curses into mist just by flicking his hand. How are we supposed to restrain that? He's exhausted, Kamo countered, stepping toward the base of the building. Look at him. He's barely conscious. On the balcony, Izuku's head drifted. The danger sense was no longer a sharp alarm. It had become a dull, thrumming ache, a constant static that told him the entire world was a threat. Kid! Let go. Banjo's voice was softer now, almost parental. The fight's over. You're in no shape to play hero. If you keep pushing, your heart is going to burst from the pressure of the stockpile. Just sleep. Can't. Izuku croaked. He tried to force himself to stand, his fingers clawing into the stone. Still, people need help. Stop it. Miwa had regained her feet. She was limping, her hand clutching her side, but she had retrieved her katana. She stood at the front, looking up at the monster on the balcony. The monsters are gone, she yelled, her voice cracking. The parade is over. You've done enough. Just stop fighting. Izuku froze. The monsters are gone. He blinked, his vision clearing for a fleeting second. He looked past the Kyoto students, down the long stretch of the street. The horrifying, misshapen curses that had been crawling through the shadows were gone, retreated or exorcised. The screaming had stopped. For the first time in weeks, the world was quiet. The realization hit him like a physical blow. Without the adrenaline of combat to hold him up, the weeks of sleep deprivation and the crushing weight of one for all's new, volatile form came crashing down on him. Gone. Izuku whispered. The green glow in his eyes flickered once, twice, and then went dark. His hand slipped from the railing. He didn't fall forward, he simply slumped against the wall of the broken building, his chin hitting his chest. The black tendrils of Black Whip dissolved into nothingness, leaving only a broken boy in a terrifying suit. "He's out," Mai said. She let out a breath she felt like she'd been holding for an hour. Finally. Camo didn't relax. He kept his BLD needles ready as he approached the base of the building. "Momo, get up there and check his vitals. Miwa, stay back. We don't know if this is a meditative state or a genuine collapse." Momo ascended slowly, her broom hovering inches above the debris. She peered at Izuku's slumped form. Up close, without the terrifying aura, he looked disturbingly young. He's just a kid," Momo whispered, her eyes widening. "Camo, he's not much older than us." Suddenly, the heavy thump of someone landing on a nearby roof echoed through the street. "Oi! What did I miss?" A massive figure loomed over the scene from a 3-story rooftop. He was tall, muscular, and shirtless despite the cool morning air, with a distinct scar running down his face. Todo looked down at the wreckage, his eyes immediately locking onto the unconscious boy on the balcony. Todo's grin was predatory, yet filled with a strange kind of excitement. He could feel the lingering scent of the energy that had been discharged here. It was a foul, massive, and incredible power. "I felt a spike of cursed energy from 3 wards away," Todo shouted, jumping down and landing with a bone-shaking thud right next to Camo. "Who did this? Was it a special grade? Did you guys actually manage to kill something interesting without me?" Camo pointed a trembling finger at the balcony. "He did it, Todo. And he's not a curse." Todo looked up at Izuku. He tilted his head, his eyes narrowing as he analyzed the soul of the boy resting there. He didn't see a monster. He saw a well of untapped, chaotic potential. A human with that much cursed energy. Todo hummed, crossing his arms. "Interesting. Very interesting." He started walking toward the stairs. "Wait. Todo!" Miwa called out. "What are you doing?" "I'm going to ask him a question," Todo said, his voice dropping the playfulness. "I need to know what kind of man possesses a soul that heavy." The transition from the war-torn streets of Kyoto to the cold, sterile confines of Kyoto Jujutsu High was a blur of shadows and hushed, fearful whispers. Izuku didn't wake when they bound his wrists in cursed energy-suppressing shackles, nor when they threw him into a reinforced interrogation chamber deep beneath the school. When he finally opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was the floor, cold, polished wood. He was strapped to a heavy chair. His Deku mask had been removed, leaving his scarred, freckled face exposed to the harsh, flickering light of a few candles and a single overhead bulb. The air felt wrong. It was thick and oily, like he was breathing in dust from a basement that hadn't been opened in a century. "He's awake." Izuku lifted his head. His neck groaned with the effort. Across from him sat an old man with long, white facial hair and a guitar slung over his shoulder, Principal Yoshinobu Gakuganji. Beside him stood Utaheim Iori, her arms crossed, her expression a mix of suspicion and genuine concern. "Where?" Izuku's voice was a dry rasp. He looked at his hands, then at the seals on the walls. "Is this a police station? Where are my friends?" Gakuganji's eyes were like flint. "You are in Kyoto Jujutsu High. As for your friends, we found you in the middle of a terrorist attack, radiating enough cursed energy to drown a country." Izuku blinked, his mind sluggishly trying to process the words. "Jujutsu. Cursed energy. I don't know those terms. Is that a quirk classification? Was I hit by a warp quirk?" Utaheim stepped forward, leaning into the light. "Stop playing dumb. You're a curse user, aren't you? One of Geto's. No one possesses that amount of raw energy without being trained by another user. I'm not a villain." Izuku's sudden shout echoed in the small room, causing the candles to flicker violently. "I'm a student. I'm from UA High School. I was fighting to save my classmates, and then..." He trailed off, a look of horror crossing his face as memories of the tear in the sky flashed back. "Look," Izuku said, his voice trembling but earnest. "I don't know what cursed energy is. I have a quirk. If there was a terrorist attack, I need to get out there and help. People are in danger. Gakuganji plucked a single string on his guitar. The sound sent a ripple through the air that made Izuku's skin crawl. Quirks. UA. The principal narrowed his eyes. There is no such school in Japan, boy. You speak as if you've fallen out of a fairy tale. I'm telling the truth. Izuku leaned forward as much as the restraints would allow. The monsters, the things in the street, those were the villain's quirks, right? Some kind of bioengineered 𝗏𝗵𝗲. 𝗬𝗏𝗏 looked at Gakuganji, her brow furrowing. He doesn't know what a curse is. He called them monsters and 𝗏𝗏𝗏. Principal, he's either the best actor I've ever seen, or he's genuinely brain damaged from the amount of energy he's outputting. Kid, 𝗬𝗏𝗏 said, softening her voice just a fraction. Those monsters were curses. Manifestations of human hatred and fear. And the energy you're leaking, that's cursed energy. It's what we use to exorcise them. If you don't have a technique, how were you using those black ropes you were reportedly using? Izuku stared at her, completely lost. Black whip. That's the fifths, it's a quirk. It's not energy, it's me. It's part of me. Inside his mind, the inner sanctum was in a state of total upheaval. The vestiges were visible, but their forms were flickering with a dark, purplish static. Izuku. Nana Shimura's voice echoed in his head, sounding distorted. They don't know. They really don't know about heroes or quirks. And kid, look at yourself. Izuku looked down. Even while sitting still, a faint, dark green mist was rising from his skin. It didn't feel like the warmth of one for all. It felt heavy. It felt like grief. I don't understand, Izuku whispered, tears pricking his eyes. Where am I? Gakuganji leaned back, his expression grim. You are in the hidden world of sorcerers, where your power makes you a candidate for immediate execution, boy. If you cannot control that ocean of malice inside you, the higher-ups won't care if you're a student or a saint. They will see you as a special grade threat that needs to be put down. Gakuganji's fingers hovered over the strings of his guitar, the tension in the room thick enough to choke. He didn't see a boy, he saw a vessel overflowing with a volatile, primordial power that shouldn't exist in a human body. Execution is the standard procedure for an unregistered special grade of unknown origin, Gakuganji said, his voice as cold as a tombstone. Your quirks and UA sound like the delusions of a fractured mind. If you are a danger to the stability of the Jujutsu world, my duty is clear. Izuku's heart hammered. Execution. The word echoed in his hollow stomach. He wasn't in Mustafu. He wasn't being chased by his friends. He was in a cage, and the man across from him was talking about ending his life. Izuku, calm down, Nana's voice resonated from the back of his mind. If you panic, your energy will flare again. Look at the woman. She doesn't want this. Izuku took a shaky breath, forcing his hands to stop trembling. He looked Gakuganji in the eye, mirroring the resolve he had shown against Muscular and Overhaul. Please, Izuku said, his voice gaining a sliver of strength. I don't know who you think I am, or why my energy feels that way to you. But I've spent my life trying to save people. If I'm as dangerous as you say, then let me learn how to control it. If you kill me, you're just wasting a life that could be used to protect others from those curses. 𝗬𝗏𝗏 watched him closely. She saw the way his eyes darted to the corners of the room, the way he flinched at the sound of the guitar. It wasn't the behavior of a cold-blooded curse user. It was the behavior of a child who had been through a war zone. Principal, 𝗬𝗏𝗏 interrupted, her voice firm. Look at his records. Or rather, the lack of them. No fingerprints, no BRTH certificate, no records of him in any prefecture. But look at his hands. Those scars aren't from malicious rituals. Those are the injuries of someone who has pushed their body to the limit for a cause. Gakuganji grunted. And your point, 𝗬𝗏𝗏. He's a child, she said, stepping between Izuku and the principal. And he's clearly ignorant of our world. If we execute him now, we learn nothing. But if we bring him into the school, if I take responsibility for him, we can monitor him. We can turn that ocean of malice into a weapon for the side of good. Gakugunji remained silent for a long minute. The only sound was the flickering of the candles. He is a special grade anomaly, 𝗬𝗓𝗵𝗲, Gakugunji finally spoke. If he loses control, the BLD will be on your hands. I accept that, 𝗬𝗓𝗵 replied without hesitation. Gakugunji turned his gaze back to Izuku. You will be enrolled as a first-year student at Kyoto Jujutsu High. You will remain under constant supervision. You will be taught the basics of cursed energy, how to shroud it, how to bind it, and how to use it. If you deviate from our path, the sentence will be carried out immediately. Izuku felt a wave of relief so strong he nearly slumped in his chair. Thank you. I won't let you down. The heavy iron doors of the interrogation room finally groaned open, not to lead Izuku to an executioner, but to a dorm room. The walk through the Kyoto Jujutsu High campus was silent. The school was appealing, ancient wood, stone paths, and the smell of pine, but to Izuku, it felt like a gilded cage. He wore a new uniform, a stiff, high-collared dark jacket with golden buttons. It fit him well, but it lacked the history and the heart of his tattered hero costume. 𝗬𝗓𝗵 led him to a small, sparse room in the boys' dormitory. This is your space, 𝗬𝗓𝗵 said, leaning against the doorframe. It's been fitted with talismans to help dampen your cursed energy while you sleep. Given your state, we can't risk you having a nightmare and leveling the wing. Izuku sat on the edge of the simple futon, his hands resting on his knees. He looked at the room, no posters of All Might, no stacks of hero notebooks. Just bare walls. Thank you, Iori-san. I really do want to help. I'm sorry for the trouble I caused in the city. 𝗬𝗓𝗵 sighed, her expression softening. Just focus on resting for now, Midoriya. Tomorrow, we start the hard work. You're a student now, but you're also a person of interest. Try not to give them a reason to regret this. An hour later, hunger finally forced Izuku out of his room. He found his way to a common area where the other students were gathered. The air in the room didn't just chill when he entered, it seemed to thicken. Mai Zenin was the first to react, her hand reflexively twitching toward the holster she wasn't currently wearing. Momo Nishimiya drifted back on her broom, eyes narrowed in suspicion. Noritoshi Kamo sat at a table, perfectly still, watching Izuku with the clinical gaze of a predator assessing a rival. Miwa Kasumi was the only one who didn't look ready to fight, though she looked incredibly nervous, clutching a juice box as if it were a shield. So, Mai said, her voice dripping with sarcasm and hidden fear. The hero boy is our new classmate. Did they give you a lobotomy, or are you still planning on exploding? I'm not going to explode, Izuku said softly, standing by the doorway. I'm sorry about your gun. And for everything in the street. I wasn't in my right mind. You weren't in any mind, Kamo noted, his voice calm. Your cursed energy was reacting to your heartbeat. It was unrefined, wasteful, and incredibly dense. Besides that, I've never seen anyone with a stockpile that large. I told you guys, Miwa whispered, looking at Izuku's tired face. He's just a guy. Look at his eyes. He's exhausted. He's a ticking time bomb, Momo countered from the air. I don't care how tired he looks. He destroyed a city block by accident. What happens when he actually tries to hit something? Izuku felt the familiar sting of being an outsider, but it was different this time. In his world, people looked at his power with hope. Here, they looked at it like a plague. Don't take it personally, kid, Banjo's voice rumbled in his head. In this world, power like ours is born from the dark stuff. They're just waiting for the curse part of you to show its teeth. Prove them wrong, Izuku, Nana Shimura added, her voice a soothing balm. Show them that even this energy can be used with a hero's heart. Izuku looked at the Kyoto students, bowing deeply, a habit he couldn't shake. I know you don't trust me. I wouldn't trust me either. But I'm here to learn. If you'll have me, I'd like to try and be a student here. The room remained silent for a long moment. Kamo finally stood up, closing his book. We will see, Midoriya. Don't expect us to be easy on you just because 𝗬𝗓𝗵-san is your sponsor. As they filed out, Miwa lingered for a second. She gave him a small, hesitant nod. The cafeteria is down the hall to the left. They have katsudon today. Izuku's stomach growled, and for the first time since arriving, a tiny ghost of a smile touched his lips. Thank you, Miwa-san. The sun climbed higher over the Kyoto school, casting long, sharp shadows across the ancient stone paths. Izuku hadn't slept. He had spent the night staring at the ceiling of his new room, listening to the muffled echoes of the vestiges within him, trying to map out the strange, heavy pressure sitting in the pit of his stomach. When 𝗬𝗓𝗏 arrived at the training pavilion, she found him sitting perfectly still, a notebook already open on his lap. He looked like he was preparing for a war of information. You're up early, 𝗬𝗓𝗏 said, setting a heavy stack of texts on the low table between them. I want to understand, Izuku said, his voice steady but tired. I realized yesterday that I'm operating in the dark. If I'm going to stay here, I need to know the rules. 𝗬𝗓𝗏 nodded, her expression becoming professional and sharp. Good. Because in this world, ignorance doesn't just get you failed, it gets you killed. We're starting with the foundation. No physical training yet. You need to understand the what and the why before the how. 4 hours, 𝗬𝗓𝗏 spoke, and Izuku's pen moved with the speed of a machine. He wasn't just writing down, he was absorbing. First, 𝗬𝗓𝗏 began, you need to understand cursed energy. It is energy that leaks from the human mind. It is a byproduct of the soul's friction with reality. It is born from negative emotions. Every time a person feels fear, grief, anger, or even just a lingering resentment, energy is produced. Wait, Izuku interrupted, his pen scratching against the paper. If it's produced by everyone, why isn't everyone a sorcerer? Because normal people can't control the leak, 𝗬𝗓𝗏 explained. It just seeps out of them. That seepage is what creates cursed spirits. When that leaked energy accumulates in a single place, like a school or a hospital, it coalesces. It gains a will. It becomes a monster. A jujutsu sorcerer is someone who can retain that energy within their own gut and use it to fuel their own techniques. Izuku's mind raced. He thought about the night parade. The Nomu-like creatures weren't experiments, they were the physical manifestations of the world's collective trauma. And those are cursed techniques? Izuku asked, leaning in. Are they something you can learn, like a martial art? No, 𝗬𝗓𝗏 said firmly. Techniques are almost entirely innate. They are carved into the brain's prefrontal cortex from birth. About 80% of a sorcerer's talent is decided at the start. You can't learn a technique any more than you can learn to have a different BLD type. You can, however, learn barrier techniques, which are more like software that anyone with enough energy can run. 𝗬𝗓𝗏 watched as Izuku began to draw a complex diagram in his notebook. He was mapping the hierarchy she had just described. Grade 4 to Grade 1, the standard ranking for both sorcerers and curses, and the special grade, anomalies that can overthrow a country. 𝐼RSN, Izuku said, his thumb hovering over his lip in his characteristic muttering pose. If cursed energy is a flow, then reinforcement is just the act of coating the body in that flow to increase durability and power. But if a technique is carved into the brain, then what I was doing with the black tendrils. That's not just energy. That's my brain's specific way of processing the energy. 𝗬𝗓𝗏 blinked. Yes. That would be your innate technique. Why? Because, Izuku whispered, his eyes gleaming with a terrifying level of focus. I've been managing the output to keep from breaking. But here, the energy is the protection. If I can MSTR the shroud, I don't just get stronger. I become the medium for the technique. I've been thinking of them as separate things, but they are the same circuit. 𝗬𝗓𝗏 felt a chill. He was grasping the core philosophy of high-level sorcery, the unity of body and technique, after only 3 hours. Most students spent their entire first year just trying to understand it. 𝗬𝗓𝗏 watched the ink dry on Izuku's pages. She had taught dozens of students, but none who looked at the fundamental nature of the soul as if it were a complex math equation to be solved. Wait, Izuku said, looking up from his notes. If cursed energy comes from negative emotions, does that mean the more I'm afraid or angry, the stronger I get? That sounds dangerous. It could cloud your judgment in a fight. 𝗬𝗧𝗵 nodded solemnly. That is the trap many young sorcerers fall into. You have to learn to spark the emotion to generate the energy, but then immediately separate yourself from the feeling so you can control the flow. It's like a cold fire. You need the heat, but if you let it burn your mind, you're no better than a cursed spirit. Izuku stared at his hands. He thought about the black whip, the way the fifth user described it. If the user is not in full control of their emotions, particularly anger, the quirk can run amok and become uncontrollable. So the goal isn't just power, Izuku whispered. It's emotional regulation. I have to be the eye of the storm. The kid is a natural, the fourth user, Shinamori, hummed in the back of Izuku's mind. He spent his whole life studying everything about quirks and training with a power that wanted to break him. This jujutsu is just a different kind of recoil. Since you've grasped the source of the energy, 𝗬𝗧𝗵 said, pulling a smaller, more detailed scroll from her stack, we need to talk about the vessel. Even if you have an ocean of energy, it's useless if your body acts like a broken dam. 𝗬𝗧𝗵 stood up and began to pace the length of the wooden pavilion. Most people believe that cursed energy is like a gas that fills the body. That's a beginner's mistake. Think of it more like a viscous fluid. Your energy doesn't start in your head or your heart, she explained, tapping Izuku's midsection. It starts here. This is the furnace. If you try to pull energy from your limbs, you'll tire out in minutes. You must draw it from the center and push it outward. This is an important basic rule. Cursed energy lags behind physical movement. If you punch someone, your energy doesn't automatically follow your fist. You have to consciously pull it along. If your timing is off, your punch hits, and the energy follows a split second later, dissipating the impact. Izuku frowned, his pen flying. So, true mastery isn't just about having more energy, it's about reducing the lag between the physical intent and the energetic reinforcement and being able to output cursed energy efficiently. If I can make the energy arrive at the exact microsecond of impact, the efficiency would increase exponentially. Exactly, 𝗬𝗧𝗵 said, impressed. That's why high-level sorcerers seem so much faster and stronger. They aren't necessarily physically superior, they've just mastered the synchronization. All right, Midoriya, she began, her voice crisp in the quiet hall. Before we even think about you touching your energy, we need to establish a baseline. Every sorcerer, regardless of their innate technique, must learn 3 fundamental applications of cursed energy. Consider them your ABCs. She held up a finger. First, reinforcement. She tapped her own forearm. This is coating the skin, muscles, and bones with a thin, consistent layer of your own cursed energy. It increases durability and striking power. It's the most basic form of defense and offense. Without it, a sorcerer is just a person with a fancy parlor trick. A second finger joined the first. Second, external output. She gestured as if pushing something away from her palm. This is projecting raw cursed energy away from the body. It's highly inefficient. Without a technique to shape it or an immense reserve of cursed energy and near-perfect efficiency, it would just be a wasteful blast. It's the last resort of someone with power to burn and no finesse. A third finger. Finally, imbuement. She walked to the weapons rack and picked up a standard bokken. This is funneling energy into an object, usually a weapon, to temporarily turn it into a cursed tool. It allows the object to harm curses and amplifies its destructive potential. It requires focus and sustained, controlled flow. She placed the bokken on the floor between them. These are the foundations. Most students spend months, even a year, learning to perform just one consistently. You, however. She trailed off, her eyes narrowing as she studied him. The reports from your little incident were illuminating. Immense physical output of speed and strength. Izuku shifted nervously under her gaze. And then there's the matter of the black WHP. 𝗬𝗧𝗵 continued, her tone dry. The students described a tendril of energy that repelled a direct strike and left structural damage to a reinforced rooftop. She took a step closer. What I'm saying, Midoriya, is that you may already be using the first 2 without the simple understanding of cursed energy. You reinforced and amplified your body and outputted cursed energy with and without 𝗤𝗏 technique. The problem is, you have no control over it. It's like having a dam with no spillway. Eventually, the pressure will break everything, including you. She pointed at the 𝗏𝗏𝗏. We will not be starting with imbuement. That requires a delicacy you currently lack. We are starting with the most boring, granular, tedious exercise possible, awareness. I want you to sit. Close your eyes. I want you to find that dam inside you. I don't want you to touch it, reinforce anything, or output a single spark. I want you to just feel its shape. Understand its pressure. Map its borders. 𝗬𝗓𝗵 knelt so she was at eye level with him, her gaze intense. Your raw power is not a blessing, Midoriya. It's a loaded gun with a sensitive trigger, and you're waving it around in a room full of civilians. My job isn't to teach you how to shoot. My job is to teach you how to put the safety on. Now, sit, breathe, and tell me what you feel. Not what it does. What it is. Izuku slowly sat on the hard wooden floor, crossing his legs. He closed his eyes, a frown of deep concentration on his face. The roaring ocean of One for All was always there, a constant background hum. But to just feel its edges, its weight, without trying to channel it. It's deep, he murmured after a moment. It's not like a pool. It's like a well. But the well has no bottom. And it's not just in my stomach. It's woven through everything. My muscles, my bones. He opened his eyes, looking at his hands. And the output, she pressed, keeping her voice clinical. When I try to release a higher amount, Izuku said, his voice dropping. It doesn't feel like I'm pushing it out. It feels like the well overflows. The lid blows off. And whatever is in the way. He clenched his fist, a flicker of green lightning dancing over his knuckles before he forcefully suppressed it, a pained look crossing his face. It gets washed away. 𝗬𝗓𝗵 sat back on her heels, a slow realization dawning. He wasn't untrained. He was miscoded. He somehow had learned to use reinforcement and output as long before he ever heard the terms, but is trying to use it like it's some superpower. Okay, she said, her voice softer now. That's our starting point. We're not going to teach you how to use cursed energy, Midoriya. You already know how, in the worst possible way. We're going to teach you how to release it. We're going to teach you control. Precision. How to open the tap a centimeter instead of blowing the whole pipe off the wall. She stood up, looking down at him with a new resolve. Whatever you think you know, put it aside. We're building your control from the ground up. Understood. Izuku looked up at her, a flicker of relief in his green eyes. For the first time, someone wasn't just terrified of his power or eager to exploit it. They were giving him a manual for the weapon he'd been holding. Yes, Iori-sensei, he said, determination settling over his features. He closed his eyes again, diving back into the endless, bottomless well. The morning mist still clung to the trees surrounding the Kyoto Jujutsu High training grounds. Izuku stood on the cracked stone pavement, his new uniform feeling stiff but functional. He had spent the entire night mentally rehearsing 𝗬𝗓𝗵's lecture, visualizing his gut as a furnace and his limbs as conduits. 𝗬𝗓𝗵 stood to the side, clipboard in hand, as the rest of the Kyoto students filed onto the field. The atmosphere was thick with tension. Since Midoriya has spent the last couple of days catching up on theory, 𝗬𝗓𝗵 announced, her voice echoing off the surrounding walls, we will begin with a reflex and reinforcement drill. This is a joint exercise. Kamo, you'll take the lead. The goal is to test Midoriya's ability to shroud himself under pressure. Noritoshi Kamo stepped forward, his eyes narrowed and his posture perfectly composed. Behind him, Mizenin leaned against a pillar, cleaning her fingernails with a smirk, while Miwa gripped her katana's hilt, looking more nervous for Izuku than for herself. Midoriya, Kamo said, his voice level. In Jujutsu, if your energy doesn't move with your muscles, you are just a target. We will start with a basic exchange. I will attack, you will defend using only raw reinforcement. No tendrils. No explosions. Kamo didn't wait for a signal. He moved with the practiced grace of the Kamo clan, his hand blurring as he pulled a small pouch of 𝐵𝐵LD manipulation, slicing exorcism. A spinning disc of pressurized BLD hissed through the air toward Izuku's shoulder. Izuku's danger sense hummed, a dull vibration compared to the screaming alarms of his world, but he suppressed the urge to dodge. He remembered 𝗬𝗏𝗻's words, "The energy is the protection." He focused on his core. He didn't think about the spark of one for all, he thought about the heavy, viscous fluid of his own grief and resolve. He pulled it from his center and pushed a small amount toward his left arm a millisecond before the BLD disc struck. Clang! The sound was like metal hitting metal. The BLD disc shattered against Izuku's forearm, which was now shrouded in a dense, flickering aura of dark green. The skin wasn't even broken. He didn't flinch, my muttered, her smirk fading. And he didn't leak a drop of excess energy. Camo's eyes sharpened. Good. But reinforcement is not a static shield. It is a dynamic flow. If I hit you in two places at once, can you split your focus? Camo lunged forward, closing the gap instantly. He feinted a punch to Izuku's ribs while simultaneously preparing a BLD-hardened kick to his lead leg. Izuku's mind went into overdrive. Analysis, 2 points of impact. If I coat my entire body, the density decreases. I need to move the pool of energy to the specific points of contact at the exact microsecond. Izuku moved. He didn't just block, he flowed. As Camo's fist approached his ribs, Izuku shifted his reinforcement to his side. Then, as the kick swung toward his leg, he snapped the energy downward. Thump. Crack. The ground beneath Izuku's foot spiderwebbed from the force of the diverted cursed energy. He had perfectly synchronized the reinforcement. Incredible, Miwa whispered. His reinforcing where he anticipates the flow of Camo's attack to land. Camo stepped back, breathing slightly harder. You are indeed a fast learner, Midoriya. But let us see how you handle a technique that ignores simple durability. Camo sliced his palm, the BLD forming into a jagged, crimson arrow. BLD manipulation. Piercing BLD, the air around the arrow began to vibrate with intense pressure. This wasn't a blunt hit, it was a piercing attack designed to punch through reinforcement. The first user's voice echoed in his skull. The energy is becoming too dense. If you just block this, it'll bypass the reinforcement. You need to use the energy to deflect it, not just stop it. Izuku gritted his teeth. He felt the dark green sea in his gut start to churn. For a second, his eyes glowed with that terrifying, hollow light again. Camo, wait! 𝗬𝗏𝗻 shouted, seeing the shift in Izuku's aura. But Izuku didn't explode. He didn't use a smash. He simply reached out and caught the air in front of the arrow. By concentrating his energy, using a concept he'd adapted from his Delaware smash finger flicks, he created a localized, high-output blast of cursed energy from his palm. As the convergence arrow hit the field above his hand, he swiped it away, spinning it off its trajectory. It slammed into a stone lantern nearby and obliterated it. Izuku stood there, hand outstretched, his chest heaving. The green energy died down, leaving him standing in silence. Camo lowered his hands, staring at the shattered lantern. You didn't just reinforce your body. You manipulated the output to create a parry. Who taught you that? No one, Izuku breathed, wiping sweat from his forehead. I thought about the physics of the energy flow. It felt like the right thing to do. The Kyoto students were no longer wary, they were genuinely stunned, the disbelief on their faces slowly giving way to a dawning, unsettling respect. Training is over for the morning, 𝗬𝗏𝗻 announced, her voice cutting through the tension. She approached Izuku, her eyes scanning him for the leakage she had seen when they first found him. Midoriya, go to the infirmary. I want them to check your CE levels. You're processing information faster than your brain should be able to handle. The locker room air was thick with the smell of ozone and sweat. As Izuku changed into a fresh uniform, the silence was sharp, broken only by the click of metal latches. He could feel the weight of their stares, particularly from the girl leaning against the doorway, her eyes assessing him with unnerving intensity. You're a real piece of work, aren't you, hero boy? Mai Zenin said, her voice dripping with a mix of sarcasm and genuine suspicion. Izuku paused, a shirt halfway over his head. "Hero boy." "That look in your eyes," Mai sneered, pushing off the locker. "The way you blocked 𝐻𝐽𝑚𝐲's attack like you were showing off. It's nauseating. You act like some protagonist out of a manga." "I'm not showing off," Izuku said, softly, bowing slightly. I've spent a long time studying how power moves. I've had to. If I didn't understand the mechanics of my own strength, I would have broken a long time ago." "Don't play dumb," Mai sneered, pushing off the locker. "The self-righteous posture. The ridiculous lecturing face you make when you're muttering to yourself. It's all so heroic. Utterly fake." Noritoshi Kamo, wrapping his arms in fresh bandages, didn't look up. "Your background must have been a place of constant conflict for a you to master such lethal efficiency. You move your cursed energy as if it's a second skin. There's no hesitation, no visible calculation. You saw an opening and your body reacted with optimized force. It's not a technique. It's a conditioned reflex." He finished tying off the bandage. "It's impressive. And somewhat terrifying." Izuku looked at his hands. It was true. Because of his time mastering one for all, the concept of reinforcement felt like second nature. He didn't have to struggle with the lag 𝐒𝐽𝑚𝐲 mentioned. To him, cursed energy was just like his old power, a current that needed to be distributed at specific percentages across his body to keep the vessel from shattering. "There were some tough moments," Izuku said quietly, not meeting their eyes. "Conflicts. But it taught me that not understanding your power is the quickest way to get yourself or someone else killed." Mai barked a short, humorless laugh. "Spare us the tragic backstory. We all have our scars." She took a step closer, her eyes boring into him. "What I want to know is what your deal is. 𝗂𝐽𝑚𝐲-sensei doesn't give private, pre-dawn theory lessons to anyone. She looked at you like you were a puzzle she couldn't solve. What are you? A failed experiment from some clan. A special grade curse in a school uniform." Miwa's gentle voice cut in from the doorway. She had been silent until now, her large eyes watching the exchange with keen interest. "That's not fair." "Life isn't fair, Miwa," Mai shot back, though her gaze didn't leave Izuku. "He waltzes in here, didn't know the first thing about our world, and now he's discussing cursed energy like a third-year thesis student. Forgive me for being suspicious of the mysterious transfer student with monster-level output and a hero complex." Izuku flinched at hero complex, a old wound poked. He took a steadying breath. "I'm not a curse. I'm not an experiment. I'm just someone who was given a power I didn't ask for, in a world I don't understand." He looked at Mai, then at Kamo, and finally at Miwa. "I'm trying to learn. So I don't hurt anyone. So I can help. That's all." Miwa stepped forward, placing herself subtly between Mai and Izuku. "What Mai means, in her own way," she said, giving Mai a sidelong glance, "is that your skill level is bizarre. Your theoretical knowledge is advanced, but you lacked basic jujutsu knowledge. You didn't know what a curse energy was or even curses. It's confusing." Kamo nodded, folding his arms. "It suggests you were trained in isolation. Your foundation is purely technical, built around the management of an immense, dangerous power, with no cultural or systemic context. You are an expert driver who has never seen a car." The analogy was so apt it stunned Izuku into silence. That was exactly it. To them, he just appeared. They don't know of his life or history. Mai studied his reaction, her suspicions softening a fraction into something more like baffled frustration. "So you're what? A intellectual who just happens to be painfully earnest." "I don't know what I am," Izuku admitted, the confession feeling heavy in the quiet room. "But I know I need to be here. To learn how this world works. From all of you." He looked at each of them in turn. "I'm not asking for your trust. I'm asking for the chance to prove I'm on your side." The locker room was quiet again. Mai looked away first, a conflicted frown on her face. Miwa offered Izuku a small, sympathetic smile. Kamo simply nodded once, a brief, acknowledging dip of his chin. "Just stay out of my way, hero boy," Mai muttered, turning to leave. But her exit lacked its usual sharp finality. It was more of a retreat. 𝗵𝗲 gave 𝗧𝗑𝗪 another encouraging nod before following her. 𝗕𝗲 was the last to leave. He paused at the door. "Your output is your greatest asset, Midoriya," he said, his voice low. "And your greatest vulnerability. Everyone will be watching to see how you control it." Then he was gone, leaving 𝗧𝗑𝗪 alone with the echo of his words and the profound sense that he was an equation everyone was trying to solve, with no one sure of the answer. The week that followed was a study in controlled tension. 𝗧𝗑 existed in a bubble of quiet observation and internal calculation. He attended 𝗬𝗓𝗏's lectures, his pen a blur in his notebook, mapping the flow of cursed energy not as a mystical force, but as a problem to be solved. He watched his classmates train, analyzing their forms, the minute lag between their intent and their energy's manifestation. He said little, but his presence was a gravitational pull. The summons came from 𝗬𝗓𝗏. He was called to a stark, traditional office where she stood rigidly beside a low table. Seated next to her was Gakugunji Yoshinobu, the principal of Kyoto Jujutsu High, his ancient face impassive as he sipped tea. "Midoriya Izuku," Gakugunji began, his voice like dry parchment. "Your unique circumstances have attracted attention from Tokyo. The higher-ups are not satisfied with theoretical assessments or controlled demonstrations. They require a field report, evidence of practical application and, more importantly, controllability." 𝗬𝗓𝗏's jaw was tight. "With all due respect, Principal, he's been here less than 2 weeks. He's still learning the most basic, which is precisely the point, Ari," Gakugunji interrupted, his eyes never leaving 𝗧𝗑. "We must ascertain if this investment of resources is justified. Is he a sorcerer who can be integrated, or merely a natural disaster wearing a uniform? The answer lies not in a dojo, but in the field." He set his cup down with a soft click. "There is a disturbance in the Gion district. An old kabuki theater. There have been reported patterns of disappearances. Residual energy suggests a nesting ground grade 3 curse, likely drawn to the negative emotions of failed performances and forgotten art. A standard exorcism mission." 𝗬𝗓𝗏's eyes flickered to 𝗧𝗑 and sighed, a silent warning in them. "2 of our students, a second-year, Nishimiya Momo, and a first-year 𝗵𝗲 Kasumi will be assigned with you. Their objective is reconnaissance and, if possible, exorcism." 𝗬𝗓𝗏 continued. "Your objective, Midoriya, is observation. You will accompany them. You will not engage unless their lives are in undeniable danger. You are a contingency, a safety measure. Do you understand the parameters?" This wasn't a test of his power, it was a test of his obedience. He met the principal's gaze, bowing deeply. "I understand, sir. Observe and reinforce only if necessary." "See that you do," Gakugunji said, his tone leaving no room for error. Later, at the school gate, 𝗬𝗓𝗏 approached him, her voice low and urgent. "Listen to me, Midoriya. This isn't a game. If you so much as twitch your energy without provocation, they'll label you unstable. A liability. They will intervene, and it will not be gentle." She gripped his shoulder, her fingers tight. "𝗵𝗲 and Momo are capable. Let them handle it. Your only job is to watch and learn. Am I clear?" "Crystal clear, Iori-sensei," 𝗧𝗑 said, his voice firm. The walk to Gion was tense and quiet. 𝗵𝗲 walked with a calm, ready posture, her hand resting lightly on the hilt of her sheathed katana. Momo walked slightly ahead on her broom, scouting. 𝗧𝗑 trailed just behind, his eyes scanning everything, the architecture, the flow of pedestrians, the subtle, almost imperceptible warping of space that signaled a veil. "It's just up ahead," Momo murmured, gesturing to a narrow alley that seemed to swallow the daylight. "The veil is already in place." When they slipped through the barrier, the air inside was cold and still, smelling of damp wood, old velvet, and something sweetly rotten. 𝗧𝗑's danger sense, which had been a quiet hum, sharpened into a distinct, rhythmic pulse. "Something's wrong," he whispered, his voice cutting through the oppressive silence. "The energy. It's not just pooled. It's breathing. It's got a rhythm." Momo glanced back from her broom, her expression skeptical. "It's just a theater, Midoriya. Old places hold on to feelings. Stay behind 𝗵𝗲. They moved into the main auditorium. Dust motes danced in the slivers of light cutting through broken roof tiles. The crimson velvet of the seats were moth-eaten and faded. The stage, however, was ominously clear. Momo stepped forward, her focus absolute. I'll do aerial recon, 𝗵𝗲 you check backstage. Midoriya, you stay at the threshold. Watch our backs and call out anything from the periphery. Izuku nodded, positioning himself as instructed. But his eyes were locked on the heavy, tattered curtain. Danger sense was louder here, synchronized with a faint creaking of ropes. Suddenly, the shadows on the stage lengthened. A massive, pale figure crawled from behind the curtain, a weeping woman with a body made of tangled wooden limbs and theater ropes. Its face was a smooth, featureless mannequin's head, from which echoed a soundless, open-mouthed wail. It was a grade 2, born from the anguish of countless failed performers and abandoned productions. It's here! Momo shouted, swooping lower. A grade 2. I thought they said it was a grade 3-inch, 𝗵𝗲 shouted, drawing her katana. New shadow style, simple domain. A perfect circle of neutral territory bloomed at her feet, pushing back the oppressive, mournful aura of the curse. The creature shrieked, a sound of snapping wood and tearing fabric. But it didn't lunge for 𝗵𝗲 within her safe zone. Its blank face rotated slowly, then locked onto Izuku. He felt it. A hungry, greedy pull. The curse wasn't interested in the balanced, refined energy of the two sorcerers. It was fixated on the vast, dark, untamed ocean inside him. A feast. Ignoring us. Momo cried out, banking 𝐻𝗪 on her broom. Midoriya, get back. It's targeting you. The curse uncoiled, its rope limbs lashing out like WHPS, propelling its massive wooden body across the auditorium with shocking speed. It was upon him in a heartbeat, a cascade of splinters and despair. Izuku didn't retreat. Utaheim's warning a scream in his mind. Observe. Do not engage. But his body moved on a different axis, the axis of 100 battles, of instincts forged in life or death seconds. His mind became a cold slate of calculations, trajectory, mass, velocity, the weak points in the tangled wooden torso. He didn't summon Black Whip. He didn't even clench his fist. He simply stepped forward, inside the arc of its swinging limb, and placed his palm flat against the center of its chest where the ropes knotted together. Cursed energy output, 5%. The green energy didn't just crackle, it sheathed him, a silent, focused burst. He focused the external output not as a wild blast, but as a shaped charge, a sphere of pure, concussive force contained to the point of contact. Boom! The sound was deep and final, like a great tree snapping. There was no flashy explosion, just a localized implosion of power. The center of the curse's torso ceased to exist. A perfect, clean hole, edges smoldering, appeared where his palm had been. The curse didn't fly back, it simply unraveled, its form dissolving into a cloud of purple-gray ash that drifted gently to the dusty floor. The silence that followed was absolute, broken only by the faint of a single, scorched wooden bead hitting the ground. 𝗵𝗲's simple domain flickered and died. She stood frozen, her katana half-drawn, her eyes wide. Momo landed softly, her broom tilting as she stared at the dissipating ash. 𝗓𝗍 stammered, her voice small in the vast, empty theater. I thought. You were just supposed to observe. Izuku looked down at his hand, clean and unmarked. The green energy faded, leaving only the scent of ozone. He looked at them, his expression one of profound, genuine apology. I'm sorry. It was moving too fast. My body just reacted. Momo dismounted her broom, her steps slow as she approached the pile of ash. She looked from it to Izuku, her face pale. You didn't even use a cursed technique, she whispered, the words hanging in the dead air. That was just raw energy. She turned to look at him, her eyes wide with a dawning, fearful realization. Here's a monster. The walk back to Kyoto Jujutsu High was draped in a heavy, contemplative silence. The giant district's neon lights flickered behind them, but the image of the theater and the boy who had hollowed out a grade 2 curse with a casual palm remained burned into the minds of 𝗵𝗲 and Momo. Izuku trailed several paces behind, his head bowed, not in shame, but in a focused thought. He could still feel the phantom recoil of the energy discharge in his palm, a clean, sharp sensation utterly different from the bone-shattering feedback of a Detroit smash. It's similar to when a defleeted 𝐒𝐭𝐽𝑔 attack, he thought, his mind racing faster than his feet. But this was different. It was like releasing the directed pressure. Like focusing a fire hose into a needle's eye. Ari-sensei said external output was wasteful, but what if your reservoir is an ocean? What if your output could match your reserves? Is waste even a problem? Talking about external output, thinking of 𝗵𝗲's actions. 𝗵𝗲-san's simple domain, he continued, it wasn't just an attack. It was a declaration of space. She used her cursed energy to output a created safe zone where her rules applied. It's different than what I do, more refined. From what I understand, it is a barrier technique. Ari-sensei said barrier techniques are like software, logic puzzles made of cursed energy. It's not about the hardware of an innate technique. It's about the form. The rule is the boundary. He glanced ahead at 𝗵𝗲's back. Her posture was perfect, but he saw the slight tremor in her hands as she adjusted the strap of her katana case. He saw the way Momo, gliding silently on her broom just above the pavement, kept glancing back at him with wide, uncertain eyes. They're scared. Of me. The thought was a cold knife. He'd spent so long trying not to be a burden, trying to be worthy of one for all, trying to be a hero who saved people. Here, he'd saved them from a threat, and all he'd done was terrify them. He'd become the unpredictable variable, the walking catastrophe Jotunheim was trying to prevent. I have to be better, he whispered to the empty street, his voice swallowed by the night. I have to learn how to do less. How to be controlled. Contained. The concept of the simple domain burned in his mind. A barrier. A declaration. If I can learn to declare a stable shape, a boundary around myself, I can contain the leak. I can stop being a hazard to everyone standing near me. You're doing it again. Momo's voice, softer than usual, cut through his muttering. She had drifted back on her broom to match his walking pace. The mumbling. It's intense. Izuku jolted, his face flushing a deep, embarrassed red. Sorry. It's a bad habit. I was just analyzing the mission and 𝗵𝗲-san's technique. The way the energy stayed perfectly equal from her herself, the efficiency is incredible. It's a perfect circular surface area, maintained through excellent control. If I could emulate even a fraction of that stability, 𝗵𝗲 slowed her steps, letting them catch up. She didn't look directly at him, her gaze fixed ahead. It's just a fundamental defensive form, Midoriya. A basic kata. Compared to what you did, she trailed off, the unspoken that was monstrous hanging in the air. That was an accident. Izuku blurted out, his voice louder than he intended. He winced, lowering it. I mean, the exorcism was intentional, but the output, it was excessive. Reckless. I'm supposed to be learning control, and I just defaulted to overwhelming force. I'm really sorry for causing a scene. I'll work harder. I'll do better. Momo looked at him, really looked at him. She saw the genuine distress in his eyes, the frantic sincerity. He wasn't boasting, he was apologizing for being too powerful. It was baffling. You talk about my simple domain like it's a puzzle, 𝗵𝗲 said quietly, finally turning her head to meet his gaze. But what you did, it wasn't a technique. It was just a wave. A tsunami doesn't solve a puzzle, it just washes everything away. How do you practice being less of a tsunami? Izuku fell silent for a long moment as they turned onto the quieter road leading to the school. You build a seawall, he said finally, his voice firm with new resolve. Piece by piece. That's what I need. A seawall. I need to learn how to build one. The rest of the walk passed in a quieter, more pensive silence. The fear in the air had shifted, tempered by a mutual confusion. They were afraid of what he was. He was afraid what he could be. And in that strange space, a fragile understanding began to form, not of trust, but of a shared. As the gates of Kyoto Jujutsu High came into view, dark against the night sky, Izuku's mind was no longer on the dissolving curse or the shocked faces of his peers. It was on boundaries, on the precise, the patient art of building a wall strong enough to hold an ocean. The mission was over. His real training, he realized, had just begun. 𝗬𝗓𝗵𝗲 was waiting at the school's main gate, her arms crossed and her eyes sharp. The afternoon sun caught the dark strands of her hair, framing a face that was a perfect mask of professional irritation. She didn't move as the trio approached, her presence a silent, demanding question. She scanned them, her analytical gaze taking in every detail, Miwa's wide-eyed relief, Nishimiya's composed but tense posture, and Izuku. Her eyes narrowed. Izuku's uniform was pristine. Not a single tear, not a speck of dust from the abandoned building where the mission had taken place. It was as if he'd simply gone for a walk. "Report," she commanded, her voice clipped and sharp. Momo Nishimiya stepped forward, her expression a carefully constructed mask of professionalism. The mission was a success, 𝗬𝗓𝗵𝗲. The curse was a grade 2. 1 grade higher than the initial intel suggested. It exhibited unusually aggressive behavior. It fixated on Midoriya immediately, likely due to the high concentration of his cursed energy. He neutralized it on his own. Exorcism was instantaneous. No collateral damage to the property or civilians. All personnel are accounted for and unharmed. 𝗬𝗓𝗵𝗲's gaze didn't leave Izuku. "I believe my order was to observe. To engage only if Miwa or Nishimiya were in direct, life-threatening danger." Izuku flinched as if struck, his spine snapping into a deep, 90-degree bow so fast it was a blur of motion. "I am so sorry, Iari-sensei. It was my fault. I misjudged the situation." It lunged, and my reflexes took over. "I didn't think, I just acted to ensure Miwa-san and Nishimiya-san weren't hit. I'm prepared for whatever disciplinary action you deem necessary." He was trembling, but not with fear. It was of a body containing a power that didn't understand the concept of holding back. He was genuinely, profoundly sorry for breaking the order. 𝗬𝗓𝗵𝗲 stared at the back of his head for a long moment. His whole personality was conflicting. She saw a boy who could, by her own estimation, level a city block if he truly let loose. A boy who had just exorcised a higher-grade curse with an ease. And right now, that same boy was trembling over a broken observation order. His not a weapon, she thought, a wave of profound exhaustion washing over her. His a loaded gun with the safety permanently off, being carried by a golden retriever who's terrified he might have scratched the floor. Momo's mind was racing, replaying the event in a cold, analytical loop. It's weird, the way the air grew heavy, the way his cursed energy spiked from a low hum to a deafening roar in a nanosecond. It was a SWCH being flipped. One moment, he was our nervous, muttering classmate. The next, he was a god of death. He didn't even raise his voice. He just threw his fist, and the curse, gone. Miwa, on the other hand, was just trying to keep her knees from buckling. She kept her eyes fixed on the ground, her hands clenched into fists in her pockets. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 aloud. His apologizing. For saving us. Is this what it's like to work with high-grade sorcerers? Is this why Gojo Satoru is so? Gojo Satoru. I need a soda. A whole case of soda. I'm never going on a mission above grade 3 again. Ever. Your apology is noted, 𝗬𝗓𝗄 said, her voice softening just a fraction. She let out a long, weary sigh, the sound barely audible. Tactically, your assessment was correct. The curse's trajectory was unpredictable. Ensuring team safety was the correct priority. The mission was a success. She looked at the three of them, really looked at them. Momo's carefully neutral face, Kasumi's barely suppressed panic, and Izuku, still bowing, waiting for a punishment that would never come. Your disciplinary action, she said, a hint of wry amusement in her tone, is to go eat lunch. The two of you. You're dismissed. Izuku slowly straightened up, his face a mixture of confusion and relief. Lunch, sensei. Yes, lunch, she confirmed, pointing a finger at him. Your brain is likely overheated from all that apologizing. Go on. Get out of my sight. Nishimiya, you're with me. I want a more detailed verbal report. 𝗵𝗲, you're on cafeteria duty. Make sure Midoriya eats at least 3 bowls of rice. Yes, sensei, the 3 chorused, their relief palpable. As 𝗵𝗲 practically dragged a still muttering Izuku toward the dining hall, Momo fell into step beside 𝗬𝗓𝗓𝗓. Nishimiya, 𝗬𝗓𝗓𝗓 said, her eyes fixed forward. You told me what you saw. Now tell me what you felt. Momo took a deep breath. It was the speed, sensei. Not just his physical speed, but the speed of his decision-making. There was no hesitation. There was nothing that I could perceive. One moment we were preparing to engage the curse, the next it was gone. It was terrifyingly efficient. 𝗬𝗓𝗓𝗓 nodded grimly. And his cursed energy. That's the other thing, Momo said, her voice dropping even lower. It's not just powerful. It's heavy, dense. When he activated it, it felt like the gravity in the room increased tenfold. It wasn't an explosive or elemental output. It was just pressure. Pure, overwhelming force. I've never felt anything like it. They walked in silence for a moment, the weight of Momo's words settling between them. Here's a problem, isn't he? Momo asked, voicing the fear they all shared. Here's a solution looking for a problem, 𝗬𝗓𝗓𝗓 corrected, stopping and turning to face her student. And that's what makes him dangerous. I know he's someone that's willing to protect us with his life. But what happens when his definition of protecting conflicts with the rules of Jujutsu society? What happens when the problem he decides to solve is the system itself? She looked back in the direction Izuku had gone. Gakugunji sees him as a weapon to be controlled. The higher-ups see him as an anomaly to be studied. I see a boy with the power of a god and the conscience of a saint. And that, Momo, is the most terrifying combination of all. Because a saint will always try to do the right thing. And in our world, the right thing is often the most destructive thing imaginable. She sighed again, rubbing her temples. Go on. Get some rest. And keep an eye on him. Not as a mission, but as a friend. He's going to need them. The cafeteria was a quiet sanctuary of wood and steam. Izuku hovered at the edge of the room, his tray trembling slightly. He scanned the tables and found them. Kasumi 𝗵𝗲 and Noritoshi Kamo, sitting with a tall, wooden figure he'd never seen before. He took a deep breath, but before he could take a step, the voices erupted in his mind. Don't do it, kid, the gruff voice of Daigoro Banjo rumbled. Look at him. Mr. sticks up his butt and the girl who still ties her shoes with bunny ears. You're better than this. They are his peers, Banjo, Nana Shimura's softer voice countered. This is not about pride. He cannot continue to isolate himself. Survival. Banjo shot back. He's a walking nuke. What's he gonna learn from them? How to properly fold a napkin. His last training session was a disaster because he's trying to play by their rules. He needs to break things, not have tea time. They are not the enemy, Daigoro, 𝗬𝗓𝗓 Shinomori's weary voice interjected, a calm presence in the storm. Observe. The one called Kamo, his posture is rigid. Disciplined. He comes from a lineage. There is knowledge there, structure. And the girl, her cursed energy is weak, but it's stable. She is a baseline. He needs to understand a baseline before he can surpass it. A baseline is for people who aren't holding Black Whip in their bones. Banjo grumbled. He's wasting time. It is not a waste of time to build alliances, Shinomori insisted. He is an outsider. His power makes him a threat and an anomaly. If he does not integrate, he will be isolated. And an isolated weapon is always the first one to be disassembled. Izuku's grip tightened on his tray. They were right. All of them. He was a mess. He was powerful but had no control. He was an outsider with no allies. He couldn't just keep hiding in his room, muttering to ghosts and hoping for a breakthrough. He took another deep breath, this one to steady his nerves, and forced his feet to move. He shuffled over, the internal debate quieting to a low hum as he focused on the task at hand. May I join you? Noritoshi gave a curt, almost imperceptible nod. 𝗵𝗲, mid-chew, gave a vigorous thumbs up and gestured to the empty stool beside her. Izuku sat, his katsuden untouched. 𝗵𝗲-san, at the theater, the simple domain. You wouldn't happen to have any instructions to learn it. The effect was instantaneous. 𝗵𝗲's friendly demeanor evaporated, replaced by a look of wide-eyed panic. She dropped her chopsticks, which clattered loudly against her bowl. 𝗧𝗏𝗏𝐼's gaze sharpened, turning from analytical to glacial in a split second. Instructions. 𝗵𝗲 whispered, looking over her shoulder as if the school's administration might be hiding behind the potted plant. 𝗵𝗲, you can't just ask about that. It's a new shadow-style technique. 𝗧𝗏𝗏𝗧 set his teacup down with a sharp, deliberate click. She is correct. It is not a simple schoolyard kata. It is a secret technique of the new shadow-style school, passed down only to their direct bloodline and sanctioned disciples. To teach it to an outsider, especially one of your unique status, is forbidden. Izuku's face went ashen. He felt like he'd just tried to pay for his meal with Monopoly money. I had no idea. I'm so sorry. I just saw how effective it was, and with my cursed energy being so unstable, I thought a defensive technique that creates a safe space would be the perfect place to start. I didn't mean to ask for something forbidden. 𝗵𝗲 looked from Izuku's panicked face to 𝗧𝗏𝗏𝗏's stern one and seemed to shrink in her seat. I can't, 𝗵𝗲. I really can't. I could get expelled. Or worse. 𝗧𝗏𝗏𝗏 studied Izuku's genuine, horrified apology. The boy wasn't being malicious, he was being his usual, hopelessly earnest and dangerously analytical self. He saw a problem and immediately sought the most logical solution, completely oblivious to the political and cultural landmines he was tap dancing on. Your logic is sound, but your methodology is flawed, 𝗧𝗏𝗏𝗏 said, his tone still cold but losing some of its edge. You seek a solution to your unrefined energy. A defensive technique is a logical path. However, you cannot simply ask for the keys to another clan's army. Then what do I do? Izuku asked, his voice small. If I can't learn things like that, how am I supposed to ever catch up? You learn the fundamentals, 𝗧𝗏𝗏𝗏 said firmly. You learn to control your own energy before you try to manipulate the world around you. 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗏's path is the correct one for you. Reinforcement. External output. MSTR the raw material before you attempt to forge it into a weapon. When you have demonstrated the control and 𝗕𝗶𝗏𝗏 worthy of being taught an advanced technique, then you can ask. Not before. Izuku nodded slowly, the lesson sinking in. He wasn't just in a new world, he was in a new society with rules he didn't even know existed. I understand. I apologize again, 𝗵𝗲san, Kamo-san. 𝗵𝗲 let out a breath she hadn't realized she was holding. It's okay. Just be more careful, okay? His attention then shifted to the silent puppet. I'm sorry, I don't think we've met. I'm Midoriya Izuku. A metallic, resonant voice vibrated from the puppet. The name is Mechamaru. A pleasure. The puppet's head tilted slightly. And you are Midoriya Izuku. The one with the unrefined, explosive cursed energy. Izuku flinched slightly. Yeah, that's me. It's a work in progress. I have heard quite a bit about you from Mechamaru continued, his tone flat and factual. Her reports were colorful. She described you as a self-righteous time bomb with a hero complex and a walking natural disaster who doesn't know the first thing about jujutsu. Izuku's face went red with embarrassment. He instinctively scratched the back of his neck, a nervous habit he'd never been able to break. She's not entirely wrong about the not knowing the first thing part, at least at first, he mumbled, his gaze dropping to his untouched katsuden. The natural disaster part is a work in progress. I'm trying to get the explosive under control. A work in progress that exorcised a grade 2 curse with a single touch, 𝗧𝗏𝗏𝗏 commented dryly, taking a sip of his tea. 𝗵𝗲's descriptions, while crude, are not without merit. Hey, be nice. 𝗵𝗲 chimed in, swallowing her food. He saved us. A self-righteous time bomb is better than a dead one, right? She looked at Izuku's mortified expression and quickly added, I mean, not that you're a time bomb. You're just powerful. Like a really big, friendly firework. The comparison only made Izuku blush harder. Thank you, I think. Her assessment is based on observable data, 𝗵𝗲 stated, his wooden head tilting in a way that felt unnervingly analytical. Your cursed energy signature is chaotic and lacks refinement. Your combat responses are disproportionately powerful to the threats presented. Her conclusion that you are a liability is logical. However, her emotional qualifiers are irrelevant. It's all just data. I can work with data. Izuku said. It is a strategic liability, Noritoshi commented, taking a sip of his tea. As you demonstrated during our last training session. Izuku's face fell further. Right. Your BLD manipulation, it was incredible. The way you used it, it is the 𝐒𝐫 clan's inherited technique, Noritoshi said, a hint of pride in his voice. It requires absolute precision. A single impurity in the BLD can disrupt the entire technique. Your raw power is useless against an opponent who can strike you from a dozen directions at once with projectiles you cannot predict. Which is why I need to learn control, Izuku said, his voice firm. I need to learn how to fight smart, not just hard. Noritoshi set his cup down, his expression shifting from cold observation to something more akin to academic curiosity. Your analytical mind is a great asset, Midoriya. Your power is your curse. If you are serious about refining your control, I can assist you. My BLD manipulation requires a level of cursed energy refinement that is intensive. Training with me could help you learn to temper your own output. Izuku's jaw dropped. He looked from Noritoshi's impassive face to Miwa's encouraging grin and then to the impassive puppet. You'd do that. For me. Your power is an asset to the school. Your lack of control is a liability to everyone on your team, including me, Noritoshi stated, though his tone was less cold and more matter-of-fact. It is a logical exchange. I help you, and you become a more effective ally. And I can help too. Miwa chimed in, her eyes sparkling. I can be the one you practice your, not exploding things on. I'm great at getting hit. A small, genuine smile touched Noritoshi's lips, a rare sight. An admirable, if painful, volunteering. Izuku looked at the three of them. The brilliant, isolated puppeteer who saw him as a fellow mind. The proud, noble-born prodigy who was willing to help him refine his chaotic power. And the bubbly, kind-hearted girl who was willing to stand in front of him and take a hit for the sake of his progress. He wasn't just an outsider with a dangerous curse anymore. He was part of a team. Right, he said, picking up his chopsticks with a renewed sense of purpose. First, we fuel up. Then, we get to work. He finally dug into his katsudon, the sting of Mai's insults fading, replaced by the warm, unfamiliar feeling of acceptance. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of pine. Noritoshi Kamo stood with his characteristic, rigid posture, his arms crossed. Izuku stood opposite him, feeling like he was about to be dissected. Before we even discuss your cursed energy, I must first understand the vessel, Noritoshi said, his voice as cool and sharp as a winter morning. Show me how you fight. No cursed energy. I want to see what your body knows when it is just flesh and bone. Izuku nodded, his expression serious. He took a deep breath and centered himself. He only knew what he had learned from watching heroes, from fighting for his life. He had to rely on the instincts he had honed before he ever came to this world. He lunged. It was a straight, powerful punch, his body twisting to put every ounce of weight behind it. It was pure, unadulterated aggression. A straightforward, committed attack. Noritoshi didn't even blink. He took a single, fluid step to the side, and Izuku's fist whistled harmlessly through the air where he had been a moment before. As Izuku overextended, Noritoshi's hand shot out, not to strike, but to press gently against Izuku's back, using his own momentum to send him stumbling forward. Too committed, Noritoshi stated, his voice flat. You put everything into a single direction. A simple redirection is all it takes to defeat you. For the next 20 minutes, the pattern repeated itself. Izuku attacked with a straightforward, powerful, and earnest style. Noritoshi dismantled him without throwing a single punch. He used redirection, leverage, and precise, debilitating taps to nerve centers and joints. He never fought 𝐒𝐬𝐽's strength, he simply let 𝐒𝐬𝐽 defeat himself. Finally, breathing and covered in dirt, 𝐒𝐬𝐽 slumped. I don't understand. How are you doing that? You are fighting with a playbook that your opponent has already read, 𝗧𝗏𝗏 said, his voice devoid of mockery, only clinical analysis. You have no style. You have only a series of committed, explosive attacks. It is the strategy of a battering ram. It is powerful, but it has no adaptability. It is a dead end. He looked down at Izuku, his gaze sharp. My clan's style is about precision and counterfighting. It would not suit you. To force you into that mold would be to clip your wings. You are an initiator. You need a style that embraces your directness but refines it. Izuku looked up, confused. But you said my style was a dead end. It is, 𝗧𝗏𝗏 corrected. But the principle behind it is not. You fight with your whole body, your whole soul. That is your strength. We simply need to give that soul a better language to speak. He stopped and looked at Izuku. Close your eyes. Remember the last time you used your cursed energy. Remember how it felt. Don't think about the technique. Think about the feeling. Izuku closed his eyes. He remembered the theater. The curse lunging. The ocean of energy. The surge of power. It wasn't a thought, it was an instinct. A primal scream of protect. It's a roar, Izuku whispered. It's not a stream. It's a tidal wave. Sometimes, it has a mind of its own. I just point it where it needs to go. Interesting, 𝗧𝗏𝗏 murmured. You are trying to channel a tidal wave through a garden hose. That is why you are inefficient. You cannot contain it. So do not try to contain it. Guide it. He walked back to his starting position. Again. Attack me. No cursed energy. But this time, do not think about punches or kicks. Think about that tidal wave. Do not try to hit me. Try to wash over me. Use your whole body. Be the wave. Izuku stood up, a new understanding dawning in his mind. Be the wave. Not the cannonball, but the water itself. He took a deep breath. He wasn't just a brawler anymore. He was a force of nature. He moved. It wasn't a lunge. It was a flow. He burst forward, his body a torrent of motion. He didn't throw a punch, he launched his hand, his knee, his elbow, a continuous, overwhelming barrage of attacks from every angle. There was no beginning and no end to the motion, just a constant, forward-pressing attack of limbs. 𝗧𝗏𝗏 was forced to retreat for the first time. He could no longer simply redirect a single blow. He was faced with a dozen, all at once. He parried, he dodged, he blocked, but for every strike he avoided, two more were coming. He was being overwhelmed. Finally, Izuku saw an opening. It was a tiny, fleeting gap in 𝗧𝗏𝗏's defense, a millisecond where his focus was on deflecting a high strike. Izuku's wave crashed into it. He didn't throw a punch. He simply drove his open palm forward, channeling all that forward momentum into a single, focused point. He didn't hit 𝗧𝗏𝗏. He stopped a centimeter from his chest. The force of the stopped blow had 𝗧𝗏𝗏 take a step back, his robes whipping around him. He stared at Izuku, his eyes wide with a mixture of shock and profound respect. You see, 𝗧𝗏𝗏 said, a rare, genuine smile gracing his lips. You don't need to learn a rigid style. You needed to find the style that was already inside you. And yourself is a terrifyingly effective storm. Izuku stood there, breathing heavily, his mind racing. 𝗧𝗏𝗏 was right. He had been trying to fit his chaotic power and analytical mind into a box labeled hero. But that wasn't him. Not anymore. He needed something that could adapt, something that could be direct without being rigid, something that could be both a storm and a scalpel. He thought about his cursed energy, the tidal wave. He thought about Black Whip, the unpredictable, multi-limbed extension of his will. He thought about his own mind, which saw every fight as a puzzle with 1,000 possible solutions. He didn't want a style. He wanted a philosophy. A phrase he'd once read in an old book from another life echoed in his mind. Be like water. That was it. Formless, shapeless, adapting to any container. It wasn't a style, it was a state of being. A way to intercept, not just block. To be direct, but not predictable. To use what works, discard what doesn't, and make the rest his own. It was a path, not a destination. A way of thinking, not a set of rules. It was a way to be himself, analytical, adaptable, and overwhelmingly direct, all at once. He didn't need to learn a new way to fight. He just needed to give himself permission to fight the way he was always meant to. He looked at Noritoshi, a new fire in his eyes. Izuku said, his voice steady, "I think I understand." Noritoshi watched the fire ignite in Izuku's eyes, a rare, genuine smile touching his lips. Good. Then the lesson can truly begin. He took a step back, creating space between them. You have found the idea. Now you must use your body to wield it. Your cursed energy is your power, but your body is the vessel. If the vessel is rigid, the power will shatter it. The words resonated deep within Izuku, striking a chord of sudden, blinding clarity. The vessel is rigid. That was it. That was the missing piece. All this time, he'd been trying to force the old methods into a new system. He'd been using the same muscle memory, the same mental pathways, and expecting it to work. But that night, the night parade, he hadn't been using a vessel at all. He had been running on fumes, on pure instinct. His body was too exhausted to be rigid. His mind was too broken to overthink. He hadn't been channeling the power, he had simply been a conduit, a broken pipe gushing water. There was no barrier because there was no pipe to begin with. But 𝐭𝐽𝐲's words offered a new path. Forge the body to wield it. He didn't need to fix the old vessel. He needed to build a new one. A flexible, fluid vessel designed not to contain the power, but to guide it. For the first time, he felt a genuine surge of hope. He could do this. He could learn to use it to the extent he could before, maybe even more. He looked at 𝐭𝐽𝐲, his expression no longer one of frustration, but of intense, focused determination. I understand, Izuku said, his voice firm. I've been trying to use my old body to fight a new war. I need a new one. 𝐭𝐽𝐲 nodded, impressed by the speed of his comprehension. Then let us begin forging. We will start with the foundation. You will learn to wear your power like a second skin. A constant, low-level shroud that you can maintain indefinitely. Think of it not as a weapon, but as your new natural state. 𝐭𝐽𝐲 gestured to the empty space around them. You will invite the energy to flow over and through you and simply exist with it. Move with it. Get used to its weight, its texture. Make it as familiar as your own breathing. A flicker of recognition sparked in Izuku's mind. A constant shroud. Using the energy to enhance my entire body at once. It's like full cowling, he whispered to himself, the name of his old technique feeling both familiar and distant. But different. Full cowling was a faucet I had to turn on. This is like letting a river find its own level. He took a deep breath, closing his eyes. He didn't try to grab the energy from his gut. He simply opened the door. He imagined the heavy, dark green ocean inside him and let it seep out, not as a gush, but as a slow, rising tide. A faint, shimmering aura of dark green energy began to envelop him. Good, 𝐭𝐽𝐲 said. Now, walk. Izuku took a step. The energy around him flickered violently, surging to his moving leg and leaving the rest of his body exposed. He stumbled, gritting his teeth as the feedback felt jarring and wrong. You are directing it, 𝐭𝐽𝐲 stated calmly. Stop. Do not tell the river where to go. Let it flow everywhere, all at once. Your movement is a disturbance in the water, not a command to it. Izuku stopped, frustrated. He took another breath, this time focusing on the feeling of being submerged. He wasn't a man in a suit of armor, he was a stone in a stream. The water flowed over him, under him, around him, regardless of how he moved. He tried again. He took a step. This time, he didn't focus on the step. He focused on the feeling of the energy flowing over his moving leg, under his planted foot, around his torso. The flickering was less pronounced. He took another step. Then another. Soon, he was walking around the perimeter of the dojo. The green aura was still unstable, flickering like a faulty lamp, but it was holding. It felt heavy, oppressive, like moving through waist-deep water. Every muscle in his body was screaming in protest from the unfamiliar strain. He stumbled again, the shroud collapsing entirely as he fell to one knee, breathing. "It's not working," he muttered, slamming a fist into the ground. "Why is this so hard?" His mind raced, desperately trying to solve the puzzle. With one for all. With one for all, the control was already there. It was a complete system. The power was a set current. The only variable was the output. The challenge was holding back the percentage so the output didn't shatter my body. It was a simple dial I had to keep turned down. He looked at his trembling hands. But this is the complete opposite. The output is easy. The power wants to flood out. The real problem is the control. I have to build the system, the banks to hold the river myself, from scratch. He pushed himself to his feet, his eyes burning with renewed determination. He wasn't just learning a new technique, he was relearning the fundamental laws of his own power. He closed his eyes, trying again, but the frustration was a wall. The more he forced it, the more the energy resisted, a wild, untamed thing. "Be water," he growled under his breath, the phrase feeling hollow and mocking. "It is not a suggestion, kid. It is a state of being." Izuku's eyes snapped open. He was no longer in the dojo with Kamo. He stood in a vast, empty space, a swirling void. Before him stood a man with an intensity that burned like a supernova. With silver hair tied in a spiky ponytail held back by a black bandana over his forehead. He wore a simple green combat jacket. His eyes were gray, sharp, and held an infinite well of wisdom. "Third user." Izuku breathed, his voice trembling. The man smirked, a fluid, confident expression. "Names are just labels. You can call me Bruce. And you are thinking too 𝗵𝗵𝗏. Bruce Lee circled Izuku, his movements economical and predatory. "You heard the words be water, but you are trying to be the ocean. You are trying to command the tide. That is not what it means." He stopped in front of Izuku and tapped his own chest. "Water does not think. It simply is. It is formless. It takes the shape of its container. When you put it in a cup, it becomes the cup. When you put it in a bottle, it becomes the bottle." He gestured to Izuku. "Your body is the bottle. This cursed energy is the water. You are trying to pour the ocean into a thimble. Do not pour the ocean. Pour a single drop. Let that drop fill the bottle completely." Izuku stared, confused. "A single drop. Your problem is not output," Bruce said, his voice sharp. "It is ego. You are used to a power that shouts. This one whispers. You are trying to make it shout, so you are shouting back. Stop. Be quiet. Listen to the whisper. Let a single drop of this energy fill your little finger. Do not command it. Just let it be there." Izuku looked down at his hand, took a breath, and tried. He stopped trying to coat his entire body. He stopped trying to run. He just focused on his pinky finger, and he listened. He felt a tiny, minuscule tendril of energy flow down and settle in the digit. It didn't hurt. It didn't resist. It just was. "Good," Bruce nodded. "Now your foot. Let a drop fill your foot." Izuku did. Then his wrist. His elbow. His shoulder. One by one, he let a single drop of energy fill each part of his body, not forcing it, but allowing it to settle. The strain vanished. The weight was gone. He felt a lightness, a tingling sensation as each part of him became individually saturated. "Now," Bruce said, his voice a low command. "Connect the drops. Let them flow together. Not as a flood, but as a single, connected stream. Let the water find its own level." Izuku took a breath and released the mental dams he'd been building. The tiny droplets of energy in his body connected, and a smooth, gentle current began to flow, moving through him, connecting every limb, every cell. It wasn't a shroud, it was a circulation system. It was a part of him. The gray void dissolved, and he was back in the dojo. Kamo was watching him with a curious expression. "Good," Kamo said, watching him. "Faster. Push it. Let the water become a wave." Izuku gritted his teeth and pushed off, breaking into a run. The strain doubled. He fought to hold it, to keep it settled. He pushed harder, his speed increasing until he was a green-tinged blur circling the training grounds. And then, something clicked. The strain didn't disappear, but it harmonized. The oppressive weight of the energy suddenly felt like it was pushing back, propelling him forward. The constant drain on his stamina found a new equilibrium with the power he was channeling. He wasn't just running through the energy anymore, he was running with it. The flickering stopped. The aura solidified into a smooth, unwavering shell of dark green power that clung to him like a second skin. It felt exhilarating. He skidded to a halt in front of Camo, breathing heavily, but the green aura around him was as solid as polished jade. It didn't fade. Incredible, Noritoshi breathed, his eyes wide with analytical awe. You've already done it. You've created a sustainable state. Izuku looked at his hands, watching the energy flow over his knuckles, then back at Camo, a slow, confident smile spreading across his face. He was no longer just a boy with a power he couldn't control. His power was no longer a curse to be feared. He clenched his fists. The green aura pulsing once with newfound life. Izuku thought, these are my first steps, but right now, it feels like I'm ready to run. Izuku was a green-tinged blur, his feet barely seeming to touch the floor as he weaved through a complex form of moves of his own design. A dark green aura, solid and unwavering, clung to him like a second skin. It wasn't the sputtering, unstable shell from weeks ago, he had stabilized it, now a perfectly contained layer of power, humming with her intensity. He flowed through a series of forms, each movement a seamless transition into the next. A low sweep was followed by an instant, gravity-defying leap into a spinning kick. He landed without a sound, pivoting into a series of lightning-fast jabs that stopped just short of the wooden posts. Every motion was precise, efficient, and quiet, save for the soft swish of his uniform and the faint hum of his energy. He came to a natural stop, breathing evenly. The five state was his anchor now, a place of perfect harmony between his body and his power. But it wasn't enough. It could never be enough. More, he whispered to the empty training field. He pushed. He willed the energy higher. The green aura around him brightened, the quiet hum deepening into a low thrum that vibrated in his teeth. He exploded back into motion, his speed doubling. The kata became a whirlwind of motion, his movements so fast they began to leave faint, after-image trails in the air. It felt intoxicating, a raw, untamed surge of power that promised everything. He finished the form, skidding to a halt, and immediately felt the difference. His fists were clenched, white-knuckled. His shoulders were tense, raised ever so slightly. He looked down at his hands, the energy thrumming under his skin like a caged beast. He was fighting it. He was forcing the energy to follow him, and it was resisting. He was sacrificing precision for power. Show off, he muttered to himself, a wry smile touching his lips. He knew Camo's voice in his head would have said the same thing. His gaze drifted to a series of small clay birds, no bigger than his hand, that he had set up on a beam across the room. A test. All right, 5%. Let's see. He took a breath, settling into the familiar flow. He didn't throw a punch or extend a finger. Instead, he brought his hand up in a familiar gesture, the one he'd used 1,000 times before. He flicked his fingers, a sharp, precise motion. A tiny, compressed dart of green energy shot across the clearing. It was silent, impossibly fast, and struck the clay bird on the left. There was no explosion, no sound. The bird simply ceased to exist, turning to a fine powder that was blown away by the breeze. The log it was perched on was untouched, and the second bird didn't even wobble. Perfect, he breathed, a swell of pride rising in his chest. Efficient. Now for the hard part. Okay. Let's push it. 15%. He gritted his teeth and forced the energy higher. The green aura around him flared, the quiet hum escalating into a thrum that vibrated through the soles of his feet. He could feel the power roaring, demanding to be unleashed. He performed the same finger flick, aiming at the second bird. The result was not a dart. It was a cannonball. A searing, basketball-sized projectile of raw cursed energy erupted from his fingertips with a deafening crack. It didn't so much fly as tear through the air. The second clay bird, the log it was sitting on, evaporized in an instant. But the force didn't stop there. The blast wave continued, slamming into the large, healthy tree standing 10 yards behind the log. There was a groan of splintering wood as the tree's trunk was torn clean through, and the massive evergreen crashed to the forest floor with a ground-shaking thud. "DMN," Izuku mumbled, his eyes wide scanning the devastation he'd created. The silence of the morning was broken by the settling of dust and the creak of falling branches. He immediately dropped the output, the roaring in his ears subsiding as the aura shrank back to its comfortable 5%. He stared at the tree, his heart hammering against his ribs. A bitter, frustrated laugh escaped his lips. "This is unbelievable," he muttered, running a shaking hand through his hair. "I feel like I've been sent all the way back to square one." He looked at his hands, clenching and unclenching them as if seeing them for the first time. All that work. All that pain. To get 45% of one for all under control. I could use it, I could fight with it, I could rely on it. It was a dial I knew how to turn. He kicked at a loose clump of dirt, sending it flying. And now I'm back to single digits. 5%. And it feels like I'm learning to walk all over again. The principles are completely. It's like my body forgot and has to be retaught from scratch. His shoulders slumped, the weight of it all pressing down on him. I thought I was getting ahead of myself, but I'm not. I'm not ready. I can't just jump from 5 to 15, even less 45. That's not how this works. Not anymore. He took a deep, steadying breath, the despair slowly hardening into something colder, more determined. He looked from his hands to the smoldering crater, then to the felled tree. It wasn't a setback. He couldn't let it be one, he had make it was a lesson. I need to continue perfecting it 1% at a time, he said aloud, his voice firm in the quiet of the clearing. Tomorrow, I'll try 6. And I won't move to 7 until 6 is as perfect and as waste-free as 5 is right now. He looked at his hands, then back at the fallen tree. He's trying to get back to running when his barley even learned to walk again. That afternoon, the sun was beginning its descent, casting long shadows across the training grounds as Izuku headed back. His muscles ached with a satisfying burn, a feeling that had become his constant companion. The image of the fallen tree was seared into his mind, a reminder of the difference between his potential and his current control. He was so lost in thought that he almost didn't hear the voice calling out to him. "Midoriya-kun. Wait up." He turned, his tired expression softening as he saw Miwa and Nishimiya walking together towards him. Miwa was waving enthusiastically, her hair swinging behind her, while Momo offered a composed, graceful nod from beside her. "Hey, Miwa-sen, Nishimiya-senpai," Izuku said as they fell into step beside him, their pace a comfortable contrast to his own weary trudge. "Hey yourself," Miwa chirped, immediately closing the distance and poking him playfully in the arm. "You were out there forever. Seriously, don't you ever take a day off? The birds are going to start filing a restraining order." Izuku managed a tired smile. "Just trying to get a handle on some things. It's a process." "Well, whatever your process is, it's working," Miwa said, her tone shifting from teasing to observational. She circled him slightly, her eyes narrowed as if she were inspecting a piece of art. "You look a lot less twitchy. Before, it was like your energy was all coiled up, a spring ready to snap at any second. Now it's just calm. Like a quiet pond instead of a raging waterfall. It's a good look on you. Less likely to accidentally blow something up." Momo, who had been walking silently beside them, gave a small, agreeable hum. "The improvement is noticeable. You seem more centered. The energy is no longer fighting you. It's a significant step in mastering your output." "Thanks, I think," Izuku laughed, rubbing the back of his neck. "I'm just trying not to fall over anymore. Or knock down any more forests." "See? Progress," Miwa said brightly, clapping him on the shoulder. "Hey, speaking of not falling over, a few of us are heading into town after dinner. There's a new crepe stand that supposedly has this amazing creme brulee cheesecake-filled flavor, and I, for one, cannot live another day without verifying this claim for myself. We were going to go check it out. You should come with us. Izuku blinked, his brain struggling to shift from cursed energy percentages to the concept of dessert. Into town. Like, just for fun. 𝗵𝗲 stopped and stared at him, her expression one of mock seriousness. Yes, Midoriya-kun. For fun. You know, that thing people do when they're not training. It involves food, and laughing, and not worrying about whether you're going to accidentally level a city block. You should try it sometime. I've heard it's revolutionary. Momo stepped in, her voice a gentle counterpoint to 𝗵𝗲's exuberance. 𝗵𝗲 has a point. While your dedication is admirable, it's easy to burn out if you never allow yourself a moment of respite. A change of scenery can be helpful. It can help clear your mind and give you a new perspective on your training. I appreciate the offer, really, Izuku said, his gaze drifting back towards the training grounds. The tree felt like a monument to his failure. But I think I should probably stay back. I need to figure out what I need to work on so I can further the control of my energy output. Oh, for crying out loud, kiddo, you're going to give yourself an ulcer. Izuku froze. The voice wasn't 𝗵𝗲's or Nishimiya's. It was older, warm, and laced with a familiar, weary affection. He turned his head slowly, and there over his shoulder was Nana Shimura. 𝗵𝗲 and Momo followed his gaze, but their eyes simply slid past, their expressions unchanged. Midoriya-kun. Momo asked, tilting her head. Is something wrong? And no, nothing, Izuku stammered, his heart leaping into his throat. He gave them a weak smile. Just thinking. I'll catch up with you guys in a second. Okay, don't be too long. 𝗵𝗲 said, before grabbing Momo's arm and continuing towards the dorms. We'll save you a seat at dinner. Once they were out of earshot, Izuku rounded on the ghostly figure. Nana-san. What are you? You can't just appear. I can when my successor is being an idiot, Nana said, floating closer. She flicked her transparent hand through his shoulder, a gesture that sent a strange, cool shiver down his spine. Did you hear what they said? A change of scenery can be helpful. That Momo girl is smart. You should listen to her. But I can't, Izuku insisted, his voice dropping to a whisper. You saw what happened. I'm back to square one. I'm at 5% while I used to have 45 under control. I can't afford to take a break. I'm letting everyone down. Nana's expression softened, the playful teasing replaced by a deep, maternal concern. Oh, Izuku. She floated in front of him, her form shimmering slightly. Look at me. Do I look like I spent every waking minute training? Do you think Toshinori did? That's different. No, it's not, she said firmly, her voice leaving no room for argument. We were heroes. We were also people. You can't pour from an empty cup, kiddo. All you're doing right now is frustrating yourself, running in circles until you're so tired you make mistakes. That tree isn't a sign you need to train harder. It's a sign you're too exhausted to train smarter. She reached out a ghostly hand and gently placed it on his cheek. It was like a cool breeze, but the comfort was immense. Go. Eat a creep. Make some friends. Laugh at their dumb jokes. Let your mind rest. The power will still be here tomorrow. And you'll come back to it stronger, not weaker, because you gave yourself a moment to remember what you're fighting for. Izuku looked into her wise, kind eyes, and the fight just drained out of him. She was right. He knew she was. He was just so used to pushing through the pain that he'd forgotten how to stop. Okay, he breathed, the word barely audible. Good boy, Nana said with a warm smile. Now go catch up to them before they eat all of it without you. Her form began to fade, dissolving like smoke in the evening breeze. And for goodness sake, try to have some fun. Izuku stood there for a moment longer, the cool sensation on his cheek lingering. He took a deep breath, the tension in his shoulders finally releasing. He turned and jogged to catch up with 𝗵𝗲 and Momo. Hey! Wait up! He called out. They turned, and 𝗵𝗲's face broke into a massive grin. Changed your mind? Yeah, Izuku said, a genuine Unforced smile spread across his face, the first one in days that wasn't born from exhaustion or a minor breakthrough. Okay. I'd like to go. Great. 𝗵𝗲 cheered, linking her arm with his and practically dragging him towards the dorms. It'll be fun. You'll see. The train ride into the heart of Kyoto was a world away from the quiet, oppressive atmosphere of the school. The car was filled with the chatter of civilians, the rattle of the tracks, and the glow of phone screens. For Izuku, it was like stepping into a different dimension. He found himself wedged by the window, 𝗵𝗲 chattering excitedly in his ear about the 16 different creep combinations she intended to research, while Momo sat gracefully next to her, a faint, amused smile on her face. It's not just about the creep, you see, 𝗵𝗲 explained, waving a hand for emphasis. It's about the structural integrity. A good creep can hold its fillings without becoming a soggy mess. It's a delicate balance of texture and temperature. We're talking about culinary engineering. Izuku found himself smiling, a genuine, easy smile that felt foreign on his face. He wasn't thinking about percentages or output. He was just listening. The weight on his shoulders felt a little lighter, the roar in his mind a distant hum. And while later, they spilled out onto a bustling street, illuminated by a sea of lanterns and neon signs. The air was alive with the sounds of conversation, music from nearby bars, and the sizzle of street food. The creep stand was exactly as 𝗵𝗲 had described, a small, brightly lit cart with a long line and a mouth-watering aroma of sugar and cooked batter. All right, team. 𝗵𝗲 declared, clapping her hands together. Operation Creme Brulee Cheesecake is a go. Senpai, you're on reckon. Find out what the most popular topping is. Midoriya, you on crowd control. Make sure no one cuts in line. I'll handle the ordering. You do realize we're just buying dessert, right? Momo asked, her lips twitching with suppressed laughter. It's a strategic operation, Nishimiya-san. 𝗵𝗲 insisted, puffing out her chest. As they neared the end of the line, Izuku spotted them waiting by the entrance of a small arcade. Mai Zenin was there, looking impatiently at the creep line, her arms crossed and her foot tapping. Beside her stood Noritoshi Kamo, his posture as rigid and formal as ever, looking completely out of place amidst the casual nightlife. And standing between them was a figure that made Izuku do a double take. It was Mechamaru, attempting to blend in by wearing a ridiculously oversized tourist hoodie with a cartoon panda on the front and a pair of cheap, neon green sunglasses perched on its wooden head. Took you guys long enough, Mai called out as they approached, her voice holding its usual edge. If you'd been any later, I would have just gone to that burger place. Some of us don't have all night. Her gaze then locked onto Izuku, and any trace of feigned camaraderie vanished. What is he doing here, she asked, her voice dripping with disdain, not even bothering to use his name. Izuku's easy smile froze on his face. The warmth in his chest turned to ice. He instinctively took a half step back, his shoulders hunching slightly as if he'd been struck. 𝗵𝗲, ever the peacemaker, stepped in. We invited him. Lighten up, Mai. The more the merrier, right? Merrier. Maybe. More likely to cause a citywide incident. Definitely, Mai shot back, her eyes narrowing as she looked Izuku up and down. Just try not to touch anything, hero boy. We'd all like to enjoy our dessert without it being atomized. The words hit him like a physical blow. He could feel the faint, familiar stirrings of the vestiges in his mind, a low hum of indignation. His hands clenched into fists at his pockets, the knuckles white. He fought the urge to just turn and walk away, to go back to the training grounds where the only things he could hurt were inanimate objects. He took a slow, steadying breath, forcing his fingers to unclench. I'll be careful, he said, his voice quiet and devoid of its earlier warmth. He didn't look at Mai, keeping his eyes fixed on a crack in the pavement. Oh, come on, Mai, don't be like that, 𝗵𝗲 said, stepping in front of Izuku and putting her hands on her hips. We all plan to go out together. Don't ruin it. I'm not ruining anything, Mai scoffed. He is. I'm just pointing out the obvious. Momo, who had been observing with a calm, thoughtful expression, stepped forward smoothly. Mai-san, your concern is understandable, but misplaced. 𝗲𝗫𝗀𝗀𝗀 has been working diligently on his control. His energy is significantly more stable now than it was a few weeks ago. She turned to Izuku, her gaze encouraging. Isn't that right, 𝗲𝗫𝗀𝗀? Izuku blinked, surprised by the defense. He looked at Momo, then gave a small, hesitant nod. I'm not going to cause any trouble. See? Miwa said, triumphant. He promises. And you heard Nishimiya-senpai, he's gotten better. Now stop being a grouch and come get a creep with us. You can even pick the toppings for mine if you want. Mai's jaw tightened. She looked from Miwa's pleading face to Momo's calm assurance, her expression a storm of irritation and reluctant defeat. She let out an explosive sigh, running a hand through her hair. Fine. Whatever. But if he so much as looks at a sugar shaker funny, I'm out. Great. Miwa cheered, immediately linking her arm with Mai's and dragging her toward the line. You won't regret it. They have one with strawberries and whipped cream that's to die for. Noritoshi gave a curt nod of acknowledgement, his eyes landing on Izuku with a cool, analytical glint. Midoriya, I was not aware you would be joining us this evening. Miwa-san and Nishimiya-senpai were kind enough to invite me, Izuku replied, his tone still a bit quiet but with a hint of gratitude. Trying to break the awkwardness, Izuku's gaze drifted to Mechamaru, who stood perfectly still amidst the bustling crowd. The oversized panda hoodie was absurd, the neon green sunglasses perched on its wooden head completing the bizarre picture. He couldn't help but be curious. If you don't mind me asking, why the panda hoodie? Izuku began, keeping his voice low. Kamo's gaze followed his, landing on the puppet. For a moment, Izuku thought he wouldn't answer, but then Mechamaru spoke, his voice as measured as ever. It was a calculated choice. Miwa-san insisted that a high-mobility integration shell would attract undue attention. She procured this as a form of camouflage. Camouflage. Izuku repeated, a small smile touching his lips. I guess a giant panda is one way to blend in. It is illogical, Kamo stated flatly. The vibrant coloration and logo are counterintuitive to the principle of concealment. However, Miwa-san's logic was that the sheer absurdity of the disguise would serve as a misdirection, causing observers to dismiss it as a harmless joke rather than a piece of technology. Izuku nodded, genuinely impressed. That's actually pretty smart. In a weird way. Her reasoning is often chaotic, but occasionally effective, Kamo conceded, a flicker of something that might have been agreement in his eyes. It is preferable to being questioned by authorities. Definitely, Izuku agreed, feeling some of the remaining tension ease. The simple, logical conversation was a welcome anchor in the sea of social chaos. As they all settled into their spot in line, Izuku stood awkwardly beside Noritoshi, the tension still thick in the air. Mai stood as far away from him as the line would allow, pointedly ignoring his existence. He was still an outsider, but for tonight, at least, he was an outsider who was allowed to be there. The line shuffled forward, and the air grew thick with the sweet scent of batter and caramelized sugar. Miwa was practically vibrating with excitement, rattling off the different topping combinations to a stoic Mechamaru. Noritoshi stood beside Izuku, a calm presence that acted as a buffer between him and the hostility radiating from Mai. Okay, so, if we get the matcha chocolate swirl, we have to balance it with the strawberries, right? Miwa theorized, pointing at the menu. The acidity cuts through the richness. It's basic flavor science. The probability of a successful flavor profile is high, Mechamaru's monotone voice confirmed from within the panda hoodie. However, the addition of whipped cream increases structural failure. You guys are nerds, Mai declared from her spot at the other end of their group. She had her arms crossed and was staring at the crepe stand as if it had personally offended her. It's sugar on a pancake. It's not rocket science. It's culinary engineering. Miwa shot back, grinning, repeating what she told Izuku. Finally, it was their turn. The vendor, a cheerful woman with a flour-dusted apron, greeted them with a wide smile. All right. What can I get for you all? Miwa went first, ordering her elaborate creme brulee cheesecake concoction with the reverence of a connoisseur. Momo requested a simple but elegant mix of fresh berries and cream. Kamo asked for a coffee crepe. 𝗵𝗲 ordered a crepe with every single fruit available, a data-gathering experiment that made the vendor raise an eyebrow. Then, all eyes fell on Izuku. He could feel Mai's gaze like a physical pressure, boring into the side of his head. His mind went blank. The menu, which had seemed so simple a moment ago, was now a blur of kanji and pictures. He stammered, his throat suddenly dry. "I'll just have a plain one, please." "Boring," Mai muttered, just loud enough for him to hear. Miwa, however, would not have it. "No way. You're not getting a plain one. You came all this way. Get something good. How about chocolate and banana? It's a classic." Izuku forced a weak smile. "Sure. That sounds good." The vendor nodded, her movements efficient and practiced. She poured the batter, swirled it into a perfect thin circle, and began adding the toppings. Izuku watched her hands, steady and sure. He tried to focus on the simple mundane act of making a dessert. He could feel the faint hum of his own energy under his skin, a constant reminder of the power he had to keep contained. He clenched his hands in his pockets, focusing on the feeling of his nails digging into his palms. "Here you go, everyone," the vendor chirped, handing over the finished crepes one by one. Izuku took his, the warm paper wrapping feeling fragile in his grip. He paid, his movements stiff and mechanical. He stepped aside to let the next person in line order, his crepe held carefully in front of him like a live bomb. He found a small, empty space on the edge of the crowd and took a bite. The chocolate was rich, the banana sweet. It should have been delicious. But it tasted like ash in his mouth. Every bite was a struggle. He looked over at the others. Miwa was laughing, a smear of cream on her nose. Momo was eating hers with small, delicate bites, a small, genuine smile on her face. Kamo was consuming his crepe with the same solemnity as a formal tea ceremony. 𝗵𝗲 was attempting to analyze its multifruit crepe with some sort of lens that had extended from its panda hood. They were just a group of students. Hanging out. Having fun. And he was the one who didn't belong. He took another bite, forcing himself to swallow. He was supposed to be having fun, but all he felt was a crushing sense of displacement. His mind drifted, pulled away from the neon-lit street and back to a different time, a different world. He could almost feel the sun on his face as he and Uraraka, Ida, and the rest of Class 1A walked down the street from school, their voices a chaotic, happy symphony. He remembered Kaminari trying to fail flirt with the girls at a crepe stand just like this one, and Yorozu whipping up a perfect, custom-made napkin to clean a spill Gyro had made. The easy laughter, the casual teasing, the simple, unshakable knowledge that he was part of something. He was their friend, their classmate. He belonged. A sharp pang of longing hit him so hard it almost stole his breath. He missed his mom. He could almost hear her voice on the phone, asking if he'd eaten enough, telling him to be careful. He missed All Might, his reassuring smile, the way he could make even the most terrifying problems seem manageable. Here, there was no reassuring smile. There was no chaotic, loving band of classmates. There was just Miwa's forced cheerfulness, Nishimiya's polite sympathy, Kamo's clinical observation, and Mai's open contempt. He was a project, a curiosity, a threat. He was alone. He stared down at the half-eaten crepe in his hand. It was just food. But it represented everything he had lost. Even before he arrived here. The simple joy of being a teenager, of not having to constantly calculate the risk of his own existence. He had promised Nana he would try. He had promised himself he would try. But as he stood there, alone in a crowd, the distance between his world and theirs felt wider than ever. The creep was just a creep. But to him, it was a test he was terrified of failing. A creep is a simple thing, a calm, measured voice said beside him. It is odd to see it cause such distress. Izuku flinched, pulled from his reverie. He turned to see Noritoshi Kamo standing beside him, his own creep finished, his hands clasped loosely behind his back. Kamo wasn't looking at him, but out at the bustling street, his expression as unreadable as ever. I'm fine, Izuku mumbled, looking away and taking another bite of the tasteless dessert. Just thinking. You have been thinking since we received our food, 𝐒𝐭𝐲 stated, his tone not accusatory, but merely observational. Your posture is rigid. Your breathing is shallow. You are not enjoying yourself. This was meant to be a time of relaxation. It is not serving its purpose, at least not for you. Izuku felt a flush of embarrassment. He hadn't realized his internal turmoil was so obvious. Sorry. I didn't mean to bring the mood down. The mood is not your responsibility, 𝐒𝐭𝐲 said, finally turning his gaze to Izuku. His dark eyes were sharp, analytical, but for once, they didn't seem to be judging him, only studying him. Zenin's hostility is a constant. It is a variable one learns to account for. Miwa's enthusiasm is another. Your current state, however, is inefficient. Inefficient. Izuku repeated, a bitter laugh escaping him. Yeah, I guess I'm not being very efficient at having fun. Precisely, 𝐒𝐭𝐲 agreed, missing the sarcasm entirely. You are expending a great deal of energy on negative emotionals. This is counterproductive to your training. A fatigued mind leads to a fatigued body, which leads to a loss of control. You told Nishimiya you would not cause trouble. Allowing yourself to become mentally compromised is the first step toward doing exactly that. Izuku stared at him, taken aback by the blunt, almost clinical analysis. He wasn't offering comfort or sympathy. He was offering a diagnosis, a strategic assessment. And in a strange way, it was more helpful than any platitude could have been. You're right, Izuku admitted, his shoulders slumping. I'm not used to this. Being around new people like this. It's harder than I thought it would be. 𝐒𝐭𝐲 was silent for a moment, his gaze drifting back to the street where Miwa was now trying to balance a spare crepe wrapper on Mechamaru's head. He let out a barely audible sigh, a sound so out of character that Izuku's head snapped up. That is my final point, 𝐒𝐭𝐲 said, his voice quieter than before, losing its formal edge. Stop it. Stop. What? Izuku asked, confused. Stop thinking about training. Stop analyzing your problems. Stop turning this evening into a mission to be completed or a variable to be managed, 𝐒𝐭𝐲 said, his eyes meeting Izuku's with an unexpected intensity. For tonight. Just stop. Look at them. He gestured with his chin towards Miwa and the puppet. They are being foolish. It is pointless. And it is, I am told, fun. He paused, a flicker of something unreadable in his expression. A blade that is never sheathed will become dull. A mind that is never given rest will break. You are not a machine, Midoriya. You are a sorcerer. And sorcerers are, for all our power, still just people. People eat crepes. People act foolishly with their friends. People rest. He gave a curt, almost awkward nod. So, for tonight, your new training objective is to do nothing. Do not think. Do not analyze. Just be here. With that, he turned and walked away, rejoining the group as if nothing had happened, his rigid posture returning in full force. Izuku stood alone for a moment longer, the half-eaten crepe still in his hand. 𝐒𝐭𝐲's words echoed in his mind, not as a strategic assessment, but as a permission slip. An order to relax. He looked over at the group again. He saw Miwa's infectious energy, Momo's quiet grace, Mai's sharp defensiveness, 𝐒𝐭𝐲's stoic observation. They weren't just his classmates. They weren't just data. They were just people. He took a final bite of his crepe. He focused on the taste, the sweetness of the chocolate and the softness of the banana. It still didn't taste like home, but it no longer tasted like ash. It just tasted like a crepe. He crumpled the paper wrapper in his hand, a small, genuine smile finally touching his lips. He had a new mission now. And for once, it was one he could actually enjoy. He took a deep breath and walked back towards the group, discarding the wrapper in a nearby bin. Miwa had just succeeded in getting the crepe wrapper to balance on Mechamaru's panda hood, and was celebrating with a triumphant little dance. See? I told you it would work. It's all about finding the center of gravity, she declared, poking the wooden puppet. My structural integrity is not compromised, Mechamaru's monotone voice stated. However, this action serves no logical purpose. It's fun, you big wooden goofball. 𝗵𝗲 laughed, before noticing Izuku approaching. 𝗵𝗲𝗍𝗂𝐻𝐿. Feeling better? You look less like you're about to face down a special grade curse. Izuku managed a real smile. Yeah. Much better. Very good, 𝗵𝗲 said, waving it off. Now that we're all properly fueled, the next phase of the operation begins. Operation, waste yen on pointless games. She pointed a dramatic finger towards the glowing entrance of the arcade. They were standing near. We're going in. I do not see the strategic value, 𝗵𝗲 commented. It's not about strategy, it's about winning giant stuffed animals. 𝗵𝗲 countered. Who's in? I'll pass, 𝗵𝗲 said immediately, her arms crossing again. I'd rather watch paint dry. Oh, come on, 𝗵𝗲. Don't be a party pooper. What about you, Nishimiya-senpai? I believe I will observe for now, Momo said with a polite smile. I will participate, Camo stated, to everyone's surprise. Hand-eye coordination is a valuable skill. It is a practical application. 𝗵𝗲's face lit up. Yes. See. Camo gets it. What about you, 𝗵𝗲-𝗍𝗂𝐻𝐿? Izuku hesitated for only a second. I'm in, he said, his voice firm. Excellent. Team Awesome is a go. 𝗵𝗲 cheered, grabbing Izuku's arm and Camo's sleeve and dragging them towards the entrance. Momo followed with a chuckle, and 𝗵𝗲, after a moment of intense internal debate, let out an explosive sigh and stomped after them, muttering under her breath. The inside of the arcade was a sensory overload. Flashing lights, pulsing music from a dozen different machines, and the mixture of electronic sounds filled the air. It was chaotic and overwhelming, but for the first time, Izuku didn't feel the need to analyze it. He just let it wash over him. 𝗵𝗲 made a beeline for a claw machine filled with absurdly fluffy plushes. Okay, first test of skill. Whoever wins one of these gets bragging rights for a week. She went first, her tongue sticking out in concentration as she maneuvered the claw. It descended, grabbed a unicorn by its ear, lifted it halfway. And then dropped it. No. It was so close. Camo went next. He approached the machine with the same seriousness he'd approach a training dummy. He studied the controls, watched the claw's movement pattern, and then, with 3 precise, economical movements, he snagged the unicorn and deposited it flawlessly into the chute. He picked up the toy and held it out to 𝗵𝗲. Here. 𝗵𝗲 stared, dumbfounded. How? You didn't even try. It was like you calculated the everything. I did, Camo said simply. Your turn, 𝗵𝗲-𝗍𝗂𝐻𝐿. 𝗵𝗲 said, shoving him towards the machine. Izuku laughed and stepped up. He had no idea how Camo had done it. He just put his coins in and gave it a try. He fumbled the controls, the claw swung wildly, and he ended up spending his 3 tries without even touching anything. I'm not very good at this, he admitted with a sheepish grin. Don't worry about it. It's about the fun, not the winning. 𝗵𝗲 said, though she was still clutching the unicorn like a trophy. Okay, Camo is the claw machine king. But that's only one type of game. The true test of skill is rhythm. She pointed a dramatic finger towards a row of glowing dance platforms with flashing arrows. To the dance floor. Izuku found himself enjoying himself more than he had in weeks. He wasn't thinking about control or the gaping hole in his heart. He was just a kid in an arcade, watching his stoic classmate win a plush with unnerving precision, and listening to his friends cheer and groan. He was just being. The song started, and a cascade of arrows flooded the screen. 𝗵𝗲 was a whirlwind of frantic, energetic movement, hitting most of the steps but with a distinct lack of grace. Momo, after a moment of initial hesitation, joined the game and found her footing. Her movements were elegant and flowing, like a dance, her score steadily climbing. Camo, as expected, moved with a stoic, machine-like precision, his feet hitting every single arrow with perfect timing, his expression completely blank. And then there was Izuku. He was a disaster. His mind, so used to analyzing and calculating, couldn't keep up with the intuitive, fluid nature of the game. He'd see an arrow and his foot would move, but it was always a half-second too late, a step out of sync with the music's flow. He was so focused on getting the next step right that he completely missed the one after that. He ended up stomping around in a stiff, awkward pattern that looked less like dancing and more like he was trying to stomp out an invasive species of an ant. The song ended, and the scores flashed. 𝐻𝐭 had a perfect score, Momo was close behind, and 𝗵𝗲 was in the middle. Izuku's score was so low the machine barely registered it. "Ha! I beat you, my Midoriya-kun." 𝗵𝗲 cheered, even though her score was only marginally better. "Your movements are too rigid," 𝗬𝐭 noted, his tone as clinical as ever. "You are thinking, not feeling." "He's not wrong," Momo said with a gentle, apologetic smile. "It appears your analytical mind is a hindrance in this game." Izuku just laughed, rubbing the back of his neck in embarrassment. "Yeah, I think I'll stick to the games where you don't have to move your feet." They eventually migrated towards a different section of the arcade, one filled with more physical, interactive games. Near the back was a machine that looked like a punching bag. It had a digital screen that simply measured the power of a hit with a single, glowing number. "Ooh, let's try this one," 𝗵𝗲 said, running over to it. "I want to see how strong I am." "Alright, ground rules," 𝗵𝗲 announced, puffing out her chest and taking charge. "No cursed energy. This is a pure strength test. Anyone caught boosting their punch has to buy everyone takoyaki on the way back." Momo nodded in agreement. "That seems fair. It would taint the data." "Agreed," 𝗬𝐽 said. "A test of raw physical potential is a valid metric." Mai rolled her eyes but didn't argue. "Whatever." 𝗵𝗲 stepped up first, taking a deep breath. "Okay, let's do this." She wound up and swung with all her might, a wild, enthusiastic haymaker. The screen flashed her. "Not bad, if I do say so myself." She cheered, pumping a fist. "Beat that, Nishimiya-senpai." Momo stepped up, her movements far more controlled. She delivered a precise, well-formed jab. The screen flashed. "It appears your wild swing was more effective than my controlled technique," she noted with a small, analytical smile. "Fascinating." Mai was next. "Let a real person show you how it's done." She planted her feet and threw a sharp, precise punch. The screen flashed 𝗕𝗓. She clicked her tongue, her expression souring. "Stupid machine. It's probably calibrated wrong." They all turned to look at 𝗬𝐽, who stepped up without a word. His punch was crisp and clean. The screen flashed. "Whoa," 𝗵𝗲 whispered, her eyes wide. "Okay, 𝗬𝐽-san, that's just unfair." 𝗬𝐽 simply adjusted his sleeve, his face impassive. "Proper form generates superior force." "Come on, hero boy," Mai taunted, crossing her arms. "Let's see if you can actually hit something without breaking it. And remember, no cursed energy." Izuku felt a knot of anxiety tighten in his stomach. He could feel the phantom sensation of power crackling in his knuckles. He didn't want to do this. I don't know. I'll probably just set it off or something." "Chicken," Mai said, though her tone was more of a challenge than an insult. Taking a deep breath, Izuku remembered 𝗬𝐽's words. "Just be here." He walked up to the machine. He looked at the padded bag. He didn't think about physics or leverage. He didn't think about technique or cursed energy. He just thought about hitting it. He just let his body do what it had been trained to do. His strength, something that was forged on a trash-filled beach under a setting sun, honed in the clashes against villains, and reinforced every time he pushed his body past its limits at UA. It was the memory of every broken bone, every drop of sweat, every desperate moment where he had to be stronger. It was his. He took a simple stance, brought his fist back, and swung. It wasn't a wild haymaker like 𝗵𝗲's or a precise jab like Momo's. It was just a punch. A clean, simple, straightforward punch is thrown thousands of times. Not too hard but enough to do damage. His fist connected with the bag with a solid, deafening thump that seemed to make the whole machine shudder. The screen above the machine flickered. The numbers climbed rapidly, past 700, past 800, soaring past 𝗬𝐽's score, climbing higher and higher until it hit the maximum limit and the machine let out a loud, triumphant chime. Flashing the number, another moment of stunned silence fell over the group. 𝗵𝗲's jaw was hanging open. 𝗬𝐽 looked genuinely impressed, his analytical gaze taking in the sheer, unadorned power of the strike. Mai wasn't just staring at the screen. She was staring at Izuku, her expression a mixture of shock and something that looked like awe. No cursed energy at all, Mai thought, her mind racing. I didn't feel a single leak from him. And it didn't look like he even put everything into it. That was just pure physical strength. That's just like Maki. All that power with zero cursed energy to back it up. Just who the hell are you? How? 𝗵𝗲 breathed. Izuku blinked, the moment snapping as he lowered his hand. He looked up at the maxed out number, a little surprised himself. I guess I just got lucky, he offered, scratching the back of his neck. Lucky, my butt, Mai said out loud, her voice a low, disbelieving mutter. Indeed, 𝐒𝐫𝐚𝐲 concurred. The force generated was disproportionate to your visible muscle mass. It was remarkable. 𝗵𝗲 bounced on her heels. Seriously, Midoriya-kun. How are you that strong? You don't look like you spend all day lifting weights like Kamo-senpai probably does. Izuku laughed, a little embarrassed by all the attention. I don't, really. It's just a lot of general training. I did this really intense physical conditioning program a while back. My mentor had me clean up this beach for months, hauling refrigerators and old tires out of the sand every day. I guess it kind of stuck. 𝗵𝗲's eyes went wide. You got that strong from cleaning a beach? That's the most heroic workout story I've ever heard. Indeed, 𝗵𝗲 concurred, his analytical mind thoughtful. Repetitive, high-resistance LBR over a prolonged PRD. A logical, if unorthodox, foundation for raw power. Izuku felt a blush creep up his neck, but it was accompanied by a warm, unfamiliar feeling of pride. He hadn't lost control. He hadn't broken anything. He had just been good at something. A simple, normal, ridiculously fun thing. He had used the strength he'd drilled into himself not as a weapon, but as a tool to win a stupid arcade game. Okay, new rule. 𝗵𝗲 shouted, snapping out of her stupor. Midoriya-kun is our official arcade champion. And now he's going to win me a giant stuffed panda from that other claw machine. An hour and several wasted yen later, they stumbled out of the arcade, 𝗵𝗲 triumphantly carrying Camo's fluffy unicorn under one arm and a small bag of novelty keychains in the other. The street was still bustling, but the energy had shifted from the chaos of the arcade to a more relaxed pace. All right, Operation Waste Yen on Pointless Games is complete. 𝗵𝗲 declared, striking a pose. Now, for Operation Acquire Cute Things We Don't Need. You want to go shopping? Camo asked, his expression already reverting to its usual stoicism. Of course. The night is young. 𝗵𝗲 chirped, pointing down a side street lined with trendy boutiques and small shops. I saw a couple of stores on the way here that had the cutest accessories. I believe my presence is required at the school, Camo said suddenly, his eyes darting away from 𝗵𝗲's. I must perform my evening meditation. It is a strict regimen. Mai rolled her eyes so hard Izuku was surprised she didn't get dizzy. Oh, please. You just don't want to carry bags. I find that endeavor to be an inefficient use of my time, Camo stated flatly. My analysis indicates that my structural integrity is not optimized for carrying multiple weighted objects while navigating a crowded commercial district, 𝗵𝗲 added, its panda hood bobbing seriously. I will remain here and observe. Traitors, 𝗵𝗲 huffed, though she was grinning. She turned to the remaining members of their party. Well, that just means more for us. Right, Mai-chan, Momo-chan. Mai, who had been examining her nails with bored indifference, looked up. A slow, sharp smirk spread across her face as her gaze landed on Izuku. You know what? I think I will come, she said, her voice laced with a sudden, predatory interest. I saw a few things earlier that I wouldn't mind getting. Izuku felt a cold dread wash over him. He knew that look. It was the same look a predator gave its prey. Oh, great. 𝗵𝗲 cheered. And you, she said, pointing a finger directly at Izuku, are not getting off that easy. You're coming with us. Me? Izuku asked, his eyes widening as he looked from 𝗵𝗲 to Mai's smirking face. "Why me?" "Because you're a gentleman," 𝗵𝗲 said, grabbing his arm. "And because you have muscles. You're our official pack mule." "Pack mule," he repeated weakly. "Don't sound so excited," Mai's dry voice cut in. She walked up to him and then leaned in with a conspiratorial smirk. "Don't worry, hero boy. I'll make sure you have plenty to carry." Izuku's blood ran cold. This was a trap. A very well-organized trap. "It is a vital role," Momo said, her smile gentle but firm, seemingly oblivious to the silent exchange. "We will likely require assistance with our purchases." And so the group split. The boys, sensing their imminent and now much more specific doom, found a nearby bench overlooking a small koi pond, where they sat in stoic, awkward silence watching him with pity. Izuku, however, was dragged down the street, a captive of the girls' shopping expedition. The first store was a maze of racks overflowing with clothes. 𝗵𝗲 immediately dove in, pulling out various tops and skirts. Mai, however, moved with a chilling efficiency. Within the first 5 minutes, she had pulled 3 different jackets, 2 pairs of designer jeans, and a handful of sleek, dark-colored tops from the racks. "Here," she said, unceremoniously dumping the entire pile into Izuku's arms. "Hold these." "This is a lot, don't you think?" Izuku grunted, trying to shift the weight. "Deal with it," she said breezily, already moving towards the shoe section. "What do you think of this one, Midoriya-kun?" 𝗵𝗲 asked, holding up a rather garish yellow hoodie. "It's very bright," he managed, his vision partially obscured by a leather jacket sleeve. "You're right. It's perfect," she declared, throwing it on top of Mai's pile. He looked over at Momo, who was holding up a simple, elegant dark blue cardigan. "That's nice," he offered, trying to sound supportive. "Thank you, Midoriya-kun," she said with a warm smile. "I think it will be quite practical." She added it to the growing mountain in his arms. They moved from the clothing store to a small shop filled with charms, keychains, and earrings. This was where Mai truly shined. She grabbed a basket and began filling it with expensive-looking jewelry, polished stones, and a few intricately designed earrings. When the basket was full, she didn't hesitate. "You know the drill," she said, and transferred the entire contents into his hands. By the time they reached the final store, a brightly lit accessory shop, Izuku was a wobbling tower of shopping bags. His arms were numb, his shoulders ached, and he was pretty sure he had lost all feeling in his fingers. "Okay, one last stop," 𝗵𝗲 announced. "The hair clip store." "I need new bobby pins," Mai said, her tone utterly serious as she examined a display. "And maybe a new claw clip." Izuku let out a quiet, pained groan, which earned him a sympathetic look from Momo and a sharp, amused glance from Mai. "Don't worry, hero boy," Mai said condescendingly. "Almost done. Then you can carry all this to the train station for us." They fell into a loose group as they moved through from the labyrinth of boutiques, the high-pitched energy of shopping dissolving into the vibrant, meandering pace of the city street. Izuku found himself walking beside Momo, his arms still full of bags, saw as he was being used as a human coat rack, and he was pretty sure he was developing a permanent slouch. But the earlier stiffness in his shoulders, the tight knot of anxiety in his gut, had all vanished. He felt light. Even the physical strain of being the designated bag carrier felt less like a burden and more like a badge of honor he had now earned. "All right, Operation Acquire Cute Things We Don't Need is complete," 𝗵𝗲 declared, striking a pose with Camo's fluffy unicorn tucked under her arm and swinging a small bag of novelty keychains. "Now, for Operation Find a Place to Sit Down Before My Feet Fall Off." "Great idea," Momo agreed, fanning herself lightly with her hand. "Some rest would be most welcome." "I vote we find the traitors and make them buy us drinks as punishment for their desertion," Mai said, though her tone lacked its usual bite. "What do you say, hero boy? You earned at least half a vote." "I'm just happy to be putting these down," Izuku grunted, shifting the precarious tower of bags. "Wherever they are, I'm in." "Okay, let's go." 𝗵𝗲 cheered, leading the way back towards the koi pond they had been at earlier. As they approached the small plaza, they saw that their quiet reunion spot was already occupied. 𝐒𝐭𝐲 was still on the bench, but he was no longer alone. A small group of 3 people, a young man and woman who looked like college students, and an older man with a camera were gathered around 𝗵𝗲𝗵𝗲. The puppet stood motionless, its panda hood giving it an air of silent dignity under the scrutiny. "Whoa, dude. That's an insane costume," the young man exclaimed, circling 𝗵𝗲𝗵𝗲 with an appreciative eye. "Is that for a convention? The details are crazy." 𝗵𝗲𝗵𝗲's wooden head swiveled to face the boy. "This is not a costume. It is a high-mobility social integration shell." The boy blinked, confused. "A what?" Before 𝗑𝐭𝐲 could jump in and further incriminate them, 𝗵𝗲 instantly jumped in, putting on a dazzlingly bright smile and physically stepping between the boy and the puppet. He. What he means is, yes. It's a costume. He's a really, really serious cosplayer. Right, 𝗵𝗲𝗵𝗲-kun? Yes, 𝗵𝗲𝗵𝗲's monotone voice agreed, catching on. This is a costume. See, 𝗵𝗲 said, gesturing broadly. He's just really committed to the bit. We're all part of a drama club. Yeah. It's very experimental. The boy looked skeptical, his gaze drifting over the rest of them, who were now approaching with their armfuls of shopping bags. A drama club, here. You guys don't really look like actors. Panic flashed in 𝗵𝗲's eyes. Her brain, clearly moving faster than her common sense, seized the first absurd idea and ran with it. "Well, we're not just a drama club," she said, her voice getting higher and more animated as the lie took shape. "We're a live-action role-playing group. We're here to play characters from this super niche, indie light novel series. It's called My Jujutsu Academia." The 3 onlookers exchanged confused glances. "Right." 𝗵𝗲 pressed on, gaining momentum. "Our characters are all students from a secret school hidden from the world that teaches us how to be sorcerers who fight evil curses born from negative emotions. It's really dark and cool." She beamed at the small group, proud of her quick thinking. The young man's eyes lit up with genuine excitement. "No way. That's awesome. Like a modern-day magical girl thing, but for dudes too." The young woman beside him was already looking them up and down with renewed interest. "So, like, you each have a backstory and everything." She pointed to 𝗑𝐭𝐲. "What's his deal?" 𝗵𝗲, delighted to have a captive audience, jumped right in. "Oh, totally. He's the heir to a clan of cold, calculating strategists who can manipulate BLD. That's why he's so serious all the time." She then gestured to 𝗵𝗲. "And she's from a rival clan of powerful fighters who use special weapons. She's got a really sharp tongue to match her sharp skills." 𝗵𝗲's eye twitched, but she remained silent, a storm cloud gathering behind her eyes. "And I'm the bubbly side character who provides comic relief." 𝗵𝗲 finished with a cheerful laugh. 𝗵𝗲 then quickly pointed to the other 2. "And she said, indicating Momo, is a witch. She uses her broom to fly and scout ahead, and she thinks cuteness is the ultimate form of power. And him," she said, gesturing to 𝗵𝗲𝗵𝗲, "he's a puppet MSTR. His whole deal is controlling these advanced puppets. He's super mysterious." "And him," she said, pointing a thumb at Izuku, who was frozen in place, a wobbling tower of shopping bags. "He's the transfer student. He's got this crazy, explosive power, but he can't really control it, so it manifests in these weird, unpredictable ways. The bags are, like, representations of the burdens he carries." The young man's eyes went wide. "Whoa, that's deep." The young woman clasped her hands together. "Oh my god, that's amazing. The puppet MSTR is so cool. I'm invested." The young man nodded enthusiastically. "Yeah, this is way better than just a costume. You guys are really committed." He looked at Izuku with a sympathetic expression. "The whole burdens he carries thing. Man, I feel that." Izuku just gave a weak, pained smile, shifting the weight of the bags. The older man with the camera lowered it, a thoughtful expression on his face. A live-action role-playing group with a continuous narrative. That's fascinating. The dedication to the characters' motivations is impressive. He gave them a respectful nod. "Well, carry on. Don't let us interrupt your..." Rehearsal. With a mixture of impressed smiles and appreciative nods, the small group finally moved on, leaving them in blessed silence. As soon as they were gone, 𝗵𝗲 deflated, letting out a huge groan. Oh my god, where did that even come from? My Jujutsu Academia. What is wrong with me? My analysis indicates it was effective, 𝗵𝗲 stated, its monotone voice cutting through her panic. You successfully provided a detailed and plausible narrative that satisfied the target's curiosity. Their belief was secured by the specificity of your lie. You think? My hissed, smacking 𝗵𝗲 on the back of the head. Why don't you just tell them my real name while you're at it? Or maybe you could have given them the school's address. Oh. I panicked. 𝗵𝗲 whined, rubbing her head. What was I supposed to say? Yes, we're a bunch of superpowered freaks who hang out in a creepy old school in the mountains. Despite the scolding and the near disaster, Izuku found himself laughing. It started as a small chuckle and grew into a full, hearty laugh that he couldn't contain. The sheer absurdity of it all, the panicked liar, the furious critic who saved the day, the stoic puppet offering tactical analysis, and him, a wobbling tower of shopping bags playing the part of a clumsy transfer student, it was all so perfect, so human. The others turned to look at him, surprised by the sudden outburst. But as they saw the genuine, unforced laughter on his face, their own tensions seemed to melt away. 𝗵𝗲 started giggling, then Momo let out a soft laugh. Even Camo's lips twitched into what might have been a smile. Mai just rolled her eyes, but she didn't say anything. She just shook her head, a tiny, almost imperceptible smile gracing her own lips before she quickly suppressed it. In that moment, under the glow of the neon signs, with the sound of Izuku's laughter echoing in the air, they weren't just a group of sorcerers. They were a group of kids, hanging out on a Friday night, badly lying to strangers about their weird hobby. And for Izuku, that was more real and more comforting than any secret training or power. The laughter eventually subsided, leaving a comfortable warmth in its wake. The group settled around the koi pond, the earlier absurdity giving way to a peaceful lull. Camo, having resumed his meditative posture, seemed less rigid now. Mai had propped her feet up on the bench, a rare picture of relaxation. Momo was quietly arranging her new hairpins on the bench beside her, admiring the way the streetlight caught their polished surfaces. 𝗵𝗲, having exhausted herself, lay on her back on the bench, clutching the fluffy unicorn to her chest like a child's toy. Izuku stood over the shopping bags he placed on the bench, leaning forward watching the koi fish glide silently through the water. The ache in his shoulders had faded to a dull throb, a satisfying reminder of the evening's events. For the first time in a long time, his mind was quiet. There was no training to analyze, no rivalries to consider, no future to worry about. There was just the gentle splash of the fountain and the quiet presence of the people beside him. The peace was broken by the distant chime of a clock tower, its clear notes ringing out through the city. 10 o'clock. Or, man, 𝗵𝗲, sitting up. Is it that late already? We should start heading back. Momo began to carefully pack away her new purchases, her movements efficient and graceful. She is correct. The last train to our region departs in approximately 30 minutes. We should begin making our way to the station. A collective sigh seemed to pass through the group. The bubble of their adventure was about to pop. I suppose this concludes our expedition, Camo said, standing up and smoothing his breathes. Best one ever, 𝗵𝗲 declared, scrambling to her feet. Even if Mai-chan worked Midoriya-kun to the bone. He survived, Mai said, standing and stretching with a languid grace. She glanced over at Izuku, a flicker of something unreadable in her eyes before her usual smirk returned. Barely. Don't expect a medal. Izuku just smiled, grabbing the pile of bags. It felt lighter than before. I'll live. They began to walk towards the station, a slower, more tired procession than their earlier chaotic movements. The city was still alive, but the crowds had thinned, replaced by a more subdued, late-night energy. The walk was mostly silent, but it wasn't awkward. It was the comfortable quiet of a shared experience, a silent understanding passing between them. Hey! Everybody, get over here. Group photo time. 𝗵𝗲's voice cut through the quiet, bright and insistent. She was standing with Momo, holding up her phone, the screen already showing the framed image. 𝗵𝗲 was in the middle, its panda hoodie facing forward, and Camo stood stiffly beside them, looking like he'd rather be anywhere else. We're taking a group photo to commemorate tonight. It's a historic moment. Izuku hesitated, his feet feeling like they were cemented to the pavement. I don't think, nonsense. Miwa insisted, marching over and grabbing his arm. She started pulling him towards the group. She tugged him towards the open spot towards the edge where Mai was standing with her arms crossed, radiating her usual cool disdain. Perfect! Miwa chirped, and before Izuku could process what was happening, she gave him a firm shove. He stumbled forward, colliding directly with Mai. Whoa! Mai yelped, stumbling back a step as Izuku's shoulder bumped into hers. She whipped around, her face a mask of annoyance. Miwa, what the hell? Stand right there. Miwa commanded, her voice full of glee as she framed them on her phone screen. It'll be great. You two look like a grumpy cat and a lost puppy. It's perfect. Izuku froze, his entire body rigid. He was pressed shoulder to shoulder with Mai. He could feel the sheer force of her displeasure rolling off her in waves. His heart hammered against his ribs, and he fought to keep the cursed energy humming under his skin perfectly stable. Mai's jaw was tight, her eyes narrowed. You're pushing your luck, she warned, her voice a low, irritated whisper. Smile, you too. Miwa called out, completely oblivious to the frosty aura emanating from Mai. Just take the picture, Miwa, Mai said, her tone flat. She didn't shove him away, just stood there, seething, her body rigidly pressed against his. Okay, on 3. 3. Miwa snapped the picture. A flash of light later, and it was done. There. Adorable. Miwa declared, examining the photo with immense satisfaction. Okay, Kami-san, you look like you're about to be audited by the IAS, and 𝗵𝗲-kun looks like a very judgmental panda, it's a great fit. And you too. She said, pointing at Izuku and Mai, you look like you're being forced to pose for a family Christmas card. It's perfect. She then leaned in to look at the screen again, her eyes crinkling with amusement as she focused on Momo. And Momo-chan, you look like a little princess. So cute. Momo peeked over, a soft blush rising on her cheeks. Oh, my. Do I really? She asked, her voice filled with a hint of pleased surprise. The lighting is quite flattering, isn't it? She gently adjusted one of her new hairpins, a small, proud smile on her face. As soon as the picture was taken, Mai sidestepped away from him, creating a deliberate foot of space. Don't do that again, she warned, her tone sharp but not quite murderous. Sorry, Izuku mumbled, his face burning with humiliation. He retreated to a safe distance, the memory of her cold annoyance a stark contrast to the warm camaraderie he'd felt just moments before. Miwa, however, was already moving on, her cheerful energy a stark contrast to the lingering tension. Don't be so dramatic, Mai. It's just a picture. She turned to the group, her hands on her hips. All right, team, the night is officially over. Let's move out before we all turn into pumpkins. With a final, collective sigh, they turned and walked into the train station, the bright lights of the ticket gate beckoning, a definitive end to their night. He could still feel the ghost of her shoulder against his, a cold memory compared to the easy warmth that had settled over the group. He was still hiding the biggest parts of himself, but here, in the small ways, he was sharing what he could. They weren't his old classmates. They'd never be. But they got it. They understood the pressure, the sheer weight of the power they all carried, the lonely, strange world they lived in. He was still an outsider, but he felt like he was looking at a group he might one day be able to call his own. The weeks that followed settled into a new, unexpected rhythm. The memory of the city lights and the shared laughter, a reminder that a life in this new world was possible. This newfound balance extended to his training with Noritoshi Kamo. What had started as a single, challenging spar had evolved into a routine. Every day, they would meet in the secluded clearing, leaving their cursed techniques behind. It was a silent agreement, a shared pursuit to refine the most fundamental aspect of their craft, their own bodies. For 𝐻𝐻𝐽𝐻, it was a way to break from the rigid formalities of his clan's style. For 𝗧𝗍𝗂, it was a way to perfect his chaotic instincts into something disciplined. Today was just another one of those sessions. They took their positions in the familiar clearing. 𝗬𝐻𝐻 stood calmly, his hands raised in a traditional, balanced guard. Begin. 𝗧𝗍𝗂 didn't charge. He didn't retreat. He stood his ground, his weight shifting lightly on the ball of his feet. He began to circle, his movements fluid and unpredictable. He wasn't looking for an opening, he was trying to create one. He threw a feint, a laser-looking jab that 𝗬𝐻𝐻 easily deflected with a sharp parry of his own form. But the feint was just a question, and 𝗬𝐻𝐻's answer told 𝗧𝗍𝗂 everything he needed to know about his range and reaction time. 𝗧𝗍𝗂 flowed with the deflection, using the momentum to spin into a low kick aimed at 𝗬𝐻𝐻's supporting leg. It was a seamless transition, one move melting into the next. 𝗬𝐻𝐻 was forced to adjust, planting his foot to absorb the blow. He countered instantly, his other hand snapping out in a precise knife-hand strike aimed at 𝗧𝗍𝗂's throat. 𝗧𝗍𝗂 saw it coming. He didn't block it. He dropped his shoulder, letting the strike glance off his shoulder as he twisted inside 𝗬𝐻𝐻's guard. The move was dangerously close, sacrificing safety for position. He was now chest to chest with 𝗬𝐻𝐻, too close for the 𝗬𝐻𝐻's formal strikes to be effective. He exploded forward, but his attack was not just a straightforward punch. A lead hand jab to 𝗬𝐻𝐻's face to draw his attention, followed instantly by a crossbody elbow to his ribs, and finishing with a sharp, palm heel strike to 𝗬𝐻𝐻's sternum. Each strike was fast, direct, and aimed to disrupt. 𝗬𝐻𝐻 was forced to use his own body to block. The series of blows landed with solid thuds and grunts. For a split second, 𝗧𝗍𝗂 saw a flicker of genuine surprise in the 𝗬𝐻𝐻's eyes and pain from the way his mouth twisted. The rigid, classical form of the 𝗬𝐻𝐻 clan was being tested by something formless and chaotic. 𝗬𝐻𝐻 was pushed back but recovered quickly. He shoved 𝗧𝗍𝗂 back with a burst of physical strength, creating space. He reset his guard, his expression now one of intense focus. The fight was far from over. 𝗧𝗍𝗂 reset, his breathing controlled. He knew 𝗬𝐻𝐻 was analyzing him, adapting to his fluid style. He needed to be more unpredictable and methodical at the same time. He faked a lunge, then dropped into a leg sweep, forcing 𝗬𝐻𝐻 to jump back. As 𝗬𝐻𝐻 landed, 𝗧𝗍𝗂 was already moving, not to attack, but to circle, to change the angle, to never stay in one place long enough to be analyzed. He launched another assault, this time a flurry of open palm strikes, each aimed at a different pressure point, his shoulder, wrist, neck. It was too fast for 𝗬𝐻𝐻 to block them all. He deflected too, but the third struck his collarbone with a sharp smack. The blow was powerful as it was disruptive. 𝗬𝐻𝐻 grunted with some discomfort and stumbled for a second before regaining his balance. He retaliated with a sharp, precise front kick aimed at 𝗧𝗍𝗂's solar plexus. 𝗧𝗍𝗂 saw it coming, twisting his body to absorb the kick on his side instead of taking it full on. The air left his lungs in a whoosh, but he stayed on his feet, using the momentum of the impact to spin away and create distance. They were both breathing now, the sun fully illuminating the clearing. The calm sparring match had escalated into a genuine duel. "Your adaptability is your greatest strength," 𝗬𝐻𝐻 conceded, wiping a bead of sweat from his brow. "But it is also your weakness. You have no solid foundation to fall back on." "Foundations are just something to make you feel safe," 𝗧𝗍𝗂 shot back. "If I want to reach greater heights, I can't afford to stand on anything." He charged again, but this time, it was a feint within a feint. He started with his explosive speed, then slowed mid-stride, making 𝗬𝐻𝐻 anticipate an attack that never came. Instead, 𝗧𝗍𝗂 dropped low and swept 𝗬𝐻𝐻's legs out from under him. It was a move born of pure, prepared instinct. 𝗬𝐻𝐻 went down, but he was not unprepared. He rolled with the fall, using his momentum to spring back up to his feet in a single, fluid motion. But 𝗧𝗍𝗂 was already there. He had anticipated the recovery. As 𝗬𝐻𝐻 rose, 𝗧𝗍𝗂 was not waiting with a punch. He was waiting with a trap. He closed the distance, not with aggression, but with control, and locked 𝗬𝐻𝐻's leading arm, using his own body to leverage 𝗬𝐻𝐻 off balance. At the same time, his other hand snaked out, not to strike, but to grab 𝗬𝐻𝐻's collar. In one swift, economical movement, 𝗧𝗂𝐬𝐽 used 𝐭𝐽𝐲's own weight against him, twisting and pulling. 𝐭𝐽𝐲, caught completely off guard by the grappling maneuver, had no choice but to follow the momentum. He found himself flipped over 𝗧𝗂𝐬's hip, landing 𝐒𝐩𝐬𝐽 on his back on the soft grass with a loud "of." Silence. 𝗧𝗂𝐬𝐽 immediately released him, stepping back and holding out a hand. "You okay?" 𝗭𝐽𝐲 lay on the ground for a second, staring up at the sky in utter disbelief. He had been defeated. Not by a powerful technique or overwhelming force, but by a completely undignified, non-traditional, and utterly effective method. A slow breath escaped him, and then, to 𝗧𝗂𝐬's astonishment, he began to laugh. It wasn't a loud laugh, but a quiet, genuine chuckle of disbelief. He took 𝗧𝗂𝐬's offered hand and let himself be pulled up. "I yield," he said, brushing the grass off his pristine uniform. "That was the most ridiculous, unorthodox, and brilliant counter I have ever seen." "You left yourself open," 𝗧𝗂𝐬 said, a wide, triumphant grin on his face. "So I did," 𝗭𝐽𝐲 said, a rare, genuine smile gracing his lips. It was a small, almost fragile thing, but it transformed his entire face. "It seems I still have much to learn." As they walked over to the stone bench, the earlier intensity fading into a comfortable quiet, 𝗧𝗂𝐬 felt a new kind of exhaustion. It wasn't the draining emptiness of overusing his power, but the deep, satisfying ache of a muscle truly tested. He had won. Not by being stronger, but by being smarter, by being more adaptable. He had dismantled his old style and forged it into something new. And for the first time, he felt like he was finally on the right path. "Your mind. It is your greatest weapon," 𝗭𝐽𝐲 said, breaking the silence that had settled between them. "You see the fight not as a sorcerer would. You see a conversation. You listen, you learn. And then you decide if you respond or change the subject. It is why you were able to defeat me." 𝗧𝗂𝐬𝐽 looked down at his hands, turning them over. They were calloused and scarred, the hands of a fighter who had learned his craft through pain. "I think that's exactly how a sorcerer fights," he said, his voice barely a whisper. 𝗭𝐽𝐲 blinked, a rare flicker of genuine confusion crossing his usually composed features. He turned his head slightly, his analytical gaze sharpening as he processed 𝗧𝗂𝐬𝐽's quiet contradiction. "I do not follow," he admitted, his voice losing its formal edge, replaced by the simple curiosity of a student. "My entire life has been a training to be a sorcerer. To be a 𝗭𝐽𝐲. I was taught to stand a certain way, to speak a certain way, to think a certain way. It is a rigid structure, a path laid before my 𝗵𝗲𝗺. I walk it. That is the extent of my action." 𝗧𝗂𝐬𝐽 shook his head, his gaze still fixed on his own hands, as if reading a story written in the lines of his palms. "That's not a path," he said, his voice barely a whisper. "That's a script." He looked up, his eyes clear and earnest. "You were handed a script at 𝗵𝗲𝗺 and told your role. Every action you take, every word you speak, is a line you've rehearsed. You stand with rigid posture because that's what an heir does. You fight with precise, classical strikes because that's how a 𝗭𝐭𝐲 is supposed to fight. You aren't having a conversation with your opponent, you're reciting your lines. You're waiting for them to say their part so you can say yours." 𝗭𝐭𝐲 stared, utterly speechless. The analogy was so simple, yet it cut through the layers of 1,000 years of tradition with brutal, undeniable accuracy. "My whole life," 𝗧𝗂𝐬𝐽 continued, his voice gaining a quiet strength, "I was told I had no part to play. I was quirkle, powerless, useless. I had no script. No one ever told me how to stand, how to fight, or what to say. So when I got into a fight, I couldn't recite anything. I had to listen. I had to watch the other person and figure out who they were, what they were doing. I had to improvise. I had to make it up as I went along. That's the only way I've ever known how to survive." He finally looked directly at 𝗭𝐽𝐲, his expression open and vulnerable. "You see the fight as a performance of a role you were born to play. I see it as a blank stage. I have to listen to what the other actors are giving me so I figure out what my next line should be. I'm not reciting, I'm reacting. That's the only conversation I can have." 𝗭𝐭𝐲 was silent for a long time, the evening breeze stirring his dark hair. He looked away, out at the training grounds, his gaze distant. He was no longer seeing the sparring match, he was seeing his entire life, a meticulously rehearsed performance where he had never once been allowed to improvise. A script, he murmured, the words tasting strange on his tongue. He thought of his mother, of the vow he made. He wasn't doing it because he chose to, he was doing it because it was the only path his character was allowed to take to achieve his goal. He looked back at Izuku, and for the first time, he didn't see a student or a rival. He saw a freedom he couldn't comprehend. A terrifying, chaotic freedom, but a freedom nonetheless. 𝗵𝐽 was silent for a long moment. His shoulders, usually held with rigid, perfect posture, seemed to carry a heavier weight today. It is a heavy thing, he began, his voice quieter than Izuku had ever heard it, to have a path chosen for you before you can even walk. He stopped there, the words hanging in the air, unfinished. It was a crack in the fortress, a glimpse of something raw and painful, but it was quickly shuttered away. He looked away, as if ashamed of the momentary lapse. Izuku saw it immediately. It was a cry for help wrapped in so much armor it was almost unrecognizable. Izuku knew that feeling. He knew it better than anyone. If 𝗵𝐽 couldn't bring himself to say more, then Izuku would have to carry the conversation for him. I know what you mean, Izuku said, his voice gentle, matching 𝗵𝐽's quiet tone. When I was younger, I was seen differently from everyone else. In the world, everyone was special. Everyone except me. He didn't look at 𝗵𝐽, but he could feel the shift in the air. The mask of the 𝗵𝐽 air was gone, replaced by the genuine, unguarded curiosity of a fellow student. It was a disarming feeling. I wanted to help people, to save them with all my heart, Izuku continued, the words tasting like ash. But even my own mother didn't believe in me. I remember asking her if I could still do it, and she just apologized. Hugged me and apologized, as if my dream was a burden she had to carry. He could still feel the phantom weight of that hug, a cage of love and pity. My best friend, the person I was closest to in the world. He left me behind. He was special, and because of that he saw me as useless. For 10 years, I had to live isolated, feeling completely powerless. Every day was a reminder that I was less than everyone else. The confession hung in the air, raw and unfiltered. It wasn't a monologue of self-pity, but a quiet statement of fact, laid bare on the stone bench between them. 𝗵𝐽 didn't look away. He simply absorbed the words, his expression thoughtful, as if fitting a missing piece into a puzzle. That is why you do not rely on your power, 𝗵𝐽 stated. It wasn't a question. It was a conclusion, drawn with the same cold logic he applied to a fight. You learn to think, to analyze, to find another way, because you had no other choice. Your weakness forged your strength. Izuku looked up, surprised by the insight. Yeah. I guess it did. The vulnerability in Izuku's words seemed to unlock something in 𝗵𝐽. The air took a slow breath, and when he spoke again, the armor was gone, replaced by a raw, unvarnished pain. My weakness forged mine as well, he admitted, his gaze drifting to the horizon, where the mountains met the sky. My mother. She was not welcomed into the family like I was. She was the clan head's MSTS. They shunned her. He looked away, out at the training grounds, his gaze distant, seeing a scene that wasn't there. I pleaded with them to let her stay. But it was useless. She told me to remain with the 𝗵𝐽 clan, to become a sorcerer who helps people. She said she would only get in my way. He paused, his fingers clenching into a fist on his knee, the knuckles white. I made a vow. I would become powerful enough, influential enough, to build a home within the clan for her. So we could be reunited. The raw, unvarnished pain in his voice struck Izuku deeply. All the rigid adherence to clan values, the desperate need to appease the conservative faction. It was a calculated, misguided attempt to gain the power he needed to save the one person who mattered to him. Your mother. She must be very proud of you, Izuku said, his voice gentle, reaching across the gulf of their different worlds. I do not know, 𝗵𝐽 admitted, and the admission seemed to cost him something, a crack in the fortress of his composure. I have not seen her in many years. But this is the path she set me on. He turned his gaze back to Izuku, his eyes analytical and piercing, but now they held a new depth of understanding. You have no such lineage. No name. Your power is entirely your own. It is chaotic, unrefined, but it is free. You fight to help others because you choose to, not because a parent's wish binds you to it. That is a kind of strength the 𝐻𝐻𝐵 clan can never understand. The weight of that statement settled between them, heavier than any blow. Izuku had always seen his lack of a lineage, his mysterious power, as a weakness, a void he had to fill. But 𝐻𝐻𝐵 saw it as freedom. I never thought of it that way, Izuku admitted. Few do, 𝐻𝐻𝐵 said, a rare, faint smile gracing his lips. It was a small, almost fragile thing, but it transformed his entire face, softening the sharp edges. Perhaps, 𝐻𝐻𝐵 said slowly, his voice filled with a newfound sense of wonder, the reason you defeated me is not because you are a better fighter. It is because you are the only one of us who is truly a jujutsu sorcerer. He stood up, but the formal, rigid posture was gone. He looked more relaxed, more like a friend than a peer. We are training again tomorrow at dawn. Do not be late. I wouldn't miss it, Izuku said, a genuine smile spreading across his own face, mirroring 𝐻𝐻𝐵's. As 𝐻𝐻𝐵 turned to leave, he paused. He looked back at Izuku, the faint smile still present. And Midoriya. Thank you. Izuku blinked, taken aback. For what? For listening, 𝐻𝐻𝐵 said simply. Then, he did something that truly shocked Izuku. He gave a short, respectful bow. Not the bow of a clan heir to a student, but of one person to another, an equal. I will see you tomorrow. The rain in Kyoto descended like a curtain, swallowing the school. It gave the kind of cold that seeped through the walls and settled in. For Izuku, it brought a dull ache to his arms, a phantom reminder of bones that had been shattered and knit back together more times than he cared to count. The stone paths of Kyoto Jujutsu High were slick, turning the ancient cedar structures into dark, imposing silhouettes against the misty Kyoto skyline. Izuku walked with his head down, his uniform jacket soaked through, his mind a whirlwind of calculations. He was mentally mapping the day's training session. He was so deep in his own internal notebook that he didn't notice the sharp, herbal scent of tea until he was nearly upon its source. He rounded the corner of the main administrative wing and nearly collided with 𝗬𝗓𝗏 𝗧𝗏. She was holding a steaming ceramic cup in one hand and an umbrella in the other, her Miko-style robes rustling with the sudden movement. Careful there, Midoriya-kun, she said, steadying her cup with a practiced, fluid grace. Her face was set in that expression of weary kindness she often reserved for her students, the faint scar across the bridge of her nose crinkling as she squinted at him through the drizzle. You're soaked. I assume you were out in the training grounds again. You've been out there for hours. Ah, 𝐼𝐻𝐵-sensei. I'm so sorry, Izuku stammered, his face flushing a deep crimson as he bowed so quickly he almost lost his balance on the wet floor. He wiped a smudge of rain from his cheek, looking sheepish. I got caught up thinking about stuff. I didn't realize how long I'd been out there. I didn't mean to be in the way. 𝗬𝗓𝗏's expression softened, a small, knowing smile touching her lips. You remind me of a scholar more than a sorcerer sometimes, Midoriya. It's rare to see a student so focused on the how rather than just the how hard. Come with me for a moment. You look like you're about to catch a cold, and I was just heading to my office to escape this dampness anyway. I think we're overdue for a check-in. A few minutes later, Izuku found himself sitting on a low, embroidered cushion in 𝗬𝗓𝗏's private office. It was a space that felt profoundly Kyoto, filled with the soft, warm light of paper lanterns, the scent of aged wood, and the quiet, rhythmic rustle of wind against the shoji screens. She handed him a thick, dry towel and set a fresh cup of tea on the low table between them. Dry off, she commanded gently, settling into her own chair and looking at him over the rim of her cup. So, how are you actually doing, Midoriya? I know you're a quick study, but I want to know how the transition is treating you personally. How is Kyoto holding up for you? Izuku gripped the warm ceramic, looking down at the swirling green liquid. He took a long, slow breath, letting the steam warm his face. It's a lot, sensei. Everything here is so different from what I'm used to. This power system. Cursed energy. It's built on things I used to try and move past. Anger, fear. I've always tried. to keep those things under control. It's a bit exhausting, honestly. 𝗬𝗓𝗵 nodded slowly, her gaze empathetic. It is. It's a heavy burden to carry, especially when you're starting later than the others. Most sorcerers lose themselves to that eventually. They become as jagged as the curses they hunt. But what about the others? How are the students treating you? Izuku laughed softly, the tension in his shoulders finally beginning to drop. Yeah, they all great. Miwa-san is. She's incredible. She makes everything feel normal, even when we're doing things that are anything but. She actually dragged all of us out a couple of weeks ago. Miwa is the heart of this school, 𝗬𝗓𝗵 said, her voice warm. If she's decided you're her friend, then you're in. She's a good one to have in your corner. Izuku nodded, absorbing her words. It was reassuring to hear his own chaotic observations confirmed by his teacher. It's just different from what I'm used to. I imagine it is, 𝗬𝗓𝗵 said. She looked out at the setting sun, her profile framed by the light. You're settling in. You're building your own place here, piece by piece. That's more than most can say, especially ones with your unique circumstances, and Nishimiya. Senpai is kind. She's very observant. She defends me when Zenin-san is. Well, Zenin-san. 𝗬𝗓𝗵 let out a soft sigh, a sound of long-suffering familiarity. Ah, my. Don't take it personally. She's a Zenin. Their default setting is hostile and unimpressed. It's a point of pride. The fact that she hasn't tried to shoot you yet means she probably tolerates you. Izuku lightly chuckled, thinking of the time she did shoot him the first time they met. Hopefully. And Kamokuen. He's starting to open up. We've been training together every morning. I think we're starting to understand each other's rhythm in a fight. He's very disciplined. I really respect that. 𝗬𝗓𝗵 chuckled, leaning back in her chair. You're doing well, Midoriya. You have a way of sliding into people's lives without making them feel like they need to defend themselves. It's a rare trait in this world. Most sorcerers are so busy building walls that they forget how to live inside them. You're a strange one, Midoriya, but in a good way. She turned to him, her eyes holding a strange, complicated mix of exasperation and fondness. You know, for all your power and your terrifying potential, you have this infuriating habit of being genuinely decent. It's a pain in my neck. I am... Izuku asked, confused. It means I have to actually care about your well-being, she said, though her smile betrayed her. It means I can't just write you off as another problem for Gakugunji to handle. It makes you my student, not just my assignment. She looked at him, at the steady green aura and the earnest hope in his eyes, and a memory surfaced. A man with white hair and a BLNDFLD, a grin so wide it was insufferable, a power so absolute it was boring. A man who was the strongest, but also the biggest, most childish pain in her existence. You know, she said, her voice trailing off thoughtfully, you remind me a little of Gojo. The same ridiculous, bottomless well of power. The same knack for breaking all the rules and getting away with it because you're just that effective. And the same maddening ability to make everyone around you either want to strangle you or follow you. She took a long, dramatic sip of her tea, her expression souring at the mere memory. Honestly, you should consider yourself lucky you ended up here in Kyoto under my supervision. If he had found you first, he probably would have turned your training into some sort of ridiculous, high-stakes game just to entertain himself. He has absolutely zero respect for the traditional way of doing things. She shook her head with a wry, almost fond sigh. And thank God you don't have his personality. I don't think the world could handle two of them. Izuku blinked, the name echoing in the quiet office. It sounded like a title or a warning, but it held no weight in his memory. He searched his mind for any mention of it in the files he'd been given or the conversations he'd overheard, but came up empty. I'm sorry, Iori-sensei. But who is Gojo? The morning air was crisp and cool as Izuku and Kamo walked in comfortable silence, their footsteps crunching on the gravel path to their secluded training clearing, same as the past couple of weeks. But today, the silence felt heavy. Kamo-san, Izuku began, breaking the quiet rhythm of their walk. 𝐻𝐭 turned his head slightly, his eyes acknowledging him without breaking his stride. Midoriya. I was wondering. I could ask your opinion on something. Rather someone. Gojo Satoru. 𝗵𝐽 stopped. The air between them grew still, the easy camaraderie of their morning walk vanishing in an instant. He turned to face Izuku fully, his dark eyes sharp and analytical. He studied him for a long moment, as if weighing the consequences of the answer. What prompted your curiosity? 𝗵𝐽 stated, his voice neutral. Izuku hesitated, then decided on honesty. Irie-sensei mentioned him last night. She told me some things. He paused, his gaze distant. For a second, Izuku's mind flashed back to the night before, to 𝗬𝗓𝗏 throwing her hands up in despair. He's the strongest sorcerer, all right. But what they don't mention is that he's also a giant, overgrown, immature child. He is without a single exaggeration, the most infuriating man to have ever drawn breath. A giant prank played on the entire jujutsu world. I was just curious to get another perspective. A flicker of understanding and perhaps a hint of pity crossed 𝗵𝐽's face. He likely imagined the tirade 𝗬𝗓𝗏 must have gone on. An understandable question. 𝗵𝐽 conceded, his voice calm and measured. I have had the opportunity to interact with him on multiple occasions. If you want the textbook answer, Gojo Satoru is the heir of the Gojo clan. He possesses both the inherited 6 eyes and the limitless technique, a combination that is considered a once-in-a-multi-generation anomaly. His power is so absolute that he is widely recognized as the strongest sorcerer alive, and his existence alone has shifted the entire balance of power within the jujutsu world, from my view of him. He paused, his gaze distant. I have seen him at clan summits, where he arrived late, dressed like a tourist, skiing on a lollipop. He walked past rows of elders, heads of clans who had dedicated their lives to upholding tradition, without a second glance. I have also seen him outside of such settings, 𝗵𝐽 continued, his voice dropping slightly. Once, in Tokyo, he bought me a parfait. He sat across from me, rattling on about the newest limited edition suite, acting as if we were old friends. He never once mentioned my clan or my future. He simply spoke to me as if I were a person. It was the most normal experience of my life. He turned back to Izuku, his eyes holding a new, heavier intensity. That is who Gojo Satoru is. He is a man who can dismiss your life's work with a joke, and then in the next moment, offer you a kindness so genuine it undermines your entire worldview. He is a man who stands at the absolute summit, yet he seems to derive no purpose from it. Gojo Satoru is the single most powerful combatant on our side. When he appears, the battle is already over. That is the truth of the man you asked about. Izuku stood there, as he was learning about this world's all might. His mind was racing, the image of this Gojo, a man in a tourist's clothes eating a parfait, imposing itself over the memory of All Might's towering smiling form. All Might was a symbol. He was the pillar that held up society, a beacon of hope that everyone, from the smallest child to the most hardened hero, could look up to. He carried the weight of that symbol with a grace that was appealing to watch. His every public appearance was a performance, a carefully managed act designed to inspire courage and rid fear. He was a symbol first, and a man second. His power had a purpose, to protect, to inspire, to serve as the unshakable foundation of peace. Gojo, from 𝗵𝐽's description, was the opposite of that. He wasn't a pillar, he was a wrecking ball. He didn't uphold the system, he disregarded it. He didn't seem to carry the weight of anything at all. His power wasn't a tool for a greater purpose, it was simply a fact of his existence, like the sun rising in the east. He didn't inspire peace, but awe. He was a force of nature. All Might's power brought people together. Gojo's power, it seemed, only isolated him at the top, while throwing everyone else into disarray. And yet, the more he thought about it, the more the lines blurred. 𝗵𝐽 said Gojo's existence made the traditional power structures of the clans irrelevant. Didn't All Might's existence do the same? Before him, crime rates were soaring, heroes were just another part of a struggling system. All Might didn't just join the system, he became the system. The HPSC, the rankings, the public's unwavering faith, They all revolved around his singular, overwhelming power. 𝐒𝐭 said Gojo could dismiss a lifetime of work with a joke. Izuku remembered the day he met All Might, when he threw the punch and changed the weather. And all he did was smile, crack a one-liner, and then ended it. To the villains who had poured their hearts and souls into fighting him, to taking him down, wasn't that the ultimate dismissal? And Gojo's isolation at the top? Wasn't All Might the most isolated man on the planet? Who could truly understand the weight he carried? Who could he talk to, not as the symbol, but as a man? He was surrounded by adoring fans, but he was utterly, completely alone. The methods were different, but then again the worlds were different. Their effects were the same. One man, so powerful, that everything and everyone was forced to exist in his shadow. They were both suns, and the world simply revolved around them, whether it wanted to or not. Midoriya. 𝐒𝐭's voice cut through his thoughts. You look pale. Izuku shook his head, forcing a weak smile. Sorry. Just a lot to think about. Indeed, 𝐒𝐭 said, his expression unreadable. Come. The day will not wait for us. As they continued their walk, Izuku's thoughts spiraled, dragging him down into a cold, dark place. His role. He had always known his role. He was the successor. The one who would inherit One for All and take up the mantle of the symbol of peace. It was a path laid out for him, a heavy burden he had accepted without question. But now, what did that even mean? He thought of the months before he'd arrived here. The desperate, lonely hunt. He had pushed everyone away, left them behind. His friends, his teachers. He had isolated himself, convinced that only he could bear the weight of facing Shigaraki and All for One. He had become a ghost, operating alone in the dark, his power growing but his world shrinking to a single, obsessive point. He was becoming strong, yes, but he was also becoming alone. Wasn't that the first step to becoming what All Might became, what Gojo is? A force so powerful you stand apart, a disaster waiting to happen because no one can get close enough to ground you. He saw it now with horrifying clarity. All Might's power, his very existence, had created a system that depended entirely on him. When he fell, the world fractured. Heroes couldn't function without the symbol. He had been a pillar, yes, but he had also been a crutch that the entire world had learned to lean on, and when it was kicked away, they all collapsed. He was destined to be one of them. A path that led to the same destination, isolation. A path led to a form of chaos, whether it was the chaotic freedom of Gojo or the chaotic dependency All Might created. He couldn't be that. He wouldn't. His gaze drifted to 𝐭, walking beside him, a boy bound by duty and legacy. Then his mind flickered to the others. Kasumi Miwa, with her cheerful determination and unwavering support. Momo Nishimiya, whose quiet strength was a shield for others. Even Mai Zenin, with her disdain, was part of this web. They were all part of a system, a world that relied on each other, not on a single, unstoppable pillar. And then there were the ghosts of his old world. Uraraka, whose bright, weightless spirit had always been his anchor. Ida, whose rigid sense of justice was the backbone of their class. Todoroki, who had fought to find his own path outside the shadow of his father. And Kaken, his oldest rival, his most painful mirror, a constant explosive reminder of what he was fighting for and what he could become. He had pushed them all away. That was the mistake. That was the first step onto the lonely path. He had to find his own way. A way that didn't involve standing so far above everyone that they became ants, or standing so alone that no one could see him at all. He had to learn to be strong with people, not just for them. He wasn't All Might's successor. Not anymore. And he wasn't going to be this world's next Gojo. He was Izuku Midoriya. And that path was the only one worth walking. They were just approaching the entrance to the training grounds, a simple wooden archway leading into a small clearing, when a figure stepped out from the shadows of the trees, blocking their path. He is exceptionally tall and muscular, with a professional bodybuilder's physique. His shoulders are incredibly broad. He wore the Jujutsu high uniform, featuring a high-collared jacket unbuttoned. His gaze swept past 𝐭, dismissing him instantly, and locked onto Izuku. "You're a hard guy to track down, you know," the man said, his voice a low growl. I've been looking for you for some time now. Midoriya, was it? Izuku stared, his mind reeling. He'd never seen this person before in his life. The sheer intensity radiating off him was palpable, a focused aggressive energy that felt like a physical pressure. Camo's posture straightened into the rigid line of a clan heir and looked like he was about to intervene, but he faltered. He opened his mouth to speak, but the words got caught, his composure disrupted by the overwhelming presence of the newcomer. He closed his mouth, a flicker of annoyance crossing his features, and remained silent. Who are you? Izuku asked, taking a half step back. The stranger's eyes bored into Izuku. That doesn't matter, he said, his voice flat and dismissive. The only thing that matters right now, the only thing that will ever truly matter between us, is the answer to one simple question. He took a step closer, his intense gaze unwavering. So, answer me, he demanded, his face deepening with a terrifying seriousness. What kind of woman is your type? What kind of woman is your type? Todo's face was of absolute seriousness, his eyes burning with a fierce light. The pressure radiating from him intensified. Depending on your answer, he continued, his voice a low growl that vibrated in Izuku's chest, I'll beat you half to death right here. He began to pull at the high collar of his jacket, the heavy fabric groaning under the strain of his swelling muscles as he took it off and tossed it aside. By the way, my type is a tall woman with a big butt. Todo said as he ripped his shirt, exposing a physique of overwhelming muscle. Izuku's mind ground to a screeching halt. The gears tried to turn, to process what was even going on, but they just kept slipping. He could feel Camo beside him, a rigid statue of disbelief and frustration. The Camo heir, who could navigate the politics of the clans and analyze a fight with cold precision, was as useless here as Izuku was. This was a language neither of them spoke. What? The word came out as a high-pitched squeak. Izuku's face erupted into a deep, agonizing crimson that started at his collar and surged up to the tips of his ears. He looked less like a sorcerer and more like a human radiator about to burst. Hurry up and answer, Todo commanded, moving closer until Izuku could practically feel the energy radiating off him. If you prefer men, that's fine, too. A person's fetishes reflect everything about them. People with boring taste in women are boring people themselves. And I hate boring men. His brain, which could analyze complex fight sequences and deconstruct quirks on the fly, short-circuited at the direct and aggressive question about romance. He opened his mouth, but only a strangled squeak came out. His eyes were wide, darting between the stranger's gaze and Camo's stiff, mortified face. He was a boy who spent his nights analyzing heroes and quirks. In the middle of this new sorcerer world, he had just been hit with the most personal question of his life. What? I mean, it's not, that's a really personal. The stranger's glare intensified, cutting him off. As a show of kindness, haven't left you half dead yet. The stuttering, the panic, it was all still there, but the threat of death snapped a wire in his brain. His mind had been ringing from danger sense since this man had appeared. This was a life-or-death interrogation based on the most ridiculous premise imaginable. Todo leaned in, his voice dropping to a final, resonant boom. Answer me, Midoriya. What kind of woman is your type? Izuku's shoes scuffed the gravel as he took a reflexive step back, his hands coming up in a frantic, fluttering motion. His heart was hammering against his ribs like a trapped bird. He looked at Camo, but the air was staring straight ahead, his jaw so tight it looked like it might snap. I've never. It's not like Izuku's voice hitched, a high-pitched of pure unadulterated panic. He squeezed his eyes shut for a fraction of a second, and a memory, long buried and embarrassingly wholesome, surfaced with the force of a tidal wave. He was 10, sitting at the small kitchen table, organizing his All Might figurines into a strategic formation. His mother was humming as she did the dishes, the warm, soapy scent filling their small apartment. She turned, her smile soft and a little sad, and said, "You know, Izuku, one day you'll bring a girl home. Just make sure she's kind, okay? Someone who laughs at your silly muttering and sees how big your heart is. That's more important than anything." The memory was a warm, safe blanket. His mouth, bypassed by his racing heart, fumbled for the most correct and safe response he could muster under the current threat. I think. Someone who is incredibly kind. Izuku managed to choke out, the words stumbling over each other. Someone who smiles even when things are tough. And, someone who sees the best in people. Every word was a struggle, forced out through a throat that felt like it was closing. He was stuttering so hard his teeth were practically chattering, his face a deep shade of red. It was the answer of a boy who had spent his life studying heroes, not the primal urges of men. The silence that followed was worse than the pressure. Tears began to well in the corners of Todo's eyes, spilling over and tracing paths down his face. The light in his gaze was extinguished, replaced by sorrow. The overwhelming pressure vanished, replaced by a profound emptiness. I can't believe it, the man choked out, his voice thick with genuine, heartbroken disappointment. You're boring, Midoriya, he whispered, with a genuine sadness in his voice. What? Izuku squeaked, his embarrassment momentarily overshadowed by a flicker of confusion. Then his head rang. A piercing alarm screamed directly into Izuku's skull. It was danger sense, and it wasn't just a warning. There was no time for thought. No time for strategy. There was only instinct. Todo swung a massive, horizontal lariat designed to take Izuku's head off. Izuku's body exploded with power, the now familiar cursed energy crackling around him as 5% output surged through his body. Izuku jumped back, a motion powered by pure survival instinct. His feet dragged across the ground as he slid back. You dodged, Todo said, his voice devoid of its earlier sorrow. It was observational. Interesting. I was sure I had you. He took a step forward, the ground cracking slightly under his weight. Wait! Izuku shouted, his voice cracking slightly. He stayed in his crouch, ready to bolt again at a moment's notice. Who are you? Why are you attacking me? I don't even know you. Todo stopped, tilting his head as if Izuku had asked a truly stupid question. Kyoto, second year, Aoi Todo. He wiped at his eyes with the back of his hand, his shoulders slumping. I thought that at first glance that you wouldn't be a boring guy. I really did. He looked at Izuku, his expression a crumpled mask of betrayal. So I went out of my way to ask you, but you just trampled on my kindness. He let out a breath, the sound completely at odds with his terrifying physique. I guess you shouldn't judge a person by their looks, right? The sheer absurdity of it all left Izuku speechless. I came here hoping for a spark. A flash of a soul that could rival my own. But you're just another cog in the machine of decency. Todo declared, suddenly snapping his gaze back to Izuku. However, Todo continued, his voice rising in volume, I cannot let a man with such immense potential waste it on a personality that has the flavor of unseasoned tofu. If your soul is too timid to speak, I will beat the truth out of it. Camo finally found his voice, stepping forward. Todo, that's enough. He is a new student. He's still new to this key, quiet, Camo. Todo roared, not even looking at him. This is a conversation between men. Prepare yourself, Midoriya Izuku. Todo shouted, his stance widening. I'm going to knock that boring look right off your face and see what's actually hiding underneath. Izuku felt the shift in the air. This wasn't a spar. It wasn't a training session. This was, he didn't know what this was. He felt the familiar hum of his cursed energy beginning to spark beneath his skin, the energy flickering at the very edge of his fingertips. He thinks I'm boring. Izuku thought. A spark of irritation, rare and sharp, flared in Izuku's chest. He thought of what he did to get where he was, the bones he'd broken, the battles he's fought in, the times he put his life in danger. Todo was trying to force him into a box before he even got to know him. It was a bitter, familiar taste in his mouth. The feeling of being judged by a single thing. He remembered Sir Nightai, the man who had All Might's trust, looking at him and seeing only a foolish, unworthy child trying to fill shoes he could never comprehend and had written him off as a liability. He hadn't seen the analysis, the strategy, the sheer, unyielding will to save people that drove him. He'd seen a problem, not a person. And now, here was Todo. A different man, a different world, but the same infuriatingly narrow lens. Izuku dropped into a low, fluid stance, his eyes losing their frantic look and sharpening into the calculating green of a hero, now sorcerer. Without another word, Todo vanished, and with explosive speed he reappeared directly behind Izuku, looking to grab him from behind. Izuku, with the help of danger sense, launched himself forward and to the side, a leap moving away from Todo. He felt the displaced air of Todo's closing arms brush against the back of his uniform jacket. His hands grabbed onto nothing but air, missing him by inches. Izuku's feet hit the ground in controlled leaps, springing further back several feet away. He took another stance, ready for another attack. Todo stood where Izuku had been, his arms still extended. He slowly lowered them, his head tilting. He moved without turning to even see Izuku. Is that his cursed technique? A form of precognition. And his speed too, he was able to avoid both of my attacks. The thought was a spark of curiosity, quickly buried under a wave of exhilaration. A slow, dangerous smile spread across his face. So, you're not just a boring personality. Good. That makes this more fun. He exploded forward again, a straightforward, overwhelming charge. This attack was a colossal right hook. Izuku ducked under it, the wind whipping his hair. He made no move to counter. Come on, at least try to hit me. Todo roared, turning into a vicious backhand strike. Izuku threw himself backward, the attack missing his nose by a hair. Why, he shot back, his voice tight with effort as he scrambled away. So you can beat me up for no reason. The reason is clear. Todo bellowed, moving into a combination for more unpredictable attacks. A spinning heel kick, a lunging knee strike. This is about souls. This is the best way of understanding the soul of people like you. Izuku backflipped over a low sweep, landing lightly. That doesn't make any sense. How is beating someone up supposed to tell you about their personality, their type? It tells me if you're a coward. Todo slammed a foot down where Izuku had been, cracking the ground. It tells me if you're stubborn. It tells me if you have the guts to look a man in the eye and tell him what you truly believe. A roundhouse kick caught Izuku square in the side as he tried to process the sheer insanity of the statement. The air exploded from his lungs in a pained gasp, and he was sent skidding backward. Todo didn't press the advantage, standing his ground. You see, you're thinking too much. Izuku spat a small glob of BLD to the side, his emerald eyes burning with a fire. He raised his hands, not into fists, but into an open-palmed guard. There's no logic in this. There's just you attacking me. That's where you're wrong. Todo roared, a grin of pure joy spreading across his face. This is a declaration. A man's soul is forged in the crucible of battle. When your back is against the wall and you have nothing left, what do you reach for? That's the only answer that matters. Now, stop thinking and start answering. He charged again, his movements a blur of power. This time, he committed to the feint. He telegraphed a massive right punch, his entire body coiling for the strike. It was a blatant, obvious lure, designed to make his opponent retreat into the path of his true attack. Izuku saw it. His mind, a whirlwind of analysis and danger sense, screamed retreat. But his instincts, forged in dozens of battles against the unpredictable, screamed engage. For the first time, Izuku didn't back away. He decided to think, or not to think, just as Todo said. As Todo's left fist, the real attack, shot out like a cannonball, Izuku surged forward. He moved into the storm, his body a missile. Instead of dodging, he slapped his right hand against Todo's extended wrist, deflecting the punch just enough to send it past his head. The surprise on Todo's face was absolute. He had expected a retreat, not a counter. In that split second of disbelief, Izuku drove his right knee upward, powered by 5% cursed energy output. It connected. Thump! The force of the blow was a solid hard hit. Todo's body was pushed back, his breath exploding from his lungs in a pained grunt. The force of the blow lifted the man slightly off his feet, sending him stumbling backward. He caught himself after a few steps, shaking his head and even wheezing a bit in surprise. He spat the BLD accumulated in his mouth, then looked back at Izuku, who stood in a low ready stance. "You hit me," Todo said, his voice a low, rumbling chuckle. He touched his chest, where the impact had landed, then looked at his own hand as if seeing it for the first time. "You actually hit me." He looked back at Izuku, his eyes burning with a newfound respect. "You didn't run. You didn't dodge. You moved into my attack." He took a deep breath, the air around him seeming to crackle with renewed energy. "That's it. That's the spark I was looking for. That's a soul that isn't afraid of the fire." Izuku stayed in his stance, his breathing ragged, his side aching from the earlier kick fading away. He could feel the adrenaline coursing through him, a wild, intoxicating fear and exhilaration. "But you're still hiding." Todo's voice boomed, the joy in his tone hardening back into a challenge. "That was a good answer, a show of spirit. But it's not the whole truth. You're still hiding behind your moves, behind your instincts. I asked you a direct question, and I expect a direct answer." He slammed a fist into his own palm, the sound like a gunshot. "Don't think this changes anything. You've proven you're not a coward, which is great. It means I don't have to feel bad about what happens next. I'm going to keep hitting you until you stop hiding your true self. So, let's try this again," Todo declared, his voice booming across the clearing. He settled into a stance that was different from before, lower, more grounded, more serious. The playful aggression was replaced by a focused intensity. "The boring Izuku Midoriya is dead. Now, show me the real you." Todo moved in, throwing a lightning-fast jab-cross combination. Izuku bobbed and weaved, the fists whipping past his face. He countered with a low kick to the side of Todo's knee, a move designed to disrupt balance. Todo lifted his leg to block. He simply took the kick and retaliated, jumping off his standing leg and swung his leg to throw a kick that forced Izuku to leap back. They fell into a rhythm, high-speed conversation of fists and feet. Todo's attacks were overwhelming, each one carrying enough force to possibly end the fight. But Izuku wasn't there. He was always a half-step away, his body moving with an intuitive grace. He saw an opening. Todo threw a wide hook, a powerful but telegraphed strike. In that instant, Izuku moved in to attack. He went forward, his cursed energy a vibrant hum. But he didn't charge in wildly. He moved, his body sinking into the fluid style he had been honing with Camo. Todo's smile widened slightly as Izuku advanced. He met the larger boy's charge with a calm readiness, catching a powerful right stepping inside Todo's guard. He moved in to perform the same move that had defeated Camo, the one he used on Kaken, but Todo was not either of them. His core was like a mountain. He absorbed the shift in momentum, his left arm already swinging around in a powerful strike. But Izuku was already flowing with it. He ducked under the swing, throwing himself onto the floor on his two hands, his movements a seamless transition. He then pushed himself off the ground toward Todo with his leg driving a sharp kick into Todo's ribs. The blow landed with a solid thump, but Todo barely grunted, having reinforced the area before the kick landed, then twisting his body and countering with a grab toward Izuku's leg. Izuku's leg was caught. He felt the immense unyielding strength of Todo's grip clamp down like a steel trap. Todo was already beginning to turn, his body coiling to use Izuku's own weight and momentum against him. The world became a blur of motion as Todo swung him in a wide, powerful arc. The force was immense, threatening to tear his leg from its socket. He was launched toward the distant tree line, with the air pressure slamming against his face. A howling force filled his ears until they rang, drowning out everything else. It was a raw, overwhelming sensation, but one he was used to. As he flew in the air, he tapped into the well of power within him, of his cursed technique. Izuku placed one hand over the other, Izuku slid the door open, the familiar scent of his simple room a comfort. He let out a long sigh, the events of the day and the unexpected fun of the evening settling over him. He changed into his sleepwear, the cool fabric a welcome sensation, and lay down on his bed, listening to the quiet hum of the night. His eyelids grew heavy, the exhaustion from training and the night out with his classmates pulling him down into sleep. I should probably ask Miwa-san for that picture. One moment, he was lying on his bed, listening to the cool air of the Kyoto night, drifting into sleep. Next, he was awake not in his bed but in the familiar landscape surrounded by darkness. He stood in the vestige realm, now his innate domain, with the past users of One for All sitting on their thrones all surrounding Izuku. Izuku stood in front of them. It had been a while since his arrival in this new world, and the nightly summons to this place had become his only constant. All Might's form was the brightest, a beacon of unwavering gold. En, the sixth user, gave a lazy wave. Yoichi, a ghost of a smile on his face. 𝗓𝗏𝗄, the fourth, remained a pillar of stoic silence. 𝗓𝗏𝗄𝗏, the fifth, flexed a spectral muscle. Nana 𝗓𝗵𝗲, her form shimmering with warmth, offered him a sad, encouraging smile. Izuku, Yoichi's gentle voice was the first to greet him, his small form leaning forward. "How have you been faring?" Izuku looked at the assembled vestiges, a small, tired smile gracing his lips. The weight of the day, of the world, felt a little lighter here. "I'm adjusting," he said, his voice quiet but steady. "The world is different, you know." He let out a small, self-deprecating laugh. "It's the little things that get you." Nana 𝗓𝗵𝗲, her form radiating a gentle warmth that felt like a hug, looked at him with knowing eyes, a soft, genuine smile on her face. "It's the little things that make you feel human, Izuku. Don't ever lose track of them." Her gaze softened. "I saw you the other day. With the Kyoto students." Izuku felt a familiar blush creep up his neck, even here in this space. "Oh, yeah. We went out for a bit after training." "You let them drag you through the city," she said giggling. "Eating crepes, playing those silly arcade games. You were smiling." Her smile widened. "It was good to see." I was just trying to fit in," he mumbled, rubbing the back of his neck. "You were," Nana agreed, her voice full of warmth. "And you were letting yourself be a person. Thank you for listening to my advice, Izuku. A hero who never rests, who never connects, is just a weapon waiting to break. You took a step away from that edge. I'm proud of you." The warmth in his chest was overwhelming, a stark contrast to the usual frustration he felt. "Thank you, Nana-san. It helped. A lot." "See. He's not just a fighter," Yoichi added, his voice bright. "He's learning to live. Living is one thing," a sharp voice cut through the warmth. "Surviving is another." Before anyone could continue, a new voice cut through the conversation, sharp and analytical. It was a voice they had all heard, but one that so rarely spoke directly to Izuku, a voice that usually remained a silent, observing presence on its throne. Kudo, the second user, detached from the group, his cold energy a stark contrast to the others. "You can have all the fun you want, but it won't mean a thing if you're dead." A stunned silence fell over the vestige realm. Izuku's head snapped around, his eyes wide as he stared at the second user. Kudo, who had always been a silent, brooding figure in the back, had spoken. Not just a passing comment, but a direct observation. Even the other vestiges were taken aback. Banjo's gruff expression was one of pure shock. En's lazy posture was replaced by rigid attention. Nana's warm smile had faded into one of profound surprise. All Might's golden form flickered slightly, his own shock palpable. In all their time together, Kudo had been the most reserved, the most distant of them all, content to watch from his throne. Kudo met their gazes without a hint of emotion, his sharp eyes locked on Izuku. "What? You all thought I wasn't paying attention." He leaned forward on his throne, his restless energy suddenly filling the space. "The kid is struggling. I'm just pointing out the obvious. You're getting better at controlling your cursed energy," Kudo's gruff voice echoed. "But you're still holding back. Unlike One for All back in our world, this energy works differently," Kudo stated, his tone matter-of-fact. "So your body wouldn't break down even if you did go 100% output. But the higher you output, the less efficient you get at using it, which is what you've realized, right?" "Yes, it's different," Izuku admitted, his shoulders slumping slightly. "Cursed energy. It feels so volatile. I'm trying to use it the way Kamo-san and Iori-sensei taught me." He looked up, meeting Kudo's sharp gaze with a newfound determination. "That's exactly why I'm staying at a lower output. Even now, my lower percentages feel raw. It's powerful, but it's sloppy. I can feel the energy leaking, wasting itself with every move. If I tried to jump to 100%, especially with my output, it would be like a bomb going off, one I wouldn't be able to contain. And even without that, with my cursed energy, there's a limit of it that I have. It's immense but still limited. I'd burn through everything I have before being able to recuperate it. He clenched a fist. I need to MSTR it. I need to make it efficient. If I can do that, I can regain any cursed energy back just as quickly as I used it. Once I can do that with a lower percentage perfectly, then I can move up. It's not about holding back. I'm trying to build a foundation that won't crumble the second there is pressure. A slow, sharp smirk spread across Kudo's face, a look of approval. Good, he grunted as he leaned back on his throne, his restless energy now focused. You're not just a brawler after all. That's a start. Kudo grunted, rising from his throne and walking toward Izuku. But a perfect foundation is useless if you don't have the right tools to build with. Kudo stands in front of Izuku. My quirk, I guess cursed technique now. 𝐸𝐽𝐵, it's different from when I used it. Like the meta abilities of the others, it has become stronger as One for All has grown. 𝐸𝐽𝐵, which originally only worked on small objects, has grown to have the ability to work on objects on a cellular level up to human size. It allows you to change the speed of objects you touch while ignoring the laws of inertia, including yourself. He reached out a hand, which began to glow with a fierce, blue energy. I've been watching you. You're thinking, and correctly if I'd say so. But now you need to start acting. We don't know what's out there, and you need to have the most tools in your arsenal. You need to be able to change the rules of the fight on a dime. What are you saying? Izuku asked, his heart starting to pound. I'm saying I'm giving you my key. I'm unlocking my quirk for you, Kudo said, his voice firm. For all we know, there could be someone out there worse than All for One, or we end up back in our world to face him. Either way, we need to prepare for anything. You'll now have the full power of One for All, or whatever it is now. The others will still be here, but I'm stepping up. I'll be your guide in this. When you're backed into a corner, when the world is throwing you on the ground, you shift gears. You take back control. He placed his glowing hand on Izuku's chest. The energy was warm, powerful, and filled with a fierce spirit. It flooded into him, merging with his own cursed energy, with the remnants of One for All. It felt like a new gear had been added to his soul, a gear that could change his entire direction at a moment's notice. Time to move to the next level, kid. Kudo's voice echoed as his form began to fade back into the collective. Don't be afraid to use it. Transmission, low gear. Ǩaçak, even though he's never driven a car before, he visualizes the action of operating a 𝐸𝐽𝐵 lever in a vehicle. Doing so, he activates his cursed technique. The force that had been throwing him toward the trees vanished. It was like a SWCH had been flipped. One moment, he was a projectile hurtling toward impact. The next, he was still in midair. Releasing 𝐸𝐽𝐵, he landed a few feet from the trees. Todo, expecting the crunch of bone and wood, completed his swing with a triumphant grunt. He turned to watch the outcome of the impact, his grin already in place, only to see Izuku standing uninjured, not having crashed into the trees. Todo's triumphant grunt died in his throat. But Izuku didn't give him a second to process. He directed his cursed energy, pushing off the ground. He shot forward back toward Todo, re-entering the fight now in a completely different angle. The green energy around him ignited. The vibrance of his cursed energy roared into a flash as he slammed his output up to 8%. The air warped around him, the sudden acceleration destroying the dirt beneath his feet and a burst that tore through the quiet clearing. He was a blur of motion aimed directly at Todo's stunned face. Todo's shock evaporated, replaced by instinct. He roared, exhilarated by the challenge, and threw his arms up in a crossguard, reinforcing them with a layer of his own cursed energy. He braced for impact, expecting a collision that would possibly push him back. The impact never came. ǩaçak Izuku, putting one hand over the other once again, did the motion of changing gears, transmission, low gear. He slammed on the brakes. The 8% output cut off as abruptly as it had appeared. The force of his own momentum vanishing, a feat of power that defied physics. He decelerated instantly that the air itself couldn't even understand, dropping from a subsonic charge to motionless in the span of a second. As quickly as he used 𝐸𝐻𝑖ft, he turned it off, landing in a low crouch, directly under Todo's reinforced guard. Todo's eyes widened in horrified realization. His arms were high, his chest protected, but in his haste to block the frontal assault, he had left his entire midsection completely open. Izuku's fist, now glowing with a focused and contained 5%, drove it upward, uppercutting into Todo's abdomen. The impact gave a deep thump, the sound of a fist driving into an unguarded gut. All the air was forced from Todo's lungs in a silent, violent rush. His eyes bulged, his reinforced arms dropping uselessly as his body folded around the blow. The force of it lifted him off his feet, sending him flying backward like a discarded doll, a glob of BLD coming from his mouth. This time, he was the one being thrown like a missile. Izuku didn't let him enjoy the flight. As Todo sailed through the air, Izuku's hand snapped out. Black Whip. A single, thick strand of black energy shot from his palm. It crossed the distance in an instant, lashing out and coiling around Todo's waist with precise accuracy. The WHP snagged him, stopping his momentum with a violent JRK. Todo dangled in midair for a moment, his mind a scrambled mess of pain and disbelief. Izuku planted his feet, his legs sinking into the soft dirt. He held the strand of Black Whip now with both hands, his body the anchor in the center of the storm. He began to turn, his movements smooth and powerful, using his entire body to generate torque. He swung. Todo was yanked from the air, his body becoming a blur of muscle and pain as Izuku spun him in a wide, devastating arc. The world was a whirlwind of green and brown. He saw the trees rushing toward him, the same ancient cedars he had tried to throw Izuku into just moments before. The impact was imminent, a bone-shattering finale he had inadvertently designed for himself. This was it. The end of the fight. Then, in the split second before the collision, Todo's eyes, wide with shock and pain, narrowed with a sudden, fierce focus. He wasn't just a brawler. He was a sorcerer. Then he clapped chapter text clap. One moment, Todo was hurtling toward the trees. The next, he was gone. The air where he had been seemed to shimmer with cursed energy for an instant, and in his place was his jacket, imbued with a faint trace of his cursed energy. The Black Whip in Izuku's hands went slack, whipping through the empty air where Todo had been a split second ago. He stumbled forward, his momentum carrying him several steps with the sudden loss of resistance throwing off his balance. He stared, his mind trying to catch up. Todo hadn't dodged. He hadn't escaped. He had simply ceased to be there. The tree at the end of the clearing was untouched. Not a single leaf was out of place. There was no crater, no splintered wood, no sign of the devastating impact that should have occurred. Loud coughing echoed from the other side of the clearing, where their battle had originally begun. Izuku's head snapped around. Todo was there, standing unsteadily but on his own 2 feet. He was bent over, one hand pressed to his abdomen, the other braced against his knee. He was coughing, a wet, ragged sound that brought up a glob of BLD onto the grass. But he was standing. He was whole. Izuku's mind raced, connecting the impossible dots. He swapped places. With his jacket, which had now been hurled into the tree he was supposed to hit. He looked at the trees, then back at Izuku, and a slow, disbelieving grin spread across his face, despite the pain. He slowly straightened up, wiping a smear of crimson from his lips with the back of his hand. He turned, and his eyes found Izuku's. The pain was there, a dull fire in his gaze. But it was buried. Buried under an avalanche of pure, unadulterated joy. He teleported. Izuku breathed, the words barely a whisper. You really are full of surprises, Midoriya. Todo grunted, spitting a bit of BLD onto the grass. He straightened up, his posture regaining some of its familiar confidence. He slammed his fist into his palm, the sound sharp and decisive. The pain in his gut seemed to vanish, replaced by a pure, unadulterated thrill. Okay, think, Izuku, think. Analyze. The opponent, Aoi Todo. His cursed energy is good, his physical stats are pretty good too. His fighting style. It's direct. Overwhelmingly honest. No wasted movement. He's not hiding anything. And now his technique, some form of teleportation, possibly suching with objects, probably imbued with cursed energy. From the looks of it, it's activated after he clapped his hands. The air between them hummed with the static of cursed energy. Izuku stood his ground, his mind spinning through 1,000 variables of the next 10 seconds. I can beat him, Izuku thought, his eyes tracking the slight twitch in Todo's muscles. I'm able to use 8% with near-perfect efficiency right now. If I use that along with everything I've accumulated from F.A. Jin, I can finish this before he can even think to clap. But the analysis part of his brain, the part that used to fill notebooks with heroes, screamed differently. If I win this battle, I will lose the war. Izuku looked at Todo's eyes. They weren't filled with malice, they were filled with a terrifying, lonely expectation. Todo was looking for a peer. If Izuku gave him a fight and nothing else, Todo would become a permanent, relentless rival, a shadow that would follow Izuku everywhere. I need him to stop wanting to fight me, Izuku realized. In this world, normal people are the unnatural. To Todo, normal is boring. And being boring is a death sentence. If we continue, I might end up defeating him, Izuku thought, eyes darting left and right, but I can't beat him with force. If I beat him, he'll just come back harder tomorrow. He'll be obsessed. The only way to stop a force of nature is to flow with it. Then he remembered, not Todo's strength, but his words. Todo's tears, his genuine, soul-crushing disappointment. It wasn't an act. It was a real, emotional response to Izuku's answer. His motivation is just as direct as his attacks. He's not fighting me because I'm a threat or an enemy. He's fighting me because I failed his test. Izuku continued to think, to analyze not just Todo but himself. I'll admit my answer. It was a safe answer. The kind of generic thing you're supposed to say. He called it boring. And in his language, boring must mean dishonest or weak. The logic clicked into place with the brutal clarity of a mathematical proof. So, if his language is unfiltered honesty, then to communicate, to make him stop. I have to speak that language. I have to be just as honest as he is. And talk to him in the way he understands, fist to fist. Heart to heart. I have to give him the raw, unfiltered, embarrassing truth. Not what a hero should like, but what I actually, his face turned red. But I can't actually say it, can I? He had to do something so radical, so out of character, that it would completely overwrite Todo's perception of him. He looked at Todo, who was lowering his center of gravity, his muscles coiling with a more focused power. The fight was about to continue. Izuku took a deep, shuddering breath. He let his hands fall to his sides. The cursed energy around him flickered and died, leaving him looking smaller and vulnerable in the face of the coming storm that is Todo. This was the only path left. It wasn't about winning or losing anymore. It was about understanding. Todo saw the shift. He saw the energy vanish. He saw the resignation in Izuku's posture. His predatory grin faltered, replaced by a flicker of confusion. What is this? Giving up? I thought you were more interesting than that. No, Izuku said, his voice quiet but clear, carrying across the tense space between them. I'm not giving up. I'm answering your question. Todo froze, his head tilting like a curious dog. What? Izuku squeezed his eyes shut, his face scrunching up as if he were about to confess to a crime. He couldn't look at Camo. He couldn't look at Todo. He just had to get the words out. He took a ragged, shuddering breath, his hands clenched into fists at his sides. His hero persona was shattering, leaving only the flustered, awkward teenage boy underneath. You asked me what my type was, Izuku continued, his face starting to burn with a deep, agonizing crimson. He forced himself to meet Todo's gaze, his eyes shimmering with a mortification so profound it was almost a physical force. My first answer, it was the heroic answer. And you called it boring. He swallowed hard, his throat feeling like it was full of sand. And you're right, he stammered, his voice a high-pitched mess. My first answer was. It was garbage. It was what I thought I was supposed to say. It wasn't. It wasn't the truth. The thought alone sent a fresh wave of heat crawling up his neck, his face flushing a deep, mortified crimson. This was worse than any villain attack. This was a minefield of his own deepest, most teenage insecurities. And as his traitorous brain scrambling for the truth, it didn't pull up abstract concepts. It offered a slideshow of his most mortifying, 𝗕𝗵𝗲-fueled memories. A flash of 𝗧𝗵𝗲 𝗬𝗧𝗏 during their first battle training, the skin-tight fabric of her hero suit stretching with every movement, a perfect, distracting silhouette against the nervousness of the upcoming battles. An explosion of pink hair and manic energy as 𝗵𝗲 launched herself from her workshop, landing with her chest pressing directly against his face, her babble about her babies completely drowning out the frantic beating of his own heart. The swirling energy of his upperclassmen 𝗕𝐩𝐻𝐻 floating effortlessly in front of him preparing for the beauty pageant, leaning in slightly, the elegant cut of her dress doing absolutely nothing to hide her generous bosom in front of his face it was designed to emphasize, her bright eyes locking with his. The dam broke. I like girls with nice bub. He screamed, the words bursting out of him like a pressurized valve, his face the color of a ripe tomato. Big ones. And a nice figure. Okay. He stood there, his entire body trembling with the sheer force of his own confession. He had just screamed the most humiliating of truths in the middle of a life-or-death situation. He braced for the impact, for the punch, for the ridicule. Instead, there was only silence. At that moment, a memory was born inside Todo's brain of a past event that never happened. They were walking out of the classroom into the school hallway, the air thick with the school chatter. Lockers lined the walls, students walking by to head home. Todo was walking with pride and confidence. Beside him, walking with an optimistic step, was Izuku, his green hair more wild, his arms free of the scars and exhaustion of his current reality. Hey, Izuku, Todo said, slinging an arm around his shoulder and jostling him. Ready for the gym. We've got to get those gains in if we want to impress the third years. You bet, Kuin. Izuku replied with a determined nod, a wide, genuine smile on his face. I was thinking we could start with bench presses today. My max went up by 10 last week. 10. Not bad, partner. Todo laughed, giving him a friendly squeeze. But I'm still ahead of you by 10. We've got to keep the pressure on. Can't have the third years thinking we're slacking. They pushed through the gym doors, the familiar scent of RBB mats and chalk dust filling their senses. The room was already buzzing with activity, the clang of weights and the shouts of students and their youthful effort. They made a beeline for the bench press station, their usual spot. As they loaded up the bar, Todo's usual boisterous energy softened slightly. He glanced over at Izuku, who was stretching his shoulders, his expression focused. Todo cleared his throat, a rare hint of nervousness in his demeanor. Hey, Izuku, can I ask you something? Sure, Aoi-kun. What's up? Izuku replied, pausing his stretches. I'm going to confess to Tabata-chan, Todo stated, his voice a mix of determination and anxiety. What? Izuku yelped, his arms flailing slightly before he quickly clasped them to sides, trying to look composed and failing spectacularly. You're gonna ask out Tabata-san. She's so smart. And pretty. And her notes are always perfectly organized. And she's the lead of the theater club. What are you gonna do? Do you have a plan? Do you need me to make you some flashcards? I can totally make flashcards. I have color-coded highlighters and everything. Todo stared at him, a slow grin spreading across his face. The nervousness vanished, replaced by his usual, confident amusement. Calm down, brother. Why are you assuming she'll reject me? I could ask you why you think she'll say yes, Izuku retorted, his voice cracking slightly as he crossed his arms, trying to project a critical analysis he absolutely did not feel. Todo just laughed, a deep, booming sound that made the weights on the nearby rack rattle. He struck a dramatic pose, one hand on his hip, the other gesturing grandly toward the ceiling as if addressing an adoring crowd. Izuku, my best friend, my brother. Have you not studied the great philosophers in your spare time between muttering to yourself and filling up your notebooks every day? He leaned in conspiratorially, his voice dropping to a mock-serious whisper. Aristotle once said to Alexander the Great, "You miss 100% of the shots you don't take." Izuku blinked, his mind instantly kicking into overdrive. Wait, that doesn't sound right. Aristotle was Alexander's tutor, but that quote was actually said by a US hockey player, and the phrasing is, "It's modern." Aristotle would have more likely said something about virtue being a habit formed by acting rightly, rather than a one-time. Todo clapped a hand over his mouth, cutting off the impromptu history lesson. Stop. Stop. You're missing the point. The point is, you have to take the shot. You have to be bold. You have to be a man. He released Izuku, who stumbled back, gasping for air. So, yes, I think she'll say yes. Why wouldn't she? I'm strong, I'm confident, and I have excellent grades, thanks to our studying. I'm a catch. Izuku, despite his lingering panic, felt a swell of pride in his chest. He had helped Todo study. They had become better students. And Todo was strong and confident. Maybe he had a chance. Okay, Izuku said, taking a deep breath and steeling himself. His analytical brain, having found a logical path forward. I believe in you. Todo's chest puffed out with pride. DMN right you do. Now, let's get this workout started. For Takeda-chan. The scene shifted. The school day was over. The sun was beginning to dip, casting long shadows across the courtyard. The west gate was less crowded now, the perfect time for a private, heartfelt confession. The cherry blossom tree near the gate was in full bloom, its petals creating an appealing, pink carpet on the ground and a delicate canopy overhead. I'm sorry, she said, her voice quiet but clear, carrying easily in the peaceful evening air. A few pink petals drifted down between them. I'm already in love with someone else. And with a small, apologetic bow, she turned and walked away, leaving Todo standing alone under the falling cherry blossoms. He didn't move. He just stood there, staring at the empty space where she had been. The vibrant, larger-than-life energy that always radiated from him had vanished, leaving behind just a boy in a school uniform, bathed in the soft pink light of a tree that was supposed to symbolize new beginnings. Izuku rushed to his side, his own heart aching for his friend. Aoi-kun, are you okay? Todo didn't answer. He just looked down at the carpet of petals at his feet. Silent, heartbroken emotions under the appealing, cherry blossoms. Izuku's own heart felt like it was being squeezed in a grip. Seeing Todo, this unshakable pillar of confidence, so utterly broken was worse than any villain's punch. He couldn't stand there and watch him crumble. He stepped forward, his movements hesitant at first, then firm. He didn't say anything. There were no words that could fix this. Instead, he reached out and grabbed Todo's arm, his grip strong and sure. Come on, Aoi-kun, Izuku said, his voice soft but resolute. Let's go. Todo was dead weight, his body limp with despair. He didn't resist, but he didn't help either. Izuku grunted, putting his back into it, and managed to haul his larger friend upright. He slung one of Todo's arms over his own shoulders, taking on the burden of his weight just as he'd promised. For a few steps, they just shuffled along in silence, the only sound the scuff of their shoes on the pavement. Todo's head was bowed, his gaze fixed on the ground as the last of the cherry blossom petals swirled around their feet. She didn't even hesitate, Todo mumbled, his voice thick and hollow. It was so simple for her. Being in love is simple, Izuku said quietly, his voice tight with a fierce protectiveness. He adjusted his grip, pulling Todo's arm tighter. It's not complicated. You either are, or you aren't. She already is. That's all it was. A wet, choked sound escaped Todo's throat. It might have been a laugh, or a sob, or both. I practiced that confession for a week. In front of the mirror. I know, Izuku said, a small, sad smile on his face. You told me. You had 3 different versions prepared depending on her mood. You were prepared. I was so prepared, Todo echoed, a flicker of his old self returning, tinged with the pain of the memory. I even had a backup plan in case she said she was busy. I was going to suggest we study together for the upcoming exams. See? A tactical genius, Izuku grunted, as they turned a corner. The familiar glow of the ramen stand was nearing as the sky was painted in shades of orange and yellow. You can't help it if her heart is already spoken for. That's not a failure on your part. It's just bad timing. That did it. A real, albeit shaky, laugh escaped Todo's lips. He lifted his head, his face finally looking forward instead of down. Bad timing. You think so? I know so, Izuku said firmly. You can't fight fate. Or pre-existing romantic attachments. That's like trying to punch a ghost. You just end up looking silly and with a sore hand. Todo's arm, which had been a dead weight around Izuku's shoulders, suddenly gained some life. He straightened up, taking more of his own weight, though he still leaned heavily on his friend. The crushing despair was still there, a shadow in his eyes, but it was no longer all-consuming. Yeah, Todo said, his voice a little stronger. Yeah, you're right, partner. Come on, I'll pay for ramen this time. Izuku said softly. The warm, steamy air of the ramen washed over them, carrying the promise of salt and pork and comfort. The fight wasn't over, but the first wave had passed. And as long as they were walking together, Izuku knew they could face whatever came next. The silence that followed was heavier than any pressure Todo had exerted before. Kamo, who had been watching with rigid frustration and awe, was now staring in utter disbelief. Izuku opened his eyes, his face a shade of red that would make an apple look pale. He looked Todo dead in the eye, Izuku's eyes filled with pure humiliation. Todo stood frozen, his fists already having fallen to his sides. The fire in his eyes was gone. The fanatical light, the gleam, the bloodlust, it had all been extinguished, replaced by a profound stillness. A single, perfect tear welled up in the corner of his eye. It traced a clean, glistening path down his rugged cheek, followed by a river of tears streaming down his face. You never lost to anyone in your hometown, here. Todo whispered, his voice thick with an emotion so powerful it seemed to choke him. Seems like we're best friends. Here, said a still red Izuku. Todo took a step forward, not with aggression, but with reverence, pointing at him with a look of pure, unadulterated triumph. Now that's an answer. That's a soul worth fighting for. He wiped at his face with the back of his hand, a huge, goofy grin breaking out across his features. Unfiltered, unashamed, raw, primal honesty. You see the soul of it. You see what's underneath. He closed the distance between them and, to Izuku's complete and utter shock, clapped a heavy hand down on his shoulder. It wasn't a blow. It was a gesture of camaraderie. I knew it. Todo boomed, his voice filled with pure, unadulterated joy. I knew you weren't boring. You just needed a little encouragement, best friend. Izuku, whose brain had already been done with the whole thing, could only manage a weak, confused whimper. What would Mom think of me now? The vestiges were in complete silence. That lasted for precisely 3 seconds. Ha 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 ha. The sound was a booming roar of laughter that shook the very foundations of the space. Daigoro Banjo, the 5th user, was howling. He had thrown his head back, his entire body racked with convulsions. Tears, or what passed for them in this place, streamed down his face. Oh, my sides. He wheezed, slapping his knee. Big ones. And a nice figure. Kid, you're a gift from the heavens. I take back everything I ever said about you being a thinker. You're a man of culture. A man of the people. He tried to stand, but another wave of laughter sent him collapsing back onto his seat, kicking his feet in the air like an overgrown child. The look on the Camo Kid's face. I'm gonna be reliving that for the next century. Daigoro, for heaven's sake, show some decency. Nana Shimura's voice was a strained, desperate whisper. She had buried her face in her hands, her shoulders shaking. But it wasn't with laughter. It was with profound, second-hand embarrassment. Her form flickered, as if she was considering simply ceasing to exist for a little while. He's a child. She 𝗵𝗲, her voice muffled by her palms. What kind of child screams about? About bosoms in the middle of a battle. I must admit, Yoichi's small voice piped up, his face a delicate shade of pink. He was trying, and failing, to suppress a giggle. It was very direct and honest. You did tell him to make friends and to have fun, 𝗕𝗵𝗲. That's not what I meant. Nana shrieked, finally lowering her hands to reveal a face that was a perfect picture of maternal horror. Yoichi, he declared his preference for large-breasted women out loud. That's ua. She groaned, putting her face in her hands again. Across the way, 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐺 stirred. His white hair shifted as he turned his head slightly, his voice low and quiet, cutting through the noise. My danger sense did not stop ringing until the moment he opened his mouth and told the truth. That was the only time during the entire exchange that the boy Todo stopped registering as a threat, 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐺 continued. His voice had the same measured calm it always did, but there was weight behind it now. He was evaluating him, studying him, looking for a reason. And the honest answer was the only answer that made that boy stop fighting. He paused, letting the observation land. The method was absurd. But from the looks of it, it was correct. Banjo blinked, his laughter finally dying to a sputtering chuckle. Wait, so you're saying that danger sense, the whole fight, it was screaming at him until he yelled about, yes, 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐺 said. About melons. I was tracking 17 possible outcomes, 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐺 said, his tone unchanged. The moment he spoke the truth, the threat assessment dropped to 0. It was the safest he had been since Todo appeared. 17. Banjo muttered. I could have come up with more. You would have come up with 17 fistfights, and said from his throne, his voice bone dry. He hadn't moved much during the chaos, rarely committed to anything that required effort, but the lazy amusement on his face was unmistakable. The kid found option 18, public self-image destruction. Bold strategy, but it worked. The laughter was fading now. But Banjo was still wiping at his eyes, and Yoichi's shoulders still shook with the aftershocks of a giggle, but thinning. Nana lowered her hands from her face. She didn't speak right away. Her expression had shifted, the maternal horror was still there, but it had softened into something more complicated. Something sadder. I told him to let himself be a person, she said quietly. Her voice was no longer strained. It was the voice she used when she was alone with him in the quiet hours, the one that sounded less like a hero and more like a mother. Before the creep outing. I told him a hero who never rests, who never connects, that's just a weapon waiting to break. I told him to take a step away from the edge. She looked down at her hands, then up, as if she could see through the void to wherever Izuku was standing right now, Todo's arm still around his shoulder. I meant, go eat dinner with your classmates. Play an arcade game. Let some girls drag you through the city. A small, fragile laugh escaped her. I did not mean scream your romantic preferences at a stranger who was actively trying to kill you. Banjo snorted, a single, involuntary sound, but it died quickly. Nobody followed it. But he did it, Nana continued, her voice steadying. He was terrified. I could feel it through the link, danger sense screaming, his heart rate spiking, every instinct telling him to fight or flee. And he ignored all of it. He stood there, dropped his guard, and told the truth. She paused. The real truth. Not the heroic answer. Not the strategic answer. The answer he'd be mortified to say in front of anyone. She looked around the circle, at Yoichi, at 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐺, at En, at Bruce, at the silent golden figure of All Might. Then her gaze settled on Kudo. That's not a tactic. That's... I don't know what that is. But it's something. The silence that followed was different from the comedic silence earlier. It was heavier. Expectant. Toshitsugu Kudo nodded slowly. He had been quiet for a long time, not the kind of quiet that meant indifference, but the kind that meant he was still processing, still listening. When he spoke, his voice was softer than it normally was, and it carried cleanly through the stillness. That's right, Kudo said, a tired drawl with a knowing edge. And you're all focusing on the wrong part. He sat forward slightly on his throne, hands resting loosely on his knees. His expression wasn't amused. It wasn't judgmental either. It was something closer to understanding. I've been watching him too. Not just the fights. Not just the techniques. The in-between moments. Along with seeing his memories. He paused, his sharp red eyes sweeping across the room. He studies constantly. He calculates constantly. He evaluates himself like he's trying to optimize his own survival down to the smallest decimal. His voice lowered slightly. But he also has the absolute drive to help and save everyone, even the most vile people. Nana's expression tightened. Kudo. All of you should know from experience. The heroes you've seen, the ones that are completely, utterly dead inside. Because of what they've seen. Because of what they've had to do. He gestured vaguely toward the empty space around them. We're a collection of dead people watching over a living boy who's been through more trauma than most heroes. We've seen him break his bones. We've seen him face down monsters. We've seen him isolate himself to the point of breaking. Kudo paused, his eyes narrowing as they moved from the flickering gold of All Might's silent form to Nana, then back across the thrones. Think about what he has lost. Everything. Silence. His mother is gone from his daily life here. His classmates from his original world, gone. The structure he grew up in, gone. Aside from us, Kudo said, he is alone in this world. And from what we've seen, this society doesn't exactly care if you break. As long as you're useful before you do. It is colder and far more unforgiving than ours ever was, at least during Ninth's time. Him just trying to survive mentally, day by day, that will take a toll no physical training can match. He looked toward the others. I understand now. If he doesn't have moments like these, Kudo added, more seriously now, then all that's left is fighting. And if that's all he has, he's not gonna last. Not up here. He tapped his temple lightly. The kid shouldn't just try to stay alive out there. He should be trying to stay himself. Silence. A different kind this time. Not comedic. Not embarrassed. Just still. Ian let it sit. He had a habit of that, waiting until everyone else was done before he said the thing that only he would say. So what you're saying, Ian said, his voice flat and unhurried, is that the kid's survival strategy involves screaming about bosoms in front of strangers. He tilted his head, considering. And we're endorsing this. They are anchors, Kudo corrected. If he loses them, he becomes only what this world demands of him. A tool. A weapon. Yoichi's form shifted slightly on his throne. His gaze drifted, slowly, toward the golden vestige of All Might, the eighth throne, silent and still, a pillar of light that had not spoken and would not speak. That sounds familiar, Yoichi said quietly. Kudo didn't respond. But something in his gaze sharpened, just for a moment. Bruce exhaled. External conflict, he said. And internal balance. Banjo let out a low whistle. Oh, we're doing wisdom now. All right, Mr. Philosopher. Go ahead. Bruce didn't react to the teasing. His focus remained steady. He sat with one leg crossed over the other, his posture relaxed but his gray eyes sharp with the same infinite calm he always carried. The fight will always be there. The pressure will always increase. That won't change. He paused. But if he forgets how to be a person, how to be Izuku Midoriya, he won't survive, no matter how strong he becomes. Not as long as he tries to master 2 battles at once. Most people fail one, Bruce continued. He is attempting both while still forming his identity in this new world. Nana looked up at him, listening despite herself. He has already made his choice. He adapts. He learns. He refuses to break, even when placed in a world that has taken everything from him. His gaze sharpened slightly. That is why he advances so quickly. And why he breaks down in strange ways. The system he is building has no stability yet. A pause. So we do not remove these moments. We reinforce them. Yoichi smiled faintly. That sounds like guidance. It is, Bruce said simply. We are not spectators. We are not echoes waiting for him to fail or succeed on his own. He leaned forward just slightly. We are part of him. And he is now part of us. We will help him achieve what he wants in this world. That line lingered. Banjo, whose enjoyment had faded some time ago, scratched at his face as he leaned back in his seat. His earlier howling was a distant memory now, replaced by something quieter, still banjo, but the thoughtful version, the one that showed up when the jokes were done. "Yeah," he said. "Yeah, that all sounds real inspirational and stuff." He caught his breath, then his grin crept back, not the howling one, but something smaller, something curious. "But what is it the kid actually wants?" The nurse had already made her displeasure known. A series of sharp, disapproving clicks of the tongue, one for every bruise, every abrasion, every square inch of skin that had made contact with Todo Aoi's fists. She'd worked in silence otherwise, her hands efficient and unsympathetic, wrapping Izuku's ribs with the kind of practiced indifference that said, "I've seen worse, but I'm still annoyed you're here." It reminded him of Recovery Girl. The door to the infirmary had barely clicked shut behind her when 𝗬𝗓𝗍𝗓 swept in like a storm front. "You really are a magnet for trouble, Midoriya. A literal magnet." She was already pacing before Izuku could get a word out, her arms crossed tight against her chest, her foot tapping a staccato rhythm that filled the small room. The infirmary bed creaked under him as he sat up straighter, his bare torso wrapped in fresh bandages, the sharp scent of antiseptic cutting through the air. "Do you know what my morning was like?" 𝗬𝗓𝗏 demanded, gesturing wildly toward the window. "I had to listen to the sound of the training grounds being leveled. From my office. Across the campus." Izuku opened his mouth. Nothing came out. "Todo," she said, her voice dropping to a register that was somehow more terrifying than the shouting. She stopped pacing directly in front of him, her finger leveled at his nose. "A second year. A grade 1 sorcerer. One of our most promising students. And I use the word promising loosely, because what he mostly promises is problems and paperwork for me. And you, Midoriya Izuku, a boy who has been enrolled at this school for all of 2 months, managed to pick a fight with him that left you both requiring medical attention. It wasn't exactly a choice, sensei, I don't want to hear it." The finger in his face didn't move. "Do you know what this looks like? A new student, still under review by the administration, whose very presence here was contested by half the faculty, and is out there trading blows with one of the strongest students in the school. Power without a filter. A complete inability to just behave." She threw her hands up, resuming her pacing. The gesture was theatrical, almost performative, but there was something underneath it that Izuku couldn't quite name. "Do you think Gojo Satoru thinks about paperwork? About reports? About the mountain of administrative consequences that follow every time he decides to flex his power in a direction the elders don't like?" She spun back toward him, her eyes burning. "No. He blows things up and leaves the rest of us to deal with the fallout. And now you're doing it. In my school. Under my watch." Izuku's shoulders tightened. The Gojo comparison landed differently than the rest of the scolding, sharper, more personal, though he wasn't sure which one of them it was aimed at. 𝗬𝗓𝗏's pacing slowed. Her shoulders rose and fell with a breath that seemed to take something out of her. "It's exactly what he would do," she said, her voice quieter now, the fire guttering into something heavier. "And I specifically wanted you not to be like him." The room went still. Even the antiseptic smell seemed to recede. Izuku looked at her, really looked, and saw what the ranting had been covering. She wasn't angry about the paperwork. She wasn't even angry about the fight. She was afraid. Afraid of watching another student with too much power and too little caution turn into a weapon that consumed itself and everyone close enough to care. "Sensei," he said, his voice smaller than he intended. "I wasn't trying to fight him. He showed up and he asked me a question, and then you fought a grade 1 sorcerer to a standstill and ended up in my infirmary." She turned to face him fully, her expression softened now, the maternal lines around her eyes more visible than they'd been a minute ago. "Do you understand how extraordinary that is? How terrifying that is?" She sat down on the edge of the bed beside him, not close, but closer than a teacher normally would. Her voice, when she spoke again, had lost its edge entirely. "I've watched students burn out before. Talented ones. Powerful ones. The ones who said they were going to change the world." She looked down at her hands. They pushed too hard, too fast, and there was no one there to tell them to stop. No one who looked at them and saw a person instead of a weapon. She lifted her gaze to meet his. I can't teach a student who's constantly in the infirmary. I don't want to lose a student because I let him think his only value was how hard he could fight. Izuku's throat tightened. He'd been scolded by teachers before. Aizawa had dressed him down more times than he could count. All Might had lectured him about self-preservation while modeling the exact opposite. But this was different. This wasn't about his performance or his potential or his worth as a successor. This was someone looking at him and seeing a boy who needed to be told to be careful. I'm sorry, he said quietly. For the paperwork. A small, surprised laugh escaped her, not the theatrical kind, but a real one. The paperwork. She shook her head, standing up and smoothing her hakama. You're apologizing for the paperwork. And for worrying you. She paused mid-motion. For a moment, she looked like she might say something else, something softer, something that neither of them knew how to name. Then the nurse pushed the door open with her hip, a clipboard in hand, and the moment fractured. You're done, the nurse said flatly, barely glancing at either of them. Try not to come back tomorrow. 𝗬𝗓𝗏 straightened, her professional mask sliding back into place with practiced ease. But before she turned to leave, her hand rested briefly on Izuku's shoulder, a touch so light he almost imagined it. Just stay in one piece, Midoriya-kun, she said. And then she was gone. The hallway outside the infirmary was quiet. Izuku walked slowly, his bandaged side pulling with every breath, the ache in his ribs a dull, persistent reminder of the morning's chaos. He was hungry, starving actually. The fight with Todo, bizarre as its conclusion had been, had taken a physical toll that his skipped breakfast was not helping. The sterile smell of the infirmary faded behind him, replaced by the phantom scent of 𝗬𝗓𝗏's jasmine tea. He could still see her, standing over him, arms crossed, foot tapping. Could still hear the way her voice had cracked when she'd said I don't want to lose a student. She was right, of course. He was a pain in the neck, he could admit that much. But she was also the first teacher he'd had in a long time who didn't look at him as a hero in training or a successor or a vessel for something bigger than himself. She looked at him like he was a boy who needed to eat lunch and stop getting into fights. He rounded the corner toward the cafeteria, the scent of white rice and grilled fish beginning to cut through the fog of exhaustion. His stomach answered with a noise that was almost embarrassing. He was so focused on the promise of food, and so lost in replaying 𝗬𝗓𝗏's words that he didn't see the figure in his path until he was nearly in front of him. Izuku stopped short. Noritoshi Kamo stood in the center of the hallway, arms crossed, his posture as impeccable as always. But there was a tension in his shoulders that Izuku hadn't seen before, a tightness that pulled at the fabric of his uniform and made his usually serene expression look more like something being held in check. His dark eyes were fixed on Izuku with an intensity that wasn't hostile, but wasn't casual either. Speculative. Analytical. Midoriya, Kamo said, his voice even and measured. I've been looking for you. The scolding from 𝗬𝗓𝗏-sensei evaporated from Izuku's mind. The scent of lunch was overridden by the sharp, clean smell of ozone, the trace that always seemed to cling to Kamo after he'd used his cursed technique. Izuku's pulse ticked up before he could stop it. Kamo-san. His voice came out a little too casual, a little too bright. He heard himself and winced internally. Is everything all right? You're not here to ask about my type, are you? Kamo's eyebrow twitched. It was the only sign of the immense internal struggle he was clearly having. No, he said, his voice flat, though a flicker of something, exasperation, long-suffering patience, crossed his features. I am not Todo. I do not require such visceral data to form an assessment of a person's character. He took a step closer. The hallway felt smaller. I am here because I witnessed your encounter with him. And I have questions. Oh. Izuku's shoulders slumped. Right. The fight. Look, I'm sorry about this morning. I know we usually spar, and I ruined our session. I can make it up to you. I can help with the repairs, that is not my concern. Kamo's tone cut through the apology cleanly, not unkindly. The structural integrity of the school is the administration's problem. My concern is you. He paused. The pause was deliberate, the same way he chose his footwork in a match. Your performance was remarkable. Izuku blinked. It was. I was just surviving. You were doing considerably more than surviving. 𝐭𝐽𝐲's voice dropped into its analytical register, the one Izuku had come to recognize from their training sessions, when 𝐭𝐽𝐲 stopped fighting and started teaching. Todo is a grade 1 sorcerer. His physical parameters are exceptional. Along with his cursed technique, it allows him to have control of the battlefield. To face him is to face chaos itself. He uncrossed his arms, clasping his hands behind his back. You not only held your ground. You adapted. You analyzed his movements, identified the trigger for his technique, and formulated a counter-strategy in real time. Your physical output, while disproportionate to your frame, is only one aspect. It is your mind that is truly formidable, just like I said before. A faint heat crept up Izuku's neck. Thank you, 𝐭𝐽𝐲-san. I've just been trying to apply what we've been working on. Indeed. 𝐭𝐽𝐲 nodded once. And that brings me to the core of my inquiry. He leaned in slightly, and when he spoke again, his voice had lost its formal Polish. What remained was something rarer, genuine, baffled curiosity. I have analyzed the sequence of events in my head a dozen times. And what I've seen makes no sense. His eyes narrowed, searching Izuku's face. During the fight, you utilized abilities I cannot classify. The black energy WHPS, those, I understand. That is your cursed technique. But there was something else. The force you used to stop your momentum. The acceleration that followed. That was different. A second technique. Izuku's heart skipped. 𝐭𝐽𝐲 began to pace, slow, measured, each step a beat in an argument he was building out loud. There were two distinct instances. The first, Todo threw you toward the trees. You were in midair, a projectile with no control, no leverage, no way to alter your trajectory. And then you simply stopped. Your momentum vanished. As if you had decided to stop moving and the universe agreed. Izuku said nothing. His mind was racing faster than he could follow. The second instance. 𝐭𝐽𝐲 stopped pacing, turning to face him directly. You charged him at immense speed, a significant output of cursed energy. Todo braced for a frontal assault. But the assault never came. You stopped. Instantly. A complete standstill from a full charge, in a single impossible moment. That is not a function of speed, Midoriya. That is control over motion itself. The words hung in the air. 𝐭𝐽𝐲's dark eyes didn't waver. Those were not the result of simple applications of cursed energy. They were the effects of a cursed technique. He paused. I saw you make a hand sign. I know what activation looks like. Izuku's mouth was dry. The bandages around his ribs suddenly felt tighter. I don't, he started, but 𝐭𝐽𝐲 raised a hand. Do not insult my intelligence. His voice was sharp but not angry. I have spent my life studying sorcery. I know what a cursed technique looks like. And that is what leads me to the only logical, however impossible, conclusion. He took one more step closer. His voice dropped to barely above a whisper. Black Whip is your cursed technique. The ability to manipulate your own momentum, that is a second cursed technique. Second technique. 𝐭𝐽𝐲 saw the flicker of understanding in Izuku's eyes and continued, his voice still low, still precise. The concept of a sorcerer possessing more than one cursed technique is considered a theoretical impossibility. The human brain is simply not structured to host more than one cursed technique. He paused, his gaze turning distant for a moment, the look of someone retrieving a piece of forbidden lore from memory. At least that was the assumption. A couple of months ago, it happened. A boy at Tokyo High. Okotsu Yuta. A special grade sorcerer wielding immense cursed energy and more than one cursed technique. His focus snapped back to Izuku, his eyes burning with an almost feverish intensity. And now you. The possibility of two such anomalies appearing. Within months of each other, the odds of that happening in such a short span, it's beyond coincidence. Okotsu. The name was foreign and heavy on Izuku's tongue. He'd never heard it before. But the way 𝐭𝐽𝐲 said it, he sounded important. You do not know of him. A flicker of surprise crossed 𝐭𝐽𝐲's face, then vanished. Of course. You would not. He is enrolled at the Tokyo branch while you had recently arrived yourself. He dismissed the tangent with a small shake of his head. His story is not the point. The point is you. 𝗵𝐲 stood directly in front of him. In the quiet hallway, with the distant murmur of the cafeteria somewhere beyond the walls, his presence felt absolute. So I will ask you directly, Midoriya Izuku. As one student to another. His voice was steady, but there was something underneath it, not accusation, not hostility, but a need to understand that burned almost as brightly as Todo's demand for honesty. Are you like him? Do you possess more than one cursed technique? He opened his mouth. Nothing came. Well, Banjo muttered from somewhere in the back of his skull. The word hit Izuku's skull like something hitting the bottom of a well. Not his thoughts. Banjo's. And that was somehow worse. The hallway hadn't changed. The distant clatter of the cafeteria still murmured through the walls. The faint scent of grilled fish still drifted from somewhere down the corridor. 𝗵𝐲 still stood directly in front of him, arms no longer crossed, hands now clasped behind his back in that formal, expectant posture Izuku had learned to recognize during their training sessions. Waiting. Always waiting. 𝗵𝐲 had the patience of someone who'd been taught that the truth took time. Izuku's lungs were working. His heart was beating. The bandages around his ribs pulled with every breath. He was present, physically, in this hallway outside the infirmary. But his mind had gone somewhere else entirely. Do not panic. Yoichi's voice. He asked a question. Answer it. Answer it how? That was the second. Kudo. Blunt as always. We've got 7 of us in here. I'm pretty sure this world thinks that's impossible. What do you want him to say? Nice weather we're having, I just so happen to have several ghosts inside me. He can't lie. Nana's voice cut through, sharper than usual. Not to the boy. He's been with him since he's arrived. He knows how he thinks. Then don't lie. Bruce's voice. Tell him what happened. Not where it happened. How? The silence that followed inside Izuku's head was heavier than the arguing. All of them understood, in the same instant, what Bruce was suggesting. Yoichi spoke again, softer this time. Tell him about our history. Izuku's voice came out rough. He cleared his throat. It's a long story, 𝗵𝐲-san. 𝗵𝐲 didn't move. Didn't blink. The lights overhead hummed a quiet buzz. I have time. Izuku exhaled. The ache in his ribs sharpened, then dulled. He was still hungry. He was still tired. He was still standing in a hallway with a boy who had just asked him the one question he'd been dreading since the day he arrived in this world. I don't know exactly how much of it makes sense, Izuku said. I'm still trying to understand parts of it myself. But I can tell you what I know. 𝗵𝐲 inclined his head. A small gesture. Go on, Yoichi murmured. Start at the beginning. But Izuku's mind had already gone somewhere else entirely. Months earlier. The vestige world was never the same twice. Sometimes it was on top of a cloud in the sky, sometimes it was the faint impression of a vault room, sometimes it was some cozy cabin in the woods, half remembered, half imagined. Tonight it was the void they were used to. The thrones were there, as they always were, arranged in a loose semicircle. Izuku stood in the center, which was also nowhere, which was also everywhere. The logic of this place had stopped bothering him some time ago. He was still getting used to it. The weight. His body was the same, more or less, the exhaustion of learning a new power system from scratch, the ache of training, all of that was normal. But the space where One for All lived had shifted. He could feel it every time he reached for the power. It answered, it always answered, but something about how it answered was different now. What have you learned so far? Yoichi's voice. About how these cursed techniques work. In this world. Izuku thought back to the lessons. Utaheim's lectures. The texts the school had given him. Fragments, still assembling themselves into a whole picture. They come from innate techniques. Their unique abilities. Engraved into the user's body at 𝗵𝗃. Specifically, he touched his own head without thinking. The right prefrontal cortex. That makes the technique function. But that's the thing, from what I've read, 𝗧𝗂𝐿 said. Everyone that gets one, gets just one. But you've got 7 of us, Bruce said. So either you're special, or only one of these things is actually engraved in your brain, which shouldn't make sense since you can use the others. The vestiges went quiet. 𝗧𝗂𝐿 could feel them thinking, not in words, but in the way the void itself seemed to shift, the air thickening with the weight of 7 minds turning the same problem over at once. Alright, Bruce said. Let's figure this out. By looking at what's actually changed. He leaned forward. How did one for all work back home? 𝗧𝗂𝐿 didn't have to think about it. He'd spent a year studying every angle. The stockpile was the core. All the accumulated power, generations of it, channeled through my body. The individual quirks were accumulated additions. Once I unlocked one, I could use it whenever I wanted, even if not fully controlled, alongside the others. Black Whip and float together. Danger sense running in the background. They all coexisted. And now? 𝗧𝗂𝐿 hesitated. That was the problem. They still work. Black Whip still comes when I call it. Float still answers. But not together, 𝗂𝐁 said. It wasn't a question. No. 𝗧𝗂𝐿 shook his head. Not together. It's like. They won't. Not can't. Won't. I can feel them, all of them, but the moment one is active, the others go quiet. They wait. They queue. And if I try to force a second one through while the first is still running. He stopped. The memory of it was still fresh. Go on, Bruce said. I tried, 𝗧𝗂𝐿 said quietly. A few days ago. Black Whip and float at the same time, anchor myself and pull myself up. He shook his head. It didn't work. I activated Black Whip, then I reached for float. It was like hitting a wall. Not a wall I couldn't see, a wall that knew I was coming. It wasn't that float didn't respond, it was that something refused to let it respond. The vestiges were quiet. Not the quiet of understanding. The quiet of people who had just heard something that didn't add up. Back home, 𝗂𝐁 said slowly, that wall didn't exist. You could stack them, layer them. The only limit was how much your body could handle, and that was a training issue, not some sort of rule. Exactly, 𝗧𝗂𝐿 said. Whatever changed when we crossed over, it changed how the techniques relate to each other. They used to be parallel. Now they are sequential, if that's the right word. They only come one at a time. Bruce was quiet for a long moment, the way he got when he was building something in his head. So the question is, what changed, and why? Nana spoke up. The cursed energy is different. The stockpile of one for all translated into cursed energy. But that's fuel. That doesn't explain why the techniques won't overlap. Their world should have rules different from ours, Bruce said. Most get one technique, if any at all. Something about how the brain, the prefrontal cortex, is only able to handle one. 𝗧𝗂𝐿 opened his mouth to respond, but 𝗂𝐁 got there first. The 𝗵𝗎, he said. 𝗧𝗂𝐿 felt something cold slide down his spine. What? Nana asked. Back home, 𝗂𝐁 said. His voice was flat, the way it got when he was talking about something he didn't want to remember. All for one. The doctor. They created those things, creatures, monsters. They take a human body and force multiple quirks into it. 3, 4, sometimes more. Same principle. More than one ability crammed into a single body. And what happened to them? Bruce asked, though his tone said he already knew. Some lost the ability to speak. Some couldn't think beyond basic commands. The ones that got too many. 𝗂𝐁 paused. They weren't people anymore. Just bodies. Walking shells with no mind left, following orders because there was nothing else they could do. 𝗧𝗂𝐿 remembered them. The one at the USJ, the black-skinned thing with the exposed brain and the dead, staring eyes that didn't register anything. It hadn't felt pain. It hadn't felt fear. It hadn't felt anything at all. All those quirks, all that power, and the person who'd been there first was just gone. So the one technique rule isn't arbitrary, Bruce said slowly. It's a hard limit. Exceed it, and the brain breaks. The silence that followed was heavier than any of the arguing. But is not broken, Nana said. Her voice was thoughtful, turning something over. Back home. You were quirkless, Izuku. That's the only reason you could hold one for all at all. Anyone born with a quirk, the strain of multiple abilities would have burned through their lifespan. Toshinori learned that. The quirkless body was the empty vessel. It could fill without overflowing. Does that still apply here? Izuku asked. Bruce was quiet for a moment. It might. But you didn't start from nothing here. When we crossed over, we came with you. The quirks were already inside you. You weren't quirkless in this world, you arrived carrying us. Which means being quirkless might not mean anything here, Kudo said. The vessel wasn't empty. It was already full. Or it might, Yoichi said quietly. We don't know how the dimensional translation handled it. Whether it was an empty vessel and preserved that, or whether it just saw the contents and rebuilt around them. Nana nodded slowly. Either way, the fact that he's still standing, still thinking, means something is working. The rules might be different, but the result is the same. One way or another, his brain isn't breaking under the weight of 7 techniques. Unless he doesn't have 7 techniques, Yoichi said. Unless he only has one. One technique that enables the others. One technique that carries them without breaking the limit. Bruce nodded. What if that law applied to you when we crossed over? You mean the dimensional translation forced one for all to follow their rules, Izuku said. It would explain a lot. 7 techniques can't coexist in one brain, so the system restructured. It picked one to be the real technique, the one engraved, and the rest had to become something else. The question is which one? Nana asked. The void went still. Izuku turned toward his throne, toward the first, the original. Yoichi's expression was unreadable. Not troubled. Not calm. Something that looked almost like he'd been waiting. There's only one thing that was there from the very beginning, Izuku said. Before any quirk was added. Before the stockpile grew. The thing that made one for all possible in the first place. Yoichi met his eyes. The ability to pass itself on, Izuku said. Yoichi's voice came out quiet. Transfer. The words settled into the void. Not heavy. Just final. That would make sense, Bruce said, his voice picking up speed as the pieces connected. If the world's rules forced one for all to have exactly one engraved technique, one technique that lives in the prefrontal cortex, it would pick transfer. Transfer was the original. The foundation. Everything else was added later. He paused. Which means the other 6 techniques, ours, couldn't be engraved. They had to go somewhere else. Inside transfer, Yoichi said quietly. There was something in his voice Izuku had never heard before, not quite awe, but close. The sound of someone understanding something about themselves they'd never known. My technique. It's not just the ability to pass power on. It's the ability to hold it, to carry, to accumulate. The stockpile, the quirks, the souls. Transfer wasn't just the first thing added. It was the container. But why? Izuku asked. Why only one at a time? If they're all inside transfer, why can't I use more than one? The vestiges were quiet again. But this was a different quiet. The quiet of a question none of them could answer. It should be possible, Bruce said after a long pause. If transfer is a container, if it's holding all 6 of our techniques, then there's no reason you couldn't load 2 at once, or 3, or all of them. The only thing stopping you would be training, control, the same kind of limits you dealt with back home. But you're describing something else. You're describing a wall. A hard stop. Like something is enforcing the rule, Kudo said. His voice was flat. One at a time. No exceptions. The rules of this world, Nana said quietly. That's what we keep coming back to. Everyone gets one technique. The brain can only handle one. And now this, no matter what transfer is capable of, no matter how many techniques are stored inside it, Izuku can only use one at a time. Every single limitation we've identified. They're all the same thing. The rules of this world, imposing themselves on one for all. Enforcing it how? Bruce asked. Wait, Izuku said. The vestiges turned toward him. He was staring at a point in the void, the same way 𝐎𝐻𝐻𝐸 had been a moment ago, but his eyes were moving, not drifting, but tracking something. Following a thread. If the rules are that absolute, he said slowly, one technique per person, no exceptions, then the simplest thing the translation could have done was strp everything. When we crossed over, it should have picked one technique and erased the rest. 6 quirks that don't belong in this world, 6 techniques that break every law of jujutsu, gone. Clean. Problem solved. But they are not gone, Bruce said. No. Izuku looked up. They're not gone. They're inside transfer. I can still use them. All 6 of them. He paused, the thread pulling tighter. The rules of this world didn't erase what shouldn't exist. They accommodated it. They let me keep them. The void was very still. But only one at a time, Kudo said. Exactly. Izuku's voice had picked up speed, the way it did when pieces were connecting faster than he could say them. The rules could have taken everything. Instead, they let me keep all techniques, but I can only use one at a time. It's like a trade. A trade, Nana repeated. Her voice was cautious, like she was handling something fragile. The 𝗏𝗡 proved what happens when one body holds too many quirks. The brain breaks. The person vanishes. If the dimensional translation just dumped 7 techniques into my brain without any restrictions, I'd be a 𝗏𝗡 right now. Or worse. But I'm not. I'm still me. I'm still thinking clearly. The techniques are still here. He looked around the void, at each of them in turn. What if the rules didn't just impose themselves on one for all? What if one for all made some sort of deal with them? A deal, 𝐎𝐻𝐻𝐸 said quietly. He wasn't staring into the void anymore. He was looking directly at Izuku. I keep the techniques. I keep the souls. I keep everything that makes one for all what it is. Izuku held his gaze. But I only get to use one at a time. One technique active, the rest wait their turn. That's the price of keeping what should have been lost. Silence. Not the silence of confusion. The silence of something clicking into place that none of them had seen before. That would explain the wall, Bruce said slowly. That would explain why it's a hard stop instead of strain or pressure. It's not a limitation of transfer, but a condition. A rule set at the moment of translation, built into the very structure of how one for all operates in this world. And if it's a deal, Kudo said, his voice flat but thoughtful, then we don't get to renegotiate. The terms are fixed. One at a time. Forever. Or until something changes, 𝐎𝐻𝐻𝐸 said quietly. No one asked what he meant. No one was sure they wanted to know. We don't know enough, Bruce said finally. We don't know how the dimensional translation works. We don't know what rules it operates under, or what it might have done to make one for all compatible with this world system. But the result is clear. Transfer is the engraved technique. The other 6 are stored inside it. Izuku exhaled. It wasn't a complete answer. It was barely half of one. But it was more than he'd had before. Transfer as the engraved technique. 6 others stored inside it. One at a time. Silence settled over the vestige world. Not heavy. Not empty. Just present. A silence that held questions as well as answers. The rules changed when we crossed over, Bruce said finally. But the core is still the same. One for all was always about carrying power forward. About passing something down. That hasn't changed. It just looks different now. Izuku looked around the void, at the 8 thrones, at the faces of the people who had given him everything. He'd barely arrived in this world, and already he felt like he'd been stripped of everything he'd earned. The 45%. The control. The muscle memory of a year's worth of battle. For weeks, that loss had sat in his chest like a stone. But sitting here now, understanding at least the shape of what he was working with, not the whole picture, but enough, he realized something. He hadn't lost anything. It had just been rearranged. The stone in his chest shifted. Not gone. But lighter. So what do I tell people, he asked. If someone asks. About any of this. About where I came from. About what I am. 𝐎𝐻𝐻𝐸 opened his mouth to answer, but Kudo was faster. Nothing. The word landed like a blade. You tell them nothing, Kudo continued. Not where you're from. Not what you're carrying. Not a word about any of it. You don't know this world yet, kid. You don't know who the players are, who the enemies are, who smiles at your face and reports to someone else behind your back. You walk into this blind and start talking about dimensional translations and accumulated techniques passed through BLD, and you know what happens. Best case, they think you're insane and lock you up. Worst case, someone smart enough to believe you decides they want what you've got. Yuichi stirred. Kudo, no. Kudo's voice was hard, harder than Izuku had ever heard it. I know what you're going to say. Trust. Connection. Building something bigger than ourselves. I've heard it. And you're not wrong about the long term. But the long term doesn't matter if he doesn't survive the short term. He turned toward Izuku. You need to understand this world first. You need allies you've tested. You need to know who can be trusted before you hand them the keys to everything you are. Until then, you keep your head down and you learn. Everything else comes after. Nana nodded. Slow, reluctant, but certain. He's right, Izuku. Not forever. But for now. Bruce didn't nod, but he didn't argue either. His silence was its own answer. Izuku looked at Yuichi. The first user met his eyes, and for a long moment, neither of them spoke. Yuichi looked like he wanted to say something important, something that mattered, but in the end, he just exhaled. Kudo is right, Yuichi said quietly. About the short term. About learning before trusting. I don't like it, but I can't argue with it. He paused. But someday, Izuku, when you've learned enough, when you've found people who've earned it, you'll have to decide. Not for us. For yourself. Izuku nodded. He didn't know if he believed it. But he knew he'd have to. Izuku blinked, and he was back in the hallway. The fluorescent lights still hummed overhead. The distant clatter of the cafeteria still murmured through the walls. The faint scent of grilled fish still drifted from somewhere down the corridor. Camo still stood directly in front of him, waiting. He'd had the answer for months. He'd also had Kudo's voice in his head for just as long. Nothing. You tell them nothing. For months, Izuku had obeyed. He'd kept his head down and his mouth shut and let the Kyoto students wonder. It had been the right call. He hadn't known this world. Hadn't known who anyone was. But Camo wasn't any of those people, not anymore. Camo was the boy who'd trained with him every day without asking for anything in return. The boy who'd watched him and hadn't run to the administration. But someday, Yuichi had said, when you've learned enough, when you've found people who've earned it, you'll have to decide. Not for us. For yourself. This was that day. Go on, Yuichi murmured. Start at the beginning. Kudo said nothing. His silence was louder than any argument. Izuku took a breath that pulled against the bandages. Centuries ago, there was he stopped. The words were coming, but he was hearing them at the same time Camo was, Yuichi's voice murmuring in the back of his skull and his own mouth trying to keep up. A sorcerer, Izuku continued. He believed, for his entire life, that he had no cursed technique. He paused, the next words catching in his throat. He was wrong. He was, another pause, longer this time, as Yuichi fed him the line. He was wrong. But he died without ever knowing it. Camo's expression didn't change, but something in his stillness deepened. His cursed technique had no visible manifestation, Izuku continued. He was speaking more slowly now, the rhythm of it still unsteady. No activation. Nothing he could demonstrate or prove. It was only possible to activate under one specific condition. And that condition. He trailed off. He never experienced it while he was alive. Which was? Camo's voice was quiet, clinical. His BLD, his DNA. Izuku met Camo's eyes. When his BLD entered another person's body, his cursed technique transferred. Along with his cursed energy. All of it. He was a vessel meant to pass himself on. Camo's brow furrowed. Not disbelief. Calculation. The same expression he wore when Todo did something inexplicable and Camo was already 3 steps into working out the logic behind it. Izuku stopped. Swallowed. He died. In battle. The words landed heavier than he'd expected. He was saying them out loud for the first time. 𝐎𝐻𝑢's death transformed from a history he'd inherited into a story he was telling. There was someone else there. A comrade. A friend. Someone fighting the same fight. The details don't really matter. He shook his head. What matters is BLD. When the first sorcerer died, his BLD somehow made contact with the second. And the second person survived. Camo's hands tightened behind his back. The only tell. Continue, Bruce's voice prompted. He needs to understand what happened to second. The second sorcerer, Izuku said, the words still coming in pieces. He didn't notice anything at first. He just kept living. Fighting. Training. But over time. He hesitated, searching for the right way to phrase it. Weeks. Months. He started to feel stronger. His reserves were slightly larger. His output was slightly higher. Not by much. Easy to dismiss. But he couldn't dismiss it. Why? Kamo asked. Because Izuku's voice caught. Kudo was feeding him the line now, direct and blunt as always. Because he knew his limits. He'd spent his whole life with them, and suddenly the ceiling was higher, and he didn't know why. Izuku paused, breathing against the bandages. He tried to figure it out. But he had no idea how it got there. Kamo remained still. His breathing was controlled, even. But his eyes were burning with questions, confusion and rising shock. The second sorcerer told someone about it. Izuku hesitated. He was hearing Kudo's voice, then Bruce's, overlapping. A trusted friend. He told this friend everything. About the first sorcerer's death, about the BLD, about feeling stronger afterward, that he couldn't explain. He stopped. The next part was Bruce's. Bruce, who had been that friend. And then the second sorcerer, he also died in battle. Izuku's voice dropped. And his friend was there when it happened. BLD contact. The same thing. A pause. The friend survived. Kamo's composure finally cracked. It was small, a slight narrowing of the eyes, a minute shift in his stance. But Izuku saw it. The friend gained two things, Izuku said. The first sorcerer's technique, the second sorcerer's technique, and all the cursed energy both of them had carried. And because he knew what the second sorcerer had told him about the first death, the BLD, the increase, he was the first person who could put it all together. He understood the mechanism. Kamo's voice was barely above a whisper. He understood the mechanism, Izuku confirmed, nodding his head. The first sorcerer's cursed technique wasn't nothing. It was transfer. Through his BLD, his DNA. It was the ability to give everything, cursed technique, cursed energy, everything, to the next person. And that transfer didn't just pass one technique, it accumulated. Every person who received it added their own technique to the chain. Izuku saw Kamo's mind working behind his widening eyes, slotting together the connections. The analytical engine that made him dangerous in a fight and terrifying in a conversation. After that, 𝐎𝐻𝑢's voice was soft, almost reverent. They stopped waiting for accidents. After that, Izuku caught himself, 𝐎𝐻𝑢's words still settling in his chest. After that, they started doing it deliberately. The chain didn't rely on possible battlefield deaths anymore. Each user, when they were old, when they were ready, or when they found the right person. He paused. They transferred it willingly. Just a choice. Kamo's composure had reassembled itself, but it was a different composure now. Not formal. Not distant. Something sharper. More present. How many? He asked. Izuku's heart tapped against his ribs. What? How many cursed techniques are inside you, Midoriya? The question landed like a blade pressed to skin. Not cutting. Just present. Waiting for Izuku to decide whether to lean into it. Izuku felt the vestiges settle in the back of his mind. 𝐎𝐻𝑢's calm. Bruce's steady patience. Kudo's coiled tension, ready for a fight that hadn't come. Nana's warmth. All of them present, all of them waiting to see what he would do with what they'd given him. He took a breath that pulled against the bandages. 1. 𝐻𝐭𝐸's expression didn't change, but his stillness deepened. The kind of stillness that meant he was listening very, very carefully. One, Izuku repeated. I only have one cursed technique. The one in my brain, the one engraved there, is transfer. The transfer itself. 𝐻𝐭𝐸's brow tightened. Then the WHPS. The momentum manipulation. Those are not separate techniques. Izuku shook his head. They're the cursed techniques of the previous users, stored inside transfer. He paused, searching for the right way to explain it. They've been accumulated throughout the times and are now stored in transfer. 𝐻𝐭𝐸 blinked. The first involuntary reaction Izuku had ever seen from him. One technique, 𝐻𝐭𝐸 said slowly, the words coming out measured, as if he were testing their weight. Containing. How many stored techniques? 6. Plus the transfer itself. Izuku swallowed. 𝐻𝐭𝐸's hands came out from behind his back. He raised one to his temple, pressing 2 fingers against the skin as if trying to physically hold his thoughts in place. The gesture was so unexpectedly human that Izuku almost forgot to breathe. The chain, 𝐻𝐭𝐸 said, his voice recovering its rhythm, began centuries ago. It passed from user to user, each one adding their cursed technique to the accumulation. And now it has reached you. Yes. How did you receive it? Izuku had prepared for this one. Sort of. The user before me, he stopped. All Might's face flashed through his mind. The skeletal frame, the sunken eyes, the BLD he'd coughed into his hand. The user before me chose to pass it on. Before they died. His voice wavered, just slightly. A deliberate transfer. I was. He trailed off, searching for words that weren't a lie but weren't the whole truth. I was the right person. Or the only person. I don't know which. 𝐻𝐭𝐸 studied him. The pressure of his gaze was almost physical. You are evading some details. I'm telling you what I can. Izuku held his ground. There are parts one don't understand. Parts I'm still figuring out. I'm not trying to hide anything that matters. But I can't explain what I don't know. It was close enough to the truth. He didn't understand why the universe had let him keep the vestiges quirks. He didn't understand a lot of things about what he was now or how he'd gotten here. 𝐻𝐭𝐸 was silent for a long time. The fluorescent lights hummed. The cafeteria murmured somewhere beyond the walls. Izuku's bandages pulled with every breath. Why is this not recorded? 𝐻𝐭𝐸 finally asked. A lineage carrying multiple cursed techniques across centuries, that would be the most significant event in the history of Jujutsu. It would have been documented, studied, claimed by the major clans. Yet I have never read a single reference to anything like what you are describing. Izuku heard Bruce's voice in the back of his mind. Because we were never a clan, never by BLD, his own mouth repeated the words a half-beat behind. They were multiple people in a row who happened to be in the right place at the right time. They weren't building a legacy. He paused, searching for the right way to explain a history that didn't belong to this world. They were individuals. Obscure sorcerers. Nobody important. In the eyes of the Jujutsu world, they were nobodies. And after the 3rd or 4th generation, they made a deliberate choice to stay that way. Why? Because if anyone knew what they were carrying, a cursed technique that could accumulate other cursed techniques, cursed energy, they would have been hunted, studied, exploited. The chain would have been broken and weaponized. So they kept their heads down. They didn't build a clan. They didn't write anything down. They just passed it on, in secret, and trusted the next person to do the same and do what's right. 𝐻𝐭𝐸 absorbed this. His expression had shifted into something Izuku couldn't read. Not hostility. Not skepticism. Something closer to recognition. That, 𝐻𝐭𝐸 said, quietly, is not an unreasonable decision. Izuku nearly sagged with relief. He caught himself. Barely. So the cursed techniques you have now, 𝐻𝐭𝐸 continued, his voice settling back into its analytical rhythm, are the accumulated expressions of every user in this chain. The black energy WHPS. The momentum manipulation. And 4 others I have not yet seen. Yes. And the hand sign I saw, the activation gesture for the momentum technique, that is a distinct activation from the WHPS. Yes. Each 𝗓𝗃 technique has its own requirements. 𝐭𝐚𝐲 nodded slowly. His eyes had gone distant again, the way they did when he was running through combat scenarios. Izuku could almost see him reconstructing the Todo fight in his head, the mid-air stop, the impossible acceleration, the black tendrils, and slotting every piece into this new framework. 𝐭𝐚𝐲's eyes sharpened. Your 𝗓𝗃 technique, could it be taken by someone else? Another pause. His mouth was running a half-beat behind the voices, not knowing if that rule of one for all followed this world as well. I don't know. I don't think it could be taken without my permission. He trailed off, the sentence unfinished. But really, I don't know. 𝐭𝐚𝐲 seemed to accept this. Or at least, he didn't press further. The silence stretched between them. Not uncomfortable. Just full. Full of everything that had been said and everything that hadn't. One 𝗓𝗃 technique. 6 others stored inside it. Centuries of secrecy. A chain of dead sorcerers whose only legacy was standing in a Kyoto hallway with bandaged ribs and an empty stomach. 𝐭𝐚𝐲 exhaled. A long, measured breath that seemed to release something he'd been holding since the moment he'd watched Izuku stop dead in midair. Midoriya. His voice was quieter now. Less clinical. You understand that what you have told me is extraordinary. Weiss, I know. You understand that if what you say is true, and I am not yet certain that it is, though I am also not certain that it is not, you may be the single most significant sorcerer in the modern era, if not history. Izuku didn't answer. He wasn't sure there was an answer. They're not. They're not exactly mine. The words came out before Izuku could stop them. 𝐭𝐚𝐲 tilted his head slightly. What do you mean? I mean, they were theirs first. The people who came before me. They developed them, lived with them, died with them. I'm just the person who's carrying them now. They feel like mine when I use them, but they also feel like I'm borrowing something that belonged to someone else. Someone I never met. 𝐭𝐚𝐲 was quiet for a moment. That is remarkably respectful. Izuku blinked. What? Most sorcerers treat their 𝗓𝗃 technique as an extension of themselves. A birthright. An identity. The idea that you view yours as borrowed from the dead is not typical. 𝐭𝐚𝐲's expression flickered with something almost like approval. It suggests you understand the weight of what you carry. He's not wrong, Yoichi murmured. Izuku said nothing. 𝐭𝐚𝐲 straightened his posture. The formal mask was sliding back into place, but it was thinner now. More transparent. Behind it, Izuku could see something he hadn't expected, not suspicion, not fear. Interest. Deep, genuine interest. I am going to need time to process this, 𝐭𝐚𝐲 said. What you have described, the BLD transfer mechanism, the generational accumulation, the deliberate obscurity, it is consistent. Internally consistent. It does not contradict anything I know about the nature of 𝗓𝗃 techniques or the absurd history of Jujutsu. Which does not make it true. But it makes it difficult to dismiss. I'm not asking you to believe me, Izuku said quietly. No. You are not. 𝐭𝐚𝐲 met his eyes. That is one of the reasons I am inclined to. People who lie ask to be believed. You are simply informing me. The words settled into Izuku's chest. He didn't know what to do with them. I have one final question, 𝐭𝐚𝐲 said. Izuku braced himself. Does anyone else know? The question was simpler than Izuku had expected. And harder. Because the answer was complicated. I believe Iris-sensei knows something is different about me, he said carefully. But I doubt she believes it's anything close to this. The higher-ups know I appeared under unusual circumstances. That's why they've been watching me. He paused. You're the first person I've told anything. 𝐭𝐚𝐲 absorbed this. A long moment passed. Then another. I will not share what you have told me, he said. Not with the administration. Not with the higher-ups. Not with anyone who does not already know. Izuku stared at him. Why? Because you are my training partner, my underclassman, and my friend. 𝐭𝐚𝐲's voice was matter-of-fact, as if this were the most obvious reasoning in the world. And because, as you said, if the wrong people knew what you were carrying, you would be hunted, studied, and exploited. I have no longing to be responsible for that outcome. He paused. Also, Todo would be insufferable if something happened to you, and I would prefer to avoid that particular variety of aggravation. A laugh escaped Izuku before he could stop it. Small, surprised, genuine. Camo's mouth twitched. It was almost a smile. Go eat, he said. You are injured, you are probably hungry, as am I, and you have been standing in this hallway for far too long. We will resume training tomorrow. And Midoriya? Izuku looked at him. The next time we train, I expect you to demonstrate those techniques. The almost smile sharpened into something closer to a challenge. For academic purposes. Before Izuku could respond, Camo turned and walked away, his footsteps measured and precise. Within seconds, he had rounded the corner and vanished. The hallway was quiet again. Izuku stood there, his ribs aching, his stomach empty, his mind still spinning. 7 voices murmured in the back of his head. Approval, relief, an exhausted silence from Banjo that spoke louder than words. That went better than I expected, Bruce said. He believed you, Nana added. Mostly. He believed what he could verify, Yoichi corrected gently. The rest? He's still deciding. But he's not going to act against you. That's what matters. For now, Kudo muttered. Izuku exhaled. A long, slow breath that pulled at the bandages and the bruises and the exhaustion that had been building since Todo had first appeared in the training grounds that morning. Camo knew. Not everything, but enough. Enough to be dangerous, enough to be an ally, if Izuku played the rest of this right. He turned toward the cafeteria. The smell of grilled fish was fainter now, but still there. Still promising something warm. One problem solved. 1,000 more waiting. But for now, lunch. 𝗬𝗓𝗵𝗲 stood at the window of her office, arms folded, watching the scene below with the particular attention of someone who had just realized she'd been looking without seeing. She'd been watching for weeks. The training sessions, Camo and Midoriya through stances and drills, the kind of grinding, repetitive work that built foundations, had been happening since the infirmary. She'd watched them from this same window, cataloging with a teacher's automatic eye. Midoriya's footwork improving, the way Camo corrected his form. Nothing had seemed remarkable. A senior helping a junior. The kind of arrangement teachers encouraged and students tolerated. But the sessions had ended an hour ago, and the 2 of them were still there. That was the first thing she'd noticed. It had started some time ago, and she'd filed it away without examining it. The second thing was the notebook, Midoriya's, worn at the corners, the one he carried everywhere, open across Camo's knee while Camo pointed at something on the page. The third thing was the water bottle, passed between them without a word, without a glance, the gesture so automatic that neither of them registered it. The fourth thing was the way Camo sat, shoulders loose, collar undone, posture a full degree off the rigid formality he'd maintained. The fifth thing was the hardest to look at directly. It was the expression on Camo's face when Midoriya took the notebook back and wrote something that made Camo's mouth twitch, not a smile, exactly, but the absence of its usual seriousness. It was the ease between them. The almost familiarity. The sense, impossible and undeniable, that the Camo heir had found something he hadn't been looking for or expected. She'd spent the past 3 days trying not to think about it. Today she stopped trying. When did this happen? She was their teacher. Camo's for nearly 2 years, Midoriya's for months. She'd watched them spar, clinical, efficient, the way Camo sparred with everyone. She'd watched Midoriya struggle through drills, too stubborn to ask for help, too polite to need it. She had assumed she understood the shape of their relationship, a senior fulfilling an obligation, a junior absorbing whatever was offered. The assumption had been comfortable enough that she'd never questioned it. She'd been wrong. The evidence was below her, on a stone wall at the edge of the training ground, in the space between 2 people who had somehow become important to each other without her noticing. She thought about the infirmary. The words she'd thrown at a boy wrapped in bandages. Power without a filter. A complete inability to just behave. It's exactly what he would do. She'd meant Gojo. She'd been so certain she meant Gojo, the ghost she'd been chasing since she was in high school, the warning she saw in every student whose power exceeded their restraint. But the boy below her wasn't Gojo. He'd never been Gojo. He was sitting on a wall with a notebook and a half-empty water bottle, and the stiffest, most formal student in her cohort was sitting next to him like they'd been doing it for years. If I was wrong about him being Gojo, then what was I really angry at? The question sat in her chest, heavy and unignorable. She let it sit. She'd learned, over years of watching people, that some questions needed time to answer themselves. But she remembered. She had been in the first year of being an official sorcerer when she first understood what Gojo Satoru looked like to the rest of the world. Not to her. To her, he was the insufferable prodigy who treated rules like suggestions and leveled a building because he was careless. She'd seen him do it. She'd felt the concussion of cursed energy that had no business coming from a teenager, and she'd spent the next decade hating him, and she'd hated him with the clean, clarifying hatred of someone who'd been given a reason. But to everyone else, to the elders, the clan heads, the sorcerers who whispered his name like a prayer or a curse, Gojo Satoru was the honored one. The first Six Eyes user in centuries. The boy who'd shifted the balance of the Jujutsu world simply by being born. They didn't see a person. They saw a weapon, an asset, a living monument to the power they worshipped and feared in equal measure. And they treated him accordingly, with deference that became expectation, with praise that was indistinguishable from demand. He was a child, and he was alone at the top of a world that had no idea how to reach him, and no interest in trying. They didn't want to reach him. They wanted to aim him. 𝗬𝗓𝗄 had known this, intellectually, the way she knew that the sun was a star. She'd never felt it. She'd been too busy hating him. And then she saw him with Geto Suguru. It didn't come. Or rather, it came, but it landed differently. Gojo was loud. He was always loud. He said something absurd, something designed to provoke, to test the room's tolerance. The teachers bristled, the principal sighed, and Geto, standing beside him, raised an eyebrow. A dry, wordless half-second of an expression. And Gojo glanced at him, a flicker, barely perceptible, and settled. He didn't stop. He didn't behave. But he stopped performing. The chaos lost its edge. The attention had somewhere to land. Geto was always beside him. They moved together with the ease of people who'd shared something unspeakable. The way Geto positioned himself, always beside Gojo, never behind him. The way Gojo's attention tracked back to Geto, even mid-sentence, even mid-fight, was the reflex of someone who'd learned that the most important thing in any room was the person who knew who you actually were. The strongest. Everyone called them that. The limitless and cursed spirit manipulation, two techniques that had no business coexisting, moving through the world as a pair. But 𝗬𝗓𝗄 had watched them, really watched them, and what she'd seen wasn't just strength. It was balance. Geto wasn't the strongest. He was the center. He was the one thing Gojo couldn't generate for himself, a reason to stop performing, a person who saw past the myth, a presence that made the untouchable prodigy touchable. He had a reason. She'd understood, watching them, that Gojo Satoru was only fully human when Geto Suguru was in the room. Without him, he was the Six Eyes user. The limitless bearer. A title walking around in a body, carrying the weight of a world that wanted him to be everything except a person. 𝗬𝗓𝗄 had been watching people her whole life, and she'd never seen anything like it. Geto wasn't controlling Gojo, no one controlled Gojo Satoru, that was the entire problem. But his presence did something else. It gave Gojo a center. When Geto was in the room, Gojo's chaos had edges. His focus had a target. He was still insufferable, still dismissive of anyone who couldn't match him, still constitutionally incapable of taking anything seriously. But he was also, in some way she couldn't name, present. Like Geto's existence gave him permission to occupy his own body instead of the myth that had been built around it. She filed the observation away and never told anyone. It felt like giving Gojo too much credit. But it stayed. The next time she saw them, the world had changed. It was a year since the star plasma vessel's death, the mission that had gone wrong in ways the Jujutsu world still didn't discuss openly. 𝗬𝗓𝗄 had heard the fragments, the way everyone outside Tokyo heard them, a bounty, an assassin, a girl who was supposed to merge with 𝗃𝗓𝗓 and didn't. Gojo Satoru had nearly died. The report by anyone who'd been near him since, that something fundamental had shifted behind his eyes. She saw the change the next time they met. He was sharper, quieter in ways that weren't quiet at all. The chaos was still there, but it had been refined into something more deliberate, less a wildfire and more a blade honed past anything she'd known was possible. And then 𝗏𝗏 left. She heard about it secondhand, a village, a massacre, a defection that made no sense and too much sense at the same time. The strongest, broken not by an enemy but by the weight of what they carried. Geto Suguru had walked away from everything, and he'd taken something with him that no one could name and everyone felt. Uteheim remembered the silence that followed. Not in the world kept turning, the missions kept coming, the curses kept appearing. But in the shape of Gojo's presence at the events where Tokyo and Kyoto still crossed paths. He was louder. He was sharper. He grinned wider and stayed less. And the infinity, the technique that had once been a sign of his, became something else entirely. A metaphor made literal. The strongest sorcerer in the world, untouchable by design, unreachable by choice. The center was gone. And Gojo Satoru, who had once been almost a person when someone stood beside him, became exactly what the world had always wanted him to be, a weapon. A myth. A sorcerer who had no limits and no one. She didn't feel sorry for him. She refused to. But she filed it away, the arc of it, the cause and the effect, the way a person could be consumed by their own legend if no one was close enough to remind them they were still human. She'd sworn, in the quiet way teachers swear things to themselves, that she would never watch that happen to one of her students. Below her, Midoriya closed the notebook. He said something, she couldn't hear the words, the window muffled his voice, and Kamo inclined his head with that precise, formal gesture he used for everything. But there was warmth in it. She was certain now. There was warmth in it, and the warmth had been there for weeks, and she'd been too busy looking for threats to notice. She looked at them, the boy with no past, the boy with too much legacy, and thought about what she was actually watching. The comparison to Gojo had been wrong from the start. She'd known that, intellectually, even in the infirmary. But knowing and understanding were different things, and she'd spent the past hour, or rather the past couple of days, understanding exactly how wrong she'd been. Gojo Satoru had been born into a world that wanted him to be a god. The 6 eyes, the limitless, the weight of a clan that had waited for an heir, all of it had been laid on him before he could walk. He'd grown up praised and feared and isolated, surrounded by people who saw his power before they saw him. And when he met 𝗏𝗏, someone strong enough to stand beside him, grounded enough to challenge him, present enough to see the person, something unlocked. Gojo could be Gojo when 𝗏𝗏 was around. Not the honored one. Not the 6 eyes user. Not the living weapon the elders wanted to control. Just himself, insufferable and brilliant and capable of caring about things he'd never admit to. 𝗏𝗏 gave him that. And when 𝗏𝗏 left, it was gone. The effect had always flowed one way. Into Gojo. 𝗏𝗏's presence filling a void that the Jujutsu world had carved into him since Bleach. She realized that Izuku Midoriya was different. Not because he was weaker, he'd fought a grade 1 sorcerer to a draw, and she still didn't fully understand how. Not because he was humbler or kinder or any of the things she'd told herself to justify her protectiveness. He was different because the void wasn't there. He'd arrived whole. He wasn't looking for someone to make him human. He was already human, earnestly, messily, incapable of hiding what he felt. He didn't perform. He didn't posture. He didn't treat his power like a burden he needed someone else to share, because he didn't seem to experience his power as a burden at all. It was just another part of him, like the notebook and the muttering and the way he couldn't stop himself from helping people even when helping was the last thing anyone had asked him to do. That was the thing that separated the two. Izuku Midoriya didn't need a reason. He just came along and changed the people around him. Not by demanding it. Not by offering anything except his presence, steady, genuine, uncalculating. When Izuku Midoriya was in a room, the temperature shifted. The masks people wore became harder to maintain. The roles they'd been assigned started to feel like clothes that didn't fit. Something about the way he moved through the world, openly, without pretense, without any apparent awareness that he was supposed to be performing, made performance feel unnecessary. Even faintly ridiculous. Kamo Noritoshi, the boy who had spent his entire life being the Kamo heir, was sitting loosely, sharing a notebook, explaining something to a first year with the patience of someone who'd done it a dozen times and expected to do it a dozen more. That wasn't Midoriya finding himself. That was Kamo finding himself, because Midoriya's presence somehow had made it possible to be something other than what the world demanded. Noritoshi Kamo, she thought. Not the Kamo heir. Not the BLD manipulation user. Not the legacy his clan had shaped him into before he could fight. Just Noritoshi. A boy sitting on a wall with a friend. The word landed harder than she'd expected. Friend. She'd never thought of Kamo Noritoshi as someone who had friends, as bad as that sounds coming from his teacher. Colleagues, yes. Rivals, certainly. Political assets and liabilities, the way every clan heir was trained to see people. But a friend, someone you sat with after training ended, someone whose notebook you read over their shoulder, someone whose presence made the formal mask unnecessary, that was something else entirely. That was something Kamo hadn't had before Midoriya arrived. And Midoriya hadn't done it by being exceptional. He'd done it by being present. By refusing to treat Kamo as anything other than a person. The effect flowed outward. Into the people around him. It was the inverse of everything she'd spent 3 decades learning about power and isolation and the way exceptional people consumed the air around them. Gojo needed someone to be whole. Midoriya made others whole just by standing near them. Gojo drew his center from a person outside himself. Midoriya was the center, and he didn't seem to know it. She thought about what that meant. About the difference between a boy who'd been broken by the world's expectations and a boy who somehow refused to be broken by anything. About Kamo, who had spent his entire life being what his clan needed him to be, and who was now, in the late afternoon heat at the edge of a training field, beside a first year with no name and no history, just himself. And she thought about the question she'd asked herself at the window and hadn't answered. If I was wrong about him being Gojo, then what was I really angry at? The answer, when it came, was quieter than she'd expected. She'd been angry at Gojo for years. For the chaos. For the disruptions. For the headaches. For every moment 𝗬𝗏 had spent cleaning up after someone who didn't care about the mess. The anger had hardened into something structural, a lens she looked through, a filter that sorted every powerful student into a category defined by the worst person she'd ever known. And when Midoriya had appeared, powerful, impossible, unexplainable, refusing to explain, she'd aimed that anger at him before he'd done anything to deserve it. Not because he was Gojo. Because she needed him to be. Because if he was Gojo, she knew what to do with him. She'd spent half her life learning. But he wasn't Gojo. He'd never been Gojo. He was the boy who made other people more themselves just by existing in the same space, and she'd almost missed it because she'd been looking for a threat instead of a student. She'd been wrong about all of it. The infirmary. The accusation. The assumption that power without a filter was always dangerous, when sometimes it was just power that hadn't learned to be afraid of itself yet. She'd projected a decade of resentment onto a boy who'd never even met Gojo Satoru. And the boy, instead of resenting her back, had sat on a wall with the Kamo heir and proved her even more wrong. I don't want to lose a student because I let him think his only value was how hard he could fight. She'd meant that. She still meant it. The difference was that she finally understood the student she'd been talking about, and it wasn't the one she'd been protecting herself from.